Hello, hello, hello. We're gonna wait a few minutes to like assemble the people. Yo, what's up? Yo, yo, yo. What's up, Hook? Okay. So today we actually have already some requests of accounts that we can review, so we can start there. Thanks for the follow, Juju6. Thank you, thank you. And yeah, we're gonna start off with... Actually, we're gonna wait like a few minutes before we get started entirely. So let's do a recap of yesterday, because we reviewed everything from Iron to Platinum. So let's just start with a quick recap of what's up. Let's see. Does this work? No, it doesn't. Let me do the epic one real quick. And now it should work. Nice. Okay, so. So we reviewed Iron to Platinum. This is like the recap episode. So previously on Aledos stream, doing Kassadin reviews, we have seen that in Iron Elo, people are kind of clueless. They don't really know how to play the game, how to win a game, how to translate the lead, and they are not really hyper aware of like the value of stuff. So we see bad summoner spells. These are the biggest mistakes and the characteristics of the player. So very bad summoner usage. Not really knowing like no limit knowledge, no stuff like that. Yo, what's up, what's up? So no limit knowledge. We're not really aware of stuff like very bad CSing. We have bad wave clear. We don't really have, like, even if somebody has played a lot of games in Iron Elo, they don't really play to their champ's strengths, or don't really even know their champ's limits very well. So we also saw that like complete disconnect, like a disconnect from their champ's identity. And this is what the biggest mistakes in Iron seem to be. It's like we don't even get to the point where we would get into the details of ability usage, or get to the details of trait patterns, or like how to wave clear or whatever, because the game is just fundamentally misunderstood on every possible level. And that was the experience in Bronze. The biggest improvement things that we already mentioned yesterday was learn the rules of the game, learn what has how much value, learn how to play the game and stuff like that. After that, we got into a Bronze game. And in Bronze, we saw like a lot of improvements, especially on like better limit usage and better like limits, and especially like better damage. Like they are just better at using their damage, like using their abilities. Like they just do more damage through like using their spells better, landing their abilities better. So they do better damage, and they do like know their limits way better, and this was the biggest difference. They also have a better like CSing. So their CS is somewhat better on the free CS, but they are still not, like from a big picture perspective, they are like not better at CSing either. So like they don't go to more waves, there's still a lot of ARAMing, still a lot of like bad fundamentals on Kassadin. And there's still a lot of like random fights. That's like random fights that are bad. Not even nearly aligned with Kassadin. So random stuff. Like there's a lot of random stuff. And that doesn't really stop in bronze. Like there's also a lot of random unaligned stuff with Kassadin. So there's also a lot of random stuff here. Then we got into silver. Yo, what's up, Taco Timmer? What's up? Then we got into silver. And we saw like a lot of improvement, especially in how we trade in League of Legends. Like that was the biggest improvement. Lots of better trading, and also a lot more, like, lot higher awareness of surroundings as well. Like, it's not like we're completely tunnel visioned on lane and we're just like going for the worst skirmishes of all time, not really taking resets. Actually, resets were also a very big difference. Because in Iron, people were happy to be like on 0 HP. In Bronze, people were happy to be like on like 40% HP for a long time. On Silver, this actually kind of changed. And this ended up being more like, people are happy to be like 60% HP for an extended period of time. So like 60% HP. It's like still, like they were still fine with it and they would not really reset if they were weak, even though it was not very good. But there's a lot of like better trading. And that's, I think that's generally the biggest difference between an Iron and a Silver player, is the quality of their decision making when it comes to dealing damage. The CSing itself improves a little bit, but that's not the big portion here. Like the biggest part is just how well they pilot their champions when it comes to fighting enemy champions. And this is where the biggest differences are. Both mechanically and also just how they use their abilities, how they play around enemy abilities or enemy champions, like in general. And also just other fundamental stuff like, yeah, how do we take a reset? A lot of these small things get improved a lot. So better fundamentals here. But we still don't really use abilities reactively. We don't really we're not playing at a level where we can like do a lot of high level decisions. But we can use a lot of our brain to just to do a lot more stuff because we're just getting better and better at the game. And the biggest thing about Silver was there's still a lot of random stuff, but not nearly as much as the Aledos. And the random stuff becomes like a lot less in the early game, like early mid game, and like a Silver player will not roam at level 4, 40% HP, 0 mana as Kassadin to Drake. That we already didn't really see in Silver anymore. But in Iron and Bronze, that's actually something very common. Now, by the time we got to Gold, some things that, there were some things that started making more sense. Actually, the setups became much better. Like, when I looked at like Bronze, like Iron, nobody is taking TP. Everyone was taking Ignite on Kassadin. And then, like, in Iron, they were just poking with Ignite level 1. In Bronze, they were already using it to kill people. That was like one of the bigger differences. And in Gold, people already had got to the TP usage. They already got into the point where their ability usage was significantly better. And this is the biggest difference between Silver and Gold. Like, Gold players already knew the trade patterns way better than a Silver player did. It's not like they used every single opportunity to do them, but they had a much better idea of how a winning trade looks like. They had a much better idea of like, okay, how do we actually play a bit more according to Kassadin's identity? They already had the idea of they want to go to the side lane. They already had the idea that they want to play the game in a slow way, even though they still didn't really understand it, like the importance behind a lot of stuff. So there's still like a lot of random stuff and a lot of stuff where, but there's not nearly as much random stuff. Like the random stuff kind of disappears here actually. Like much less random, like less random stuff. Less random fights, that's just random stuff. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. The gold people that we watched were less distracted by weird chaotic events that they couldn't really like influence or participate in. And by the time we reached platinum, people got a very good understanding of like adaptation. Like do I need to lane? Do I need to play for roam? That was already much better understood. The setups were way better. Ability usage way better. I'm gonna just do like 2 pluses here. And then they also had like a lot more poise in the game. They didn't insta shove the waves. They actually like found their trade opportunities. They still miss recalls. So like missed recalls still happen. But these recalls are not very obvious. So like in Iron, Bronze, Silver, like they miss a lot of like, I'm just low HP and I just need to recall. In Platinum, by the time we got here, like their recalls were more like optimizations rather than just like, I have to escape the current lane state. It was much more like, I'm in an okay lane state, but I could be in a better lane state by recalling. So there's a lot of small stuff like efficiencies where you just like, you were just like a bit inefficient, right? As a Platinum player. So a lot of efficiencies, like how fast you clear a wave, how quickly you move around the map, how fast you make the decision to recall. Are you taking the recalls that you get? Are you like using your level 6 power spike the moment you get it? These were the efficiencies that were completely missing from the gameplay still, that would prevent a Platinum player from being an Emerald player. And we already saw like, the lane itself looks pretty good, but there's many missed opportunities through inefficiencies, through missing resets, through not really understanding the game from a bigger picture as well. Although that's not necessarily the reason people stay Platinum. And yeah, I mean, there's also some stuff with like matchups, which gets a bit more interesting here. Like ability usage specifically. When you reach Platinum, you kind of have to adapt your ability usage a bit more as well. And that's something that we've seen, that even though the trade patterns and how we execute Kassadin has improved significantly compared to like Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, there is some adaptation based on what type of champion we're versing, but there's not much adaptation based on which champion we're versing. So like, let's say we might have the mindset that we want to poke, let's say, we want to poke Fizz in lane, but we don't really understand that Fizz can use his E reactively to our Q. So there might be some misused Qs where Fizz can just reactively use his E and outtrade us. So stuff like inefficiencies with like matchup understanding, there's a lot of that as well, even with one tricks with millions of points. And this is where we end up in Emerald. And that's what we're gonna look at today. Alright. So, now that the recap is over, we can look at Emerald Elo. And Emerald is a big Elo. Like Emerald is deep. Okay, so this is gonna be a long section because we have to look at multiple VODs. We have to look at the game. Like this is when, let's say, you guys, the way you should think about this is that the way I look at this is like kind of like a pyramid, you know? So we start out at the bottom and learn the game. This is like the Iron, right? And we start learning like, or like Iron, Bronze, Silver. Like this is like Iron to Silver, let's say. Where we learn like what type of items there are, like the very basics. Like these are the basics of the game, right? Like what do objectives do, what's like, you know, like the stuff that you learn. Gold Elo, like you kind of learn like, okay, how does my champion trade? How does my champion play like play lane? Like what's the default responses? Like how do I lane? How do I win? How do I do stuff, right? Like how do How do I translate a lead? How do I take a team fight? By the time you reach like Platinum, that's when you start like somewhat adapting yourself. So now you can think about, okay, do I want to lane? Do I want to not lane? Do I want to get out of lane? How much do I want to interact? Like, that's when you start like adapting based on matchup a bit. Adaptation based on matchup. The 1 AM stream bug, yeah. After this, and this is where we reach Emerald Elo. Because Emerald Elo, like, I would say that's like a big box here. Because Emerald is when you start thinking big picture. And Emerald is when you won't get out of Emerald unless you start aligning some of your, like, other fundamentals with big picture decisions. So let's say, this is when you have to understand win conditions. And this is when you have to start using your lose states, right? Like, this is when you start to think in the game, right? Like, you have to find the times when you can actually think about how you're gonna win the game. You have to start thinking about how you're gonna get an advantage, how you're gonna, like, fight the next dragon, how, like, what are you even fighting for next? What kind of items should you buy? Should you buy tabbies or mercs or, like, what should you be buying, right? These, like, Emerald is when it's not enough to be like completely autopilot, and you have to start making some mindful decisions that are not just based on like what you're seeing right now in the lane. This is when you have to, in a way, expand your mind a little bit towards like, okay, like what do I look to achieve in the big picture? And this is a lot, like this is kind of like Emerald is a position where a lot of people struggle because they either haven't ever played with intensity or like didn't play with enough intensity for when they can make conscious decisions, or they might like have unrealistic expectations. Like they have a very good skill set, but they don't play to Kassadin's identity. Let's say they have very good mechanics, very good understanding of like how to get a lead, how to get an advantage, but they still get sloppy on like how to play mid to late game. They still get sloppy on like certain matchups. Let's say like a lot of my clients that I coached from like Emerald to Masters, like that's the range where people get the most like the most mental blocks, because this is hard. Like Emerald to Masters is not easy if you're doing it for the first time, and that like that's kind of the like that's kind of the graveyard, you know, like the graveyard of dreams. A lot of players get stuck here forever, and the reason for that, for the most part, is that either they don't play with high enough intensity and critically look at their own gameplay and their own decision making, or it can also just be that you're not thinking big enough picture, or you're not taking responsibility. This is where a lot of people that got to Emerald and are stuck there have some mental stuff going on as well. Because I also see that a lot, where people got to Emerald, but they just have the worst possible narratives. They have the worst possible mindsets, or like so many stuff that, like, let's say IRL is holding them back. I feel like I lose fights I should win. Yeah, that could be also something, right? And then you might feel like you lose fight you could win, but you don't understand why that happens. Or you might not understand, like if you're taking fights that you think you should win and you don't win them, like that's when you have to somehow find accountability for that. And that's where, like, a lot of the times what I see in Emerald players as well is it's not about the fights that they take, but the fights that they don't take. And a lot of like seeing Emerald is just saying no to a lot of stuff. And you have to start learning to say no and don't compensate, don't go for the bad play, don't go for the coin flips, don't go for the int stuff. This is when you have to start going a bit higher percentage. And this is, you're still playing for your champion, like you're still looking at it through Kassadin's lens, right? Like you're still playing your champion, but your champion can only be played to a high level if you can adapt to certain stuff. And this is like, Emerald is the place where you start thinking about this. and kind of start like thinking about, okay, how do I beat my opponent? Like, what's their game plan? You have to start critically thinking about not just yourself, but like what the other champs in the game want on the enemy team, for example. Like, what does your enemy laner do? How can you have the biggest possible lead within the context of your lane? How can you deny their game plan? How can you create your game plan? How can you win the game? Like, what? How does your champion interact with other champions? Like, what kind of items can you buy that are good to the enemy team? Like, what should your mindset be? What are your win conditions? What's your role? Who can kill you? What are the threats in the game? Should you play team? Like, should you play for fights? Should you play for side lane? Should you play for whatever it might be? Right? There's a lot of stuff you can do, and Emerald is the place when a lot of stuff you need to learn, and it's not easy. But there's good news. Kassadin is the champion that has some of the most clear reference points when it comes to like, how do I want to play a game? How can I win a game? How can I get, like, how can I translate a lead from an advantage to a victory? How can I, like, how do I play the mid to late game? It's so unbelievably, like, it's so clear for Kassadin compared to like many other champs, how you actually win a game, that as long as you know how to get an advantage and how to actually find yourself in a consistently decent position at least, Emerald to Masters is very, very, very good on Kassadin. Like, I think Kassadin is actually one of the best champions to teach you how to actually play for yourself, get very strong, and to translate a personal lead into an extremely big advantage through team fights, through playing side lane, through playing tempo, and for Kassadin, this is where he absolutely shines. And this is where, like, I think Emerald to Masters Kassadin is amazing. Really, really good champ. So yeah, we will look into some VODs now. And yeah, I got sent some OPGGs. So the first one we are gonna look at is Company V Player. I'm gonna like this account. This is an Emerald 4 account who is playing Kassadin mostly. And yeah, we're gonna look at a few of the games. Don't look today history. It's fine, it's fine. So yeah, we have plenty of games, and we can also make the... Yeah, we can look at either of these. This Katarina game could be very good to look at. But yeah, I mean this game can be very nice to look at as well. We can look at either of these games. I mean, this game is pretty good to look at too. Yeah, we can look at either of these. Yeah, I'm gonna look at this one first, because this is... But we will look at plenty of games for Emerald. Because... like, Emerald is the elo when we can't just review one game and, like, have the solve-it-all kind of solutions. There's so many different type of Emerald players, so we will have to look at several games now. And just find out what's the solution. Okay. So first off, let's talk about the setup of Kassadin, because this is, like, at this level of play, setups actually start to matter. So we have an Electrocute setup with Gathering Storm and Mana Flow, so we're trying to play for those, like, level 10, minute 10, minute 20 kind of power spikes. We're trying to scale with this setup. And into this enemy team comp, scaling is also quite valuable, because they have very linear, like, very one-dimensional DPS, so they only have basically 80 damage. And a lot of that 80 damage is actually coming more from spells than auto attacks. But in general, that tells me already that I want to go for the tabbies. I want to go for a more like I want to prioritize armor defensive items. And I want to also be kind of chilling, because I don't... Like, my team comp has many champions that get value from this already. So Cassante will get a lot of value from armor. And we also have Seraphine, so we're also gonna be quite tanky in the mid to late game. So we can definitely just play for this type of scaling through getting that armor and getting the high efficiency items. And through that, we actually have a lot of advantage in the mid to late game as well. And yeah, so let's get into the laning itself. So first off, we already see wonderful reactive Q usage. We see that, yeah, I mean now like, when you're an Emerald player, you will already use your spells reactively when you need to. Like that's already gonna be in the equation. Starting items, correct. We're playing into Katarina with D-Blade. So we're looking to not really push the wave, but we're looking to get those reactive Qs. And until we need to Q, we're not gonna Q. Even now, like, even though we don't need, like, we didn't need to Q there, we still look to Q reactively, and that you can see, like, preserving HP is very, very high value, and it's valued very, very highly. And that's correct, and that's very, very good. Now, ideally, we want to get to a position where the wave is on our side, and where we just like can take trades on our terms. But this is very important, that we actually don't have the luxury of using our Q for minions here. So we actually have to stay here and not really use the Q for the minion, because now like it's not very good for us to use the Q, because the moment we use the Q, Katarina actually gets a lot of damage from her dagger and from the Q. So now the moment we use this Q, like, we lose the ability to take the short trade that we would like to do. But generally speaking, this is not a bad trade to go for. Just because if Katarina goes for this trade, she will push the wave and it's gonna end up in the position where we want the wave. So the trade itself is fine. But we could actually just bait out the trade by walking up and just using Q reactively for blocking some damage. And then just like do a Q auto W. Because we also don't want to just get traded in a one-sided way. We always want to like proc or electrocute when something like this happens. So we could already start chipping away at the Katarina and just like make sure we're always using our auto W for the poke when we have to. But yeah, I mean, it's completely fine here. And yeah, I'm gonna skip into the game a bit, like, there's not much to look at here. Or is there? So yeah, there's this trade. I'm gonna look at it through like 2 times speed. Now we have to really hard respect the level 3 from Katarina, so we cannot get traded there. Because that's just gonna be a very bad trade, and as you can see, like, that's exactly what happens here. We get a very, very bad trade. This is some sloppy mistakes of an Emerald player. Like, this is very... It's very common that Emerald players don't always respect when they have to respect. And a lot of the, like, the biggest rule you can do in waves like this is that when the wave is coming to you, you want to make sure you're healthy on the crash. Like, when the wave crashes onto you, you want to be high HP. So that after the crash, like, if you're into a ranged champion, you can then, like, eat the minions under tower without dying for it. Or if you're playing into a champ like Katarina, then you will not have to go through a very painful bounce where you already have 0 HP. So in this scenario, we already kind of messed up through losing a lot of HP when our main priority should have been to just stay healthy for the crash. And this is where we lost a lot of our opportunity to actually punish the Katarina. And that's gonna make early game a bit harder. It might help Katarina go for specific skirmishes or roams. And it also forced us to actually take a very bad reset. Yeah, CSing pretty good under tower. Yeah. We are in a slow push situation now. And what we're looking to do here is just to... Because Katarina hasn't based yet, and she kinda has to base, we want to be doing this as slowly as possible. We want it to be very slow, because we want the wave to be on our side as long as possible, so that we can build the biggest minion wave, so that we can force the wave to crash. That's what we're looking to do here. And that's the only thing we really care about here. Because if the wave is like here, it's already gonna be very hard, especially into a high threat jungle like Xin Zhao, to actually build a big wave and trade Katarina. So So now we actually need a ward out, which is perfectly fine. And now we need to make sure that whenever Katarina is trying to trade us or do anything, we are using our Q reactively, which you saw a beautiful example. And now the wave is kind of like in a neutral position. It's slowly gonna be like... Yeah, I mean after this it's gonna slowly come back. And whenever we trade it's gonna be like a... Okay, let's see what happens here. Because we should not be trading here. We have a level disadvantage. So we definitely have to respect until we get level 5 here. And that's why this trade just goes really poorly. We just don't have the level. We are like 1 XP off. We have to wait for that. We have to respect, and we also have to give a bit of space until we get that. And these are stuff that we can definitely just be more consistent on. Like stuff like fighting with a level disadvantage. Like a lot of the times this can work, right? Like this was actually pretty close. And with the amount of minions we had, like it could have been a completely one trade, right? But the thing with Emeralds is that you need to be very consistent and you need to not fight. And this is what I told you about as well. It's more about what kind of fights, what kind of trades you say no to. It's what kind of... Like, what are the things that you say no to? And for example, here, you just have to make sure that you're not getting traded until you're level 5. Because once you're level 5, this trade is not even close. So you have to play for that. You have to give a bit of space. Because we're playing for power spikes, right? We're not trying to fight before the power spikes or in between the power spikes. We're trying to fight when we're on a spike. And we're level 4 to level 5. That's one of the weakest positions we can be in. And from that on, like now the flow effect is that now we have level 5 to level 5 and now we're weak. Now we have to take a suboptimal reset, right? Which, I mean, it's still a fine reset, like it's not bad, but it would be so much better if we just don't have to reset there. And we can just like play for a strong level 5, strong level 6. Maybe even kill the Katarina, but just like keep her in lane for a longer time and then just like get a very good level 6 and very good lane state from that. Yeah. So now what we want to do... Okay, first up I'm gonna make it a bit less loud. Now we want to make sure that we're pushing very slowly and make sure that we get as much use of our level 6 as possible. So what we need to do for that is we need the wave to be on our side of the map, so we can take those short trades. We don't want to take extended trades into Conqueror AD Katarina, because then we're not gonna win, right? We want to take these short trades only. We want to play for trades that are like kind of like 100-0 trades. We don't take a lot of damage, but we do some damage at least. And we also have to be very mindful because we can't really ult in, but more importantly, we cannot really use our Q. Because if you use our Q to start a fight without Katarina ulting, then she can ult us and then we take a lot of damage from that. And we also cannot really let Katarina wave clear for free. So we have to be playing the lane in a way that she cannot just wave clear. And when she jumps on this dagger, for example, we have to not take damage from it, which we kinda messed up here. But now we can ult in auto W and just E. Because she's on full CD now, right? So this would be a very good time to just like ult in for an auto W. But you see already, like, the trade pattern is not good. Because we're not understanding that Katarina doesn't have any abilities. And we are not keeping our Q for the Katarina ult, which we should be doing here. That way we could have done a lot more damage to her. And we could have also... Like, it's even fine to take a bit of damage for this trade, right? If we both go down like the same HP. If we landed that extra ult, it would have been actually more favorable. But it's even fine to go down a bit of gold or like a bit of HP. Because what Katarina wants to do is to shove this wave and look for plays on the map, right? Like, she's looking to play the game. And she's looking to not lane against us. So every single wave we're making this lane more volatile for her. We're making it more harder for her to actually influence the map. Those plays are always gonna be beneficial for us. Whereas she really needs to be high HP to look for anything. And now she's a bit too high HP actually. And if we punish that wave clear a bit better, then this would have been a much easier way to actually get an advantage. And now when we have no Q and no E, of course she can go for a bit of poke. also very typical, like very typically suboptimal, you know, where we can actually do a lot of like by just, this is what I mean by we need to get good at matchups, like specifically, is that we have to make sure that we use our advantages when it comes to like trading, when it comes to like waves, and these are stuff that's not easy to get accurate at. Yeah. Katarina can go for, I mean, whatever. We can also like look for a kill on the Katarina here. Fiddle did a very good job of increasing our lane. It's like now in a very, very good position. And now we're gonna look for a bit more. I mean, essentially just like slow pushing. We can also get out of this. That's also completely fine. We can just take a reset, get to our power spec. And yeah, that's gonna be awesome as well. She uses TP, so she gets a bit of tempo here. But that's not really any play they can make, so it's completely fine. Now we could just like one-shot this wave though, because that would allow us to actually go for these grubbies way easier. Because once we see like Katarina goes through this ward that we had here, then she already has a very hard time coming back and eating the wave. And right now, we don't necessarily need to interact with her because she would have to spend time one-shotting the wave under tower. And by that time, we get the grubbies. And this is what I mean by aligning your gameplay with what's happening. So now we don't really need to like we don't really want to interact with her all that much. Because we're not winning every trade, right? Like it's not like we're just gonna win every single trade in the game. It's gonna be a bit rough, and it's gonna be actually a bit close as well. And it's also not very favorable because it's AD Katarina, so we don't need to fight her right now. We just need to get to the side lane very strong because, again, our items in the later stages will be very, very efficient. Again, we can go for Frozen Heart Rush, I mean, that's fine as well. I wouldn't go Electrocute them, because then it's just... I mean, your Electrocute scales with AP, and you just don't have AP, so it's like kind of whatever, you know? Then you can also just go for a Tabis and then go like Roa. I think that would have been probably a better option. But yeah. We can go for these TP flanks. This is very, very good for Kassadin. Kassadin generally likes doing this sort of plays very much. You get some kills on the side lane, you get a good flank TP. This is wonderful. This is a very, very good Kassadin play. This is perfect. We take the wave, we take the reset, keep the tempo. Very good, very nice stuff. We are not compensating for weird random fights. We are not doing anything crazy. We are doing our job. We keep up our tempo, we keep up our strength, use our advantages, and yeah, I mean, we can get back to lane. And yeah, I mean, now what we need to do is, again, just have trading power. But now it's a bit rough because Katarina has Bork. So this is the point where there's not much like we can do into the Katarina as much. So now this wave clear is very good because we can't really like trade with her. We can't really keep her in lane like easily through like trading, but we can definitely just play to like not play lane too much, but also not allow her to like play chaotic fights, right? We just want to like hover stuff. We just want to like play the game until the game starts exploding a bit. What we gotta make sure is we're strong for the next objective. And the thing is, right, the thing that's actually a bit sad about this these oracles is that you should go for oracles when you actually have like massive kill threat onto the enemy champs. And you have like a lot of like when you can just like leave lane and be like a massive threat in the jungle, right? And that's actually not the case here. We actually would much like we would benefit much more from having the wards to like use these pryos for some deep warding. And that way we could actually like give information to our teammates so that we can get through this state of the game for the next several minutes together by providing more information. Well, right now, like Katarina can actually just go for roams, and it's actually very rough for us to actually do anything about it. Because our bot side is not winning, right? Or it's not easy to win bot side with Katarina, with Bard at this stage. Like, we're the scaling team, and the enemy is actually like pretty strong in skirmishes right now. So what we should be looking to do is just like, again, short trades into the Katarina, just like proc the electrocute, E auto W, Q ult away, you know, that kind of stuff. And yeah. And now it's like, Fiddle using ult like this is also like really, really unfortunate, because for Fiddle it's insanely important to use the ults in the right way. So yeah, now what we can play for is we just want to play for the next item. Probably you want to get like Seraph here. I don't think you can get Roa anymore, because you will just get it in like way too late. But you can go for like something like a Seraph into either Rift Maker or something like that. Like, you need some item that gives you HP if you want to benefit from this, but yeah, probably Seraph into, yeah, like you can just go Seraph into stuff like the Rift Maker or something that gives you HP. Or if you really want to, you can also go Roa, but then you have to go Roa now, and that's a bit unfortunate, because then by the time you get to Roa, like, you will just be behind, because the item doesn't really provide you too much value at this point. I'm an Oracle one trick. Well, the thing with Oracles, right, is that you want to get Oracle when you have permanent access to the game, but when you also have a lot of threat and you're like a problem yourself. Because otherwise, like, if you want to ever trade in lane, having just a ward out is much more important. And unless you're like aiming to permanently off cooldown roam to bot lane and just like have a large advantage through that, I don't think you should go Oracles, especially since Katarina also went Oracles, so it's like you're sweeping for nothing essentially, right? But you don't have the deep vision to protect yourself from ganks or have a heavy side you can lean onto. So that's there like a bit of a problem. Yeah. So we died here. What happens? Because now, like, so now the mindset, I don't know where this TP is going. Where did we TP? Oh, we just TP'd here. Oh, yeah. Okay, I see. Yeah, I mean, now the mindset is that just like, it's not an easy game, but we have a very fat top side, so we can play through like Kassadin scaling, we can play through our scaling, and we kinda have to ignore the bot lane. Like, now the game should look like we just play mid lane, we just play through mid lane, and when Kassadin has some prio, then we can like make a pick on the top side jungle. But our bot lane is actually kinda behind, and we don't really need to... We don't need to make a play, because the game is so easy to scale into, that as long as we're not giving the enemy anything, like, we already have frozen hard tabbies, it's impossible for them to like kill us. So we're kind of unmovable as long as we're not trying to do crazy stuff. Even like in this game, even like you could just go Magi's and just play a very slow game, slowly stack it up on the side lane, slowly get some picks and whatever, and the game is just gonna be so much easier. But now, like, they're surprised me with the damage. Yeah, but like, you're playing to the wrong side to begin with. Like, it's just really hard for you to play this. Because right now you should be just eating your waves. Like, you're not even level 11, but you're so close to level 11. Like, you're almost level 11 here. Like, this is the last point in the game where you're weak. You TP on... I guess you TP it here. But yeah, I mean, you could also just like not even TP here, just wait for Kassadin to walk up, like maybe TP mid, eat the wave, and then just like flank this entire thing. And then you would have level 11 for this entire fight. Because now you're literally this close. Like, look, this purple bar here is the XP. Like, you're 1 minion off of level 11, which is one of your biggest spikes in the game. It's so sad to lose the game here. It's so sad. Because you actually had a completely fine position. But you have to be You have to stay strong, like, and you have to don't die. And in this scenario, you're trying to make a desperate play in a game that's completely free. It's okay if they take this tower. Like, what's gonna happen? Sure, like, you will go to the side lane and you will be a bit more annoyed about the Xin Zhao, but you will just ult away twice with Tabi's Frozen Heart anyways, and you don't really care. So now it's very hard for you to play the game because it's just gonna be harder to play. We're in Emerald Hero. Like, this is Emerald. So this is like a very prime example of how you can lose the game in a game where you have to kind of play precisely. Or like, not like, you're not gonna lose the game off of this, right? Like, you can still have many chances to come back to the game, but your control over the game ends the moment you slip up. Like, the moment you actually like make a mistake that makes you die, or you make a mistake, especially in this phase of the game when like your death is like 30 seconds, right? It starts getting really long. Like, this is when most of the games are lost on sloppy deaths. You have to stay alive from like if you die like pre-6, sure, it's kind of painful, whatever. If you die between 14 minutes and like 25 minutes, like those deaths are extremely game losing. And every death after 25 minutes is like game over, you just ended, right? So these deaths have to be reduced. Like, these deaths cannot happen anymore. You have to start playing more accurately. You have to start playing a bit more greedily with like, okay, what type of plays I'm making. Because unless it's the easiest play of your life. And the thing is, I completely see it. Like, there's the fantasy of, yeah, I can actually, like, if I can tank the Xin Zhao, and I don't know like how much damage he does, but if I can tank the Xin Zhao, then I can just kill the Samira, and it would be so nice to get their shutdowns and stuff, right? Like, they have a lot of kills, whatever. But you don't have to make this type of... You never trade your life for their carry. No, like, the thing is, you're not... Unless you're in a team fight, and you're a secondary, like... You're a secondary Wincon, you don't trade your life for their carry. Because you're, like, as Kassadin, your main thing is that you can do a lot of damage, you can kill basically anyone on demand, but your team is gonna be behind from you playing Kassadin, right? Because you will not have as much prio, your team will fall behind inherently a little bit through just you picking Kassadin as a champion. More often than not, right? So you have to make up for that by getting that control for yourself and keeping up the control that you have. And in this scenario, the control we have is that we can take the resources, and because of how insanely broken armor is in this game, after 3 items we cannot lose. If we don't give the enemy anything. Because the moment the enemy gets to like 3+ items, like 5-6 items, whatever, then suddenly our armor is not gonna be enough, because they will have armor pen, they will have Katarina with like 7 billion items, and it's just gonna be like very rough, because they will just have so many champs that have like ways to deal with your armor, you know? So if you stay on curve, and if you don't give the enemy anything, armor automatically wins the game. But if the enemy snowballs out of control, then armor doesn't win the game anymore, because then you will not do enough damage. And in this scenario, these type of plays when you die for essentially no reason, and you lose stuff on the map, and yeah, I mean, these are deaths that can lose the game. I mean, this is kind of an empty death, right? Like, it's kind of whatever, like, but you're gonna lose a lot of control from this. And even though it doesn't snowball into enemy getting Drakes or Baron or whatever, which would be like a game-losing death, this is a sloppy death that should never really happen, right? And that's why this death is really bad, and that's why I highlighted it this much. Yeah, we just want to eat waves now. And yeah, I mean, we can't really do much. I mean, we absolutely win this, by the way, as long as we use our Q reactive to Katarina ult. And this is where he messes up, you see? This Q. Here. We can start fighting this. And we actually will kind of win it. If we Q here. We have to Q right here. And then we don't take like 7 billion damage here. Because that's the only way we can lose this, right? If we stop her wood, we just don't take damage, we're chilling. So that's a bit of a misunderstanding of the... Yeah, that's just not using the Q properly. That's literally it. And from here, like, the previous death was, like, bad. But with this death, like, now they got top tower, now they will get resets, now they will have the entire map for 2 minutes straight. And now we're losing mega amount of resources, and we lost every control we had over the game. And now the game is just, like, gonna be played from, like, absolute back foot. And it seems like the enemy team is also just gonna get basically everything for the next, like, 2 to 3 minutes, and now the game is just kind of out of control. So this mid game, that's actually quite typical for Emerald. And yeah, they can cause disastrous game states. Even though like we played early game like somewhat fine. We can look at another game from this player. I'm gonna pull up the league client. Do you have any requests, like any game that you really want to look at? Like out of these? The 12-3-9. The defeat, this one? Okay, we're playing into Vladimir, we're playing into a quite tanky comp. Yeah, sure. So, okay. Let's take a look at this one. So first off, we play into Vlad, we play with Conqueror. We want to probably go for the Dark Seal, just go for like some Q points. But yeah, I mean, I really don't like the shield here. I think it's not worth going the shield. Or then you should go for the... Like, unless... Like, the only time I would go the shield is if Vladimir actually ends up going for the Ignite setup. Like, Ignite Ghost or something. Then I think the shield is fine just to, like, keep yourself a bit higher HP. But here I would just not go for the shield. I don't think it's worth. Yeah. As Kassadin, we don't really want to go for invades too much. Like, it's not generally a good habit to go that. Many other champs are way better. Even in this game, like, Smolder is way better than us. Like, even Vladimir is better than us in a level 1, so... Yeah, it's not very worth. We should never really move there. And yeah, we just are looking to avoid some damage, take some minions. And yeah, just get the wave onto our side. And yeah, we're chilling. Yeah, pretty good. We got the Q for Q. That's generally quite hard to get at this early stage of the matchup, so that's very, very nice here. And the next Q we can use on this minion, and now we can just like sit back, not really take auto attacks, not take Qs. It's completely fine to like give this minion if you want to. It's also fine to take the Q, like it doesn't really change much. And yeah, I'm just gonna look at the game in 2x speed. Yeah, we missed a few minions, but it's completely fine. Yeah. Okay, we got the flash. Actually, it's a very, very nice gank from the Echo. You have to not go for anything crazy. Yeah. I mean, we will just die here probably. We have no flash. Yeah, it is what it is. I mean... The thing is about this one is... I think just the Vladimir being in this situation... Is it just me? Is it just me, or is it just better to actually not even kill? Like, I reckon just like at this point, the game is so fucking won if you don't do anything crazy here, or if you just use your Q. You could literally just Q here, by the way. I mean, it literally would kill him, no? But yeah, I mean, now you're just too low HP, so now you don't really get the benefit of like having the wave prio on the next wave. So you could get the good reset. So this is a bit... Yeah, so with reactive Q, you basically have to anticipate what the enemy is doing because it happens so fast, like the Katarina ult. Yeah, so the thing is, right, if we talk about like Katarina ult and Kassadin Q, like you have to be aware that you have to use your Kassadin Q reactive to Katarina ult in order to not use it beforehand. But yeah, I mean, that's basically it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if we had Darkseer, like, this would be even better, by the way, because then he would just, like, get the stack, but yeah, I mean, now it's a bit scuffed, because also with this shit, you just really want to delay or, like, reset as much as possible, because, like, now this is a bit scuffed, because now you don't have TP, so you will not be able to take a good reset after this, or it will be actually pretty difficult. And yeah, I mean, you just don't really have anything. This Q, by the way, completely useless. Actually, it's a really bad Q, because it pulled the minion, and now, like, the wave is pushing into the Vladimir for no reason. So if Vladimir wants to, like, he can literally walk up past the wave now, and just, like, deny golden XP and just do a lot of damage. Yeah. Okay. And obviously Vladimir just heals it up in like 1 Q, right? So it's like, if you're into a Kiana or something, that Q could be actually very good because damage you do is just inherently high value. But yeah, I mean, we can just play for a slow build back. Yeah, pretty good, pretty good. We just want to be healthy, not really lose HP. Yeah, this is pretty nice. Okay. Yeah, now we can like auto-attack the wave a bit, thin it out a little. Pretty nice, pretty nice. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, by the way, if we play this game, since what you see is like both teams have like mega AP, like this team has like a lot of AP threats, and your team also has a lot of AP threats. The first thought already with the Conqueror setup is you definitely want to get Abyssal Mask. It's mega insane this game. You really want to work towards that ASAP. So like I would just go for like the Roa Seraph into Abyssal like instantly. And because of that we can play scaling, because that's like such a scaling condition for us that we can actually play for like, not scaling as in like infinitely scaling, but scaling as in we can play for that spike of us having Roa Seraph and Abyssal Mask. And if we have that, that should allow us to then be kind of invincible, because the enemy all are kind of low damage champs. With like, I mean, we can actually just ult away from most of them, right? Until like much later on when Vladimir and Smolder becomes like a problem. So we can actually just get Magi's and really reliably stack it up as well. So it's pretty good. It's pretty good. This game is very winnable through those win cons. And in Emerald, it's also very important to understand this. Because this means that we also don't have to do anything crazy right now. Because we have such a clear win con in the mid to late game of how we can win combat that we don't need to do anything crazy, right? We can just play the scaling game. We can just play for high HP, high resources, get our items, get to our like Abyssal Mask, and that should be enough to win the game. So we can actually ping these fights off. We can just get our resources. Now this, yeah, we have to push this wave really quickly. We can actually like, the wave clear here is very bad actually. So the way you should clear this wave is you should actually ult the melees here. And like hit as many minions as possible. And then if you ult the casters, let's say you do this ult on the casters, right? Like this ult. Then you have to walk back, auto attack and W the melees, so you spread out the damage and then clear everything with your E. Because now you're just doing damage to minions that are already dead to your E, so you just do less damage to the wave, it crashes slower, and then, I mean, that's the source of inefficiency that can lead to you, like, getting killed here. Which is absolutely unacceptable. Again, we have, like, we are here in the game, right? And we have here, like, the clear win con, like, this is the win if we just keep scaling. And what happens if you, like, try to dive for something? Like, now the win is, like, it might be here, or it might not even exist, right? So why would you let yourself die here? It's not that important. You have to value your life. You have to not die. Especially in a game where the enemy also has very good scaling. Right? Like, they also have Smolder, Ornn, and Vladimir. Pretty good scaling. Pretty good late game. So, you cannot die in a game like this. You cannot. Because you have to be as strong in the side lane as possible. And you cannot afford to give anything to the enemy. Because if you accelerate them, you will not have the moment of the game where if you just both go even, you have an advantage through the Abyssal Mask. And because you didn't do this, like, now it's just gonna be mega hard to win. You see? And now, like, what's gonna happen? Like, now you die. You're gonna be denied a wave. Vladimir has free tempo. And now Vladimir will come back and you're gonna have a hard time matching him. Because he's, like, up a level now. He's just gonna have a lot of stuff. Well, this is the time of the game when we're actually stronger than Vlad. Level 6, we have one of the strongest positions in the game. I mean, of course it depends on, like, how the early game went, but if you just don't do that play, if you just take the wave a bit faster or anything, you know, if one of those things align, the game is different, because now you're not being pushed in by Vlad and you're not being, like kinda bullied, but you're actually winning this lane, because he doesn't have CDR yet. Like, he has a CD boots, but that's, like, kinda useless. And you're just chilling. And then you're just chilling. And you can actually, like, hard win against him. Yeah. But you're also playing to minimize too much here, because I don't think you really need Catalyst into Vladimir to survive at this stage. You need Blasting One to actually blast him, you know? You need to get some damage off. Level 6 stronger than Vlad? In this game specifically, if he plays it, like, well, then he would be stronger than Vlad based off of how the level, like, 1 to 5 went. But you don't need to be stronger than Vlad. Like, you're stronger than Vlad from the perspective of, like, you have your items, you play the early game well, and the Vladimir didn't really punish you. So you actually have a very strong level 6. And you don't even have to be stronger than Vlad, as in, you don't have to kill him. But you have a lot of control over the wave, and you have a lot of, like... Yeah, I mean, it's very different if Vlad takes Ignite, and that's also, like, something I mentioned earlier, that if the Vladimir goes Ignite or goes for a different setup, then we have to be a bit more mindful, and then we have to adapt our gameplay. But in this specific game, from, like, how the Vladimir played early game, and how he actually, like... how he actually got through the early game, then yeah. It's definitely a lot more, like, in this specific game, we could definitely have won level 6 against this Vladimir if we play the game correctly. Because, I mean, he's still, like, kind of winning, right? Like, it's not even like he's losing. He's still kind of winning. It's just, we gave a kill for no reason, and now Vladimir has some items, and we have items that don't really do anything. But yeah, 2 points Q also, like, pretty good into Vlad. In general, it's good into most of these champs where you just, like, Q for Q or trade, like, one ability with Q. But at this stage, we should not be having to play this insanely passive in a lane, right? And this is a very bad, like, situation for us to be in, or have to be in. We should never have to play this insanely passive, right? Because we would have a lot of, like a lot more strength in this lane if we just play it correctly. Yeah, you can't just walk up for his empowered Q. Yeah, exactly. That's the other thing here. The main thing about this matchup in general is when Vladimir has big Q, you cannot trade him, right? And when we're at this stage, like sure, here it's like whatever. But here you cannot take, like, you cannot walk up here. You have to give this minion. Like, these are the trades that lose you the lane entirely. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and Catalyst is not good. Like, you need Blasting Bond. You need to get to your AP. Because that's how you're gonna win these trades. Because now, like with Catalyst, Vladimir will always win the sustain war. But with Blasting Bond, you can actually do damage. And you can actually be, like very impactful on the map in general. Like, if there's a skirmish around you, before Vladimir gets to his strong points, like, you're just actually gonna be quite strong as well. So there's so much more you can do with blasting. And your Q will also block more damage, so that's also nice. What about First Strike in your opinion? I think First Strike is fine. Like, in the isolation, right? First Strike would be good. And I think First Strike could also be good if you're just, like, farming one of the tanks on the sideline. I think Conk is also fine in the game, just through, like, if you look at the enemy comp, like, it's such a tanky comp that fights are gonna be very long in the later stages. And if you go for, like, the, like, Roa Seraph into, like, Abyssal Mass type of build, then I think Conqueror will give you a lot of value as well. So, yeah, I mean, it depends on, like, what you're playing for. Yeah, but, I mean, for lane, yeah, First Strike would be better than Conk. Like, for lane, Conk is not very good, right? But you're not taking Conk for the lane anyways, you're playing it for more so, like, so that you can go more defensive options later, and then you can use the flat AP that Conk itself provides for you, so that you can, like, have a lot of damage in the later stages with the insane value defensive layers you have. But yeah, I mean, by now already, you basically gave so much space and so much, like, opportunities to the Vlad. Like, even here you take the empowered Q. Like, you gave so much to the Vlad that now, like, from this point onwards, even if you end up winning somehow, there's not gonna be any replicability in it, because, like, from this position, Vladimir will just win, right? If he just doesn't make, like, a game-losing mistake. Because of how, like, his next item spike is gonna be way more impactful than yours. His levels at this stage are way more impactful than yours. So, it's just, like, your strong position would be at your, like, 2 to 3 items when you get your Abyssal Mask or, like, first Negatron Cloak even. That's when you're mega strong here, right? With Conqueror setup. But your gameplay already is kinda like you even in, like, did you ward in place now? I guess you're tilted a bit. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we have a different view on, like, how you win the game, right? But I mean, with this setup, like, you have very clear win cons. And this game is totally unlosable if you play it, like, slowly and if you play it efficiently. And you just gave so many advantages. You gave a lot of empowered Qs, which is more so a matchup specific misunderstanding. And you also went for a bit of like, your plays look a bit desperate, you know? And you also go for items that don't really align with what you're trying to do. So this is a very good case of, like, you just don't really understand how to replicate a lead in a matchup. And that's completely fine. This is also something you can learn. This is something you can look for high-low players for. You can look for, like, I mean, you can look at basically Master plus Kassadin players, how they play this matchup, and you actually can learn a lot from it. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, at this point, I mean, it's just not easy for you to win because, I mean, you have a strong bot lane and your team is strong, but you don't really have much control yourself anymore. Because you were just like, I mean, you still don't have items. It's just so scoped. It's like now you're just gonna be like AFK for 15 minutes and yeah, I mean, from this point, I mean, you can win the game, right? Like, it's not gonna be hard to win the game if you get to your, like, Roa Seraph into Abyssal Mask, right? If you get Abyssal Mask, like, this game is actually gonna be completely fine. Because then everyone on your team will just do infinite damage. It's not losable. I would not go for Lucidities. I think Lucidities is kind of shit. And then yeah, I mean, you just need to get your Abyssal Mask. Like, you really need to get to your Abyssal. Because then, like, that's how you win side lane without being able to be stopped. And you would also really need Magi's, by the way. Like, when you play Conqueror, and you play, like, somewhat like tanky Kassadin, you need to get Magi's. You need to get Magi's and you need to get some defensive layers. Or Conqueror is useless. You have to play Magi Conqueror. You need to get Magi's and... Because the thing is, right? So what does Magi do? Magi gives you the ability to get an item that costs like 1.5k gold and turn it into gold value that's 4,000 gold in value, right? The only caveat is that you need to be able to protect the stacks, because if you die, you lose the value, right? So what you need to do in a game like this is realize that I'm literally invincible. No one can kill me. I'm literally invincible, right? You get Abyssal Mask, you take no damage, you're immune to Vladimir, you're immune to Ornn. Skarner you just ult away from, like, you don't really care, like, sure, even if he hits his full combo, you're gonna take, like, 30% of your HP or whatever. And then their backline is also, like, very low damage, right? You're immune to damage. So even if you just get one assist somewhere, you're just gonna get a stack, 2 stacks, right? And over time, you basically can afford to go, like, defensive layers and Magi's, and you can't lose. You literally can't lose. And Conqueror will give you the rest of the AP that you need. And it's GG. You can't lose. It's literally impossible to lose here. If you go Magi's. And Abyssal Mask. And then that would do more damage than Malignance. Cost, like, I mean, cost basically, like, a little bit more because you would buy the Magi's, right? But then you would do, like, way more damage. You would be unkillable. Abyssal Mask would make you do more damage, so you would actually do, like, infinite times more damage. Your Echo, your Teemo would do more damage because they would get the 30% magic pen as well. And, I mean, you're just unkillable, right? I buy Magi on 0 stacks almost every game. Like, if I need to buy Magi's on 0 stacks, I will buy Magi on 0 stacks. I just buy Magi's. Magi's is so insane. It's the best fucking item in the game. And Kassadin, you have the luxury, like, you're insanely mobile, so you're unkillable. If you have tank items, you're double unkillable. And in this game, the enemy has no damage, you're triple unkillable. And Magi's is just like 4,000 gold value for 1.5k. With, yeah, I mean, sure, you have to wait a bit for it to stack up. And you're not gonna buy it when, like, you're not gonna buy it when the game is gonna, like, end in, like, 1 minute, right? I was kind of thinking I needed Decap and Void to deal with the Ornn Skarner. But you don't need to deal with the Ornn Skarner. You need to deal with the Vladimir and the Smolder while you're not being killed. Because then the Ornn Skarner, like, if you're tanky, you will not care about them. You can ignore them, right? They're, like, fucking useless. Sure, like, you can ult away from them if they use an ability and then they don't do damage. Like, you dodge on W, you don't take damage. You dodge Skarner. Okay, Skarner is kind of a disgusting jump, but... Like, yeah, okay, Skarner is a bit different, but like... Like, you still, like, you just don't care. If you don't get hit by his E and Q, like, you're chilling. And you have ults, like, once you get to level 16, Abyssal Mask, you have infinite HP, you have infinite defenses. What can they do? And you have 200 AP from Magi's, like... It's so disturbing. You can't lose. But if you go Void stuff, like, you will do a bit more damage, sure, than if you went for Abyssal. But you also have an Echo and a Teemo to deal with the tanks for you. And they would do infinite damage because they also get the Abyssal pen. And then the game is much easier, right? Like, you just can't lose here. So, but also, when you play Conqueror Kassadin, your baseline build should be Roa Seraph into Magi, like, or even Roa into Magi instantly. These 3 items, and then you go for defensive items that helps you win the side lane, right? And that can be either Frozen, or it can be Abyssal Mask. Like, either of these are good, right? And in this game, do you buy Frozen Heart? No, it's fucking useless. You go Abyssal Mask. And you can't lose. It's literally, like, impossible to lose. Because they can never kill you, you're invincible. Like, even without those items, you only die twice, and those 2 deaths were, like, in the early game, just, like, very sloppy deaths, right? Once you get Abyssal, like, you will do true damage to them. It's, like, so easy. It's so easy to win this game if you go Abyssal Mask and Magi's. Like, 100 out of 100 times you would win this with that. But that understanding comes from you having played a setup for a extended period, right? And I think, like, you've mostly played Electrocute. So it's hard to adapt to this type of thinking because you're just not doing this. And I think that's, like, it's hard to change between the two if you're not, if you're not, like, you're not aware. Can you check the end fight? I can, but it's gonna be hard for you to play because you misunderstood your role in the game. Like, it's not about, like, even if you play the last fight perfectly and win this game, you're still gonna be hard stuck Emerald if you don't fix understanding your role in the game. And this is why you're Emerald. And I'm not saying this as a flame. I'm saying, like, this is why, like, this is where you have to adapt your thinking to change the way you understand the game. Because you don't need to, like, it's not changing your gameplay. That's, like, your clicks in this game could be whatever. That wouldn't change the game. As long as what you're doing is aligned with what Kassadin needs to do in this game to win. And this fight. Okay, this fight. Okay, let's talk about what's Kassadin's role in this fight. You need to kill the Smolder, right? We need to get to the Smolder and the Vladimir. We have to play the fight from an angle where we can get some access to the Smolder and the Vladimir. And we, like, with your setup, you're kinda AP heavy. But yeah, I mean, it's just very hard because they all have infinite magic resist, and yeah, I mean, it's just very hard to kill the rest, right? With AP setup, this fight is infinitely harder to play. You can play it slow. I mean, essentially, like, you don't even have to take this fight. Why are we even taking the fight? Why even take this? What? Just go to the side lane. You're like 1000 gold of Rabadon. This is like the first, like, second Drake for them. What? Just get to your Rabadon so you can one-shot the Smolder. You don't even have flash. You should always fight. Like, at this stage, what you're looking for is you want to fight, like, when your job is to kill somebody, right? And in this game, you want to kill the Smolder, right? Like, that's what you gotta do. No, it's soul, but it's not soul. Because it's not soul for the enemy. You can give this. Because, like, right now, how can we take the best possible fight on the planet? We need a few things, right? So we need, okay, understand what's our role. Like, what do we need to do in this fight? Who can kill us? What can kill us? Let's break it down. Well, if we get hit by everyone, it kills us. If we only get hit by the Ornn and the Skarner, we don't really care, right? Like, they can't one-shot us. They can't, like just kill us, right? So what we need to do is we kill the people that can just, like, kill us really quickly, right? So that's the Vladimir and the Smolder. To get the Vladimir and the Smolder, what we need to do is we need to have access to the Vladimir and the Smolder. And we do that by doing a few things, right? We want to have flash available, because flash ult is insane, right? We want to have a flank, or, like, have some way of, like, terrain scaling that will get us onto the Vladimir and the Smolder. Ideally here, you can either go around this way, or you can go from this way, and, like, just, like, go from here, right? Like, if you go, like, here. Like, this would also be, like, a completely fine. Like, if you're here right now, you can one-shot the Smolder, by the way. You don't want to approach the fight from the same angle as your team. You want to get access to the backline, but they fight a multi-front fight, because they can only fight in one front, right? Like, they have tanks that will tank from, like, this direction. So if you come from a different direction, the tanks will have a very hard time getting to you. that will allow you to have the backline access you need. It would make it so much easier if you had flash available. And that's why flash is really, really important. And that's why you would not really want to contest this. Because it's kind of hard for you to one-shot the backline without Roboton. And it's also kind of hard for you to play this entire fight without having the flash available. And that's why this fight is kind of sketchy. It can be fought, but even if you give this, like, next fight you can have your flash available, you can have your Roboton, you can tick every single box, and then you can kill the Smolder. And then the fight is much easier afterwards. And that's the direction I would go. Like, just, you don't have to take this fight, right? You have so much stuff you can, like, align better. And even if they take this, like, it doesn't change the game for you, because you can still play for late game. And, like, you get to the Smolder and you do your job here. And that's awesome, right? But yeah, I mean, now it's just, like, now you kind of have to get access to the Vladimir, which you played very well. And now this is it. This won you time for you to play the Baron, right? This is what we're playing for now, right? And this will give you some extra tempo, this will give you Robotons, and this will give you, like, yeah, I mean, you just need 500 gold. The fight is over, you leave, you take the W, and you just take the waves. You take these waves. Maybe you can even play for this blue buff, that could be also fine. But yeah, now just, like, take the waves. This is fine. Use terrain scaling, like, you don't need to kill, like, you don't need to kill anyone here. You just have to stay alive. Yeah, I mean, this is completely fine. We want to go back to base. I mean, ideally we just, like, take some waves so we can get to Roboton. Because now we shouldn't fight. Like, now we're 400 off of Robot. We cannot afford to fight here, right? We cannot fight right now. And they have 0 DPS to the Baron. Like, it's completely, like, if they go into the jungle, like, let it be, right? You can literally just take waves here, ping off the fight at all costs. Like, do not fight here. You have Roboton in base, do not fight here. You cannot afford to fight here. You have to spam ping this off. You have to get back, take the blue buff, like last hit it, whatever. And you have to go back to base. And you have to get your Roboton and play the fight slowly from an angle when you have access to the backline. Instead, what you do is you start playing this fight when you don't have your items, when you are like 50 gold off of Roboton, you don't have the decap, and you're also playing the fight as a front to back against their tanks right now. You should not even be shown on the map for the enemy team. You should be playing back. Okay, I mean, you can play for the blue buff, right? Like, that's fine. Like, taking this blue is completely fine. You got the blue, or the enemy got the blue, doesn't matter. Go back. Wait for the echo, he's off tempo. You have to play it slow. You have to play it back. You have to, I mean, get your Roboton here. But wait for these guys to show. Because you should not be in until they show. And they are somewhere around here, because they are gonna play a front to back, right? So now you cannot take CC, you cannot take damage. You have to wait for them to show. And that's your job. You have to kill them, right? And here. Like, you're going in. But you should not even be here. Like, you already lost the fight. Because you had a bad access to the fight. You went in when it was not a good time. You went in not understanding what's your job in the fight. And that made the fight, like, you just played the worst fight of your life. Unfortunately, right? It would have been much easier to play this if you play it from an angle. You find a flank, you play to Kassadin strengths. You want a flank, you want to get access to the backline, you want to not be seen, you want to play around terrain. You used none of this in this fight. You had no flash, you were just before a spike. Yeah, I mean, this fight ticks every box on how to lose a game. To climb out of Emerald, these are the type of inefficiencies that you have to, like, really, really fix. But I would also say, like, you can also go into either the, like assassin setup and just like master the identity of that. But then stick to the first, right? Stick to the electrocute, right? Or like you can even stick to stuff like Comet or Airy or whatever it is, right? Like those are also completely fine. But then don't go conk. Like then stick to the items that actually align with what you're trying to build, what type of Kassadin you're trying to play. And sure, this would be a way harder game for Assassin Kassadin than it would be for tank Kassadin, right? But if you're playing tank Kassadin, then go for the conk. Then go for Konkroa. And then go for like that kind of setup, right? But then you should align your gameplay with that. And then you should align your gameplay with like, okay, I'm just gonna play for my defensive items. I'm just gonna play for the side lane. I'm just gonna get like really strong through like having the best stat check setup in the game for Kassadin. And then I'm gonna play Magi's and I'm gonna like slowly but surely stack the Magi's through being completely unkillable and having still like pretty good trading strength and strength on the side lane to actually create opportunities. If you want to play the Kong setup, the Bruiser Kassadin, completely fine, then stick to that. But don't mix it up too much, because even this game you see like you went Kong, but your entire identity was absolutely misaligned with what you need to do. And if you want to go for that setup, like you can, but then yeah, I mean you still have to take fights that align with Kassadin, where you have power spikes, when you have access to the backline, when you have walls, when you have like the stuff that's like the way Kassadin likes to fight. You have like you tick those boxes. Okay. I want to look at a different Kassadin player as well, because I think Emerald is one of those beasts where there's very different Kassadin players, and I think you were one of those players who's like you do not have a lot of deaths, but the deaths you have are kind of bad, you know? So it's like, you don't die a lot of times, but when you die, it's like, it's so unlucky that you die, you know, like it's so bad. So yeah, I think Conqueror is slower to get online, right? So it puts more strain on your team. Conqueror is... So Conqueror is more like Conqueror, you just hit a point where the game is unlosable. And like you just hit it very early, even if the like Conqueror, you just have so much more. Like in my mind, like sure, it puts a bit more strain on your team because you're not gonna be as effective in lane. And that way, like, yeah, sure, your team gets a bit more behind potentially. But you also get so much stronger on the sideline, and you have so many more opportunities in fights, and you have so many more like itemization options because you have like basically a full item AP worth of like stats if you go for an extended fight. So Conk is like really insane when you actually get to the side lane, and then you can go more defensive items. And then you can be completely inevitable, right? But Conqueror is definitely a more of like Conqueror is the setup where you have to be kind of even. But if you're even, it's like mega broken, right? Whereas if you fall behind with Conqueror, like you're not gonna be super useful, right? But if you play like Electrocute, you can be a bit more like yeah, basically like Conqueror, I think like up until GM, Conqueror is probably like I would say like up until GM, Conqueror is probably stronger. From like GM plus, I think that's when I think like Electrocute, but especially stuff like Airy and Comet get like really good. I think Airy setups and those kind of runes get really strong in high elo. Because like you can destroy your enemy's impact on the game like so much by just going for those like EQ trades. You're not gonna get ults anymore, so like it's gonna be very hard to proc Electrocute. It's gonna be very hard to like get value from like Kong until like side lane, but with like Comet you can actually get a lot of value, and with like Airy as well. So yeah, I think until GM, yeah, Kong is probably the best. Personally, I struggle to translate to side lane because at that point we lost like 6 towers and I'm 0-0-0. Do you have a VOD? Because we can like if you're in Emerald at least, we can look at another game from you as well. I guess if you're EU West. Oh, it's a gold wood. Yeah, then we're not gonna look at it now, but we can look at it later. But I want to get through like the ranks as well. So let me find an emerald wood. I'm gonna want to look at one more. So champion stats, rankings, mastery points. We're gonna look at Kassadin players on EU West. And we're gonna look at Emerald. Like this is gonna be an Emerald 2 player. No, never mind. He has 3 games total. There's so many Emerald 1 tricks, by the way. There's so many of them. Like when we looked at like gold was, there was like on the highest mastery there was like 3 Kassadins per page. There's 22 Emerald Kassadin players in the first page of on the 1 tricks. Okay, this is an Emerald 1 player, but he was Masters in season. Nah, he's hitting Masters every split. I'm not gonna look at him. I'm gonna look at someone that's actually like genuinely Emerald. I also want to aim for like someone that's like a bit higher in Emerald, so that we don't look at 2 Emerald 4 players. So we see a bit of variety and possibly like differences between. They also don't want to look at someone that's like perma reaching like higher reloads, because a lot of like especially Emerald 1 players are just like decade accounts, you know. So I'm gonna have to look at a lot of players that are especially like Emerald 3, 2, something like this. Oh, this player, okay, he's played a lot. And he's playing Kassadin, like he has 170 Kassadin players to split. Yeah, this is gonna be good. Okay. So. This is also an Emerald 4 player. I didn't find one that was higher. And he seems to be playing assassin setup, so that's good. We need some assassin bots. But he has like 2 Kassadin games in his history, and they are just like the weirdest games. And he buys like the wrong items. I'm gonna look at somebody else. This guy's played 5 games. Okay. And he seems to be going for an assassin setup as well. Okay, we can look at this guy. But so far, like, yeah, I mean, it's very clear, like, how Kassadin players go, like, in Emerald, yeah, I think the biggest thing actually kind of is just, like, people not understanding their role, or, like, how their champion interacts with the game. And we already saw this with, like, I would have to go Abyssum as that game. I can actually snowball the game. I can not take trades from the Vladimir and then just, like, play for scaling. He understood his role in the fights, but he didn't understand that kind of I know my role in the fights has to be consistently applied throughout every single fight in the game. And that was something that's just consistency, right? So this guy, yeah, we have a vote here. Not this one. Let's look at the other one. This vote? Okay, this could be a good one. This could be a good one. It could also be a bad one, but we'll see. We'll see. So we're playing Kassadin with Electrocute Resolve into Victor, and the enemy has a quite squishy comp, so we can actually like do a lot of damage. It's like around Emerald 1 to MMR. And yeah, so we start out the lane, we go Darkseer refillable, which is, I mean, again, I think into Victor you can actually go for D-Shield, and you probably will get a lot of value from that. But you can also go for this type of like Darkseer setup. But if we go Darkseer, we want to really put a high emphasis on preserving HP. So I'm not a big fan of going for this like Q for like auto attack trades. I'm not a big fan of taking damage for damage. So I think that's already a bit of a bad sign. But overall I think it's like so far this is completely fine. Victor is kind of AFK, like he's not really using his abilities. Probably a new Victor player with the new patch. But this is actually like quite a trend for Emerald games. Like people are not super good at like punishing Kassadin. And as long as you don't walk up without your Q, you don't walk up without your spells available, you're not gonna be poked too much. But you see, like here for example, he gets Q'd, and he get like Victor doesn't use his E. But he could have gotten a big bad trade from walking up without the Q. And at this stage people understand how they can use their Q reactively. And when they have the ability to do so, they will. But they don't have the perfect understanding of what them having used the Q means for them like taking minions. Like for example now, this melee will be very hard to take because he doesn't have Q. So if Victor wanted to, he could actually just walk up and punish him on that minion, right? He could have landed a Q auto attack, landed an E. He could have done a lot of stuff to punish Kassadin there. Again, we have the Q available, so now that should give us the ability to walk up for this cannon. But we go for a Q poke, and now this, like, if Victor is good, he walks up here, and he definitely punishes on that cannon. But this Victor is not very good, right? Like, we can already see that. And yeah, I mean, this is just not a very good way of playing the lane, because now you just have so much time when your Q is on CD, when you shouldn't really be in those positions, right? I mean, this is the worst possible roam you can do. Like, it's horrible. You have to accept reality that you cannot move on that wave. And yeah, I mean, your bot lane moves though, so that's nice. But you just lost 7 billion minions, which is obviously not worth. Like, the red buff is like, okay, 100 gold, like sure, it's a red buff, 100 gold, 100 gold. This is it. And he lost like, what, 7 minions here? I'm not sure about that one. Yeah, I mean, Echo is a bit inting. It is what it is. He gives a red buff. I mean, now, like, because Victor is completely right here, we're not really scared here. The game is still completely fine. Victor is completely fucked. He can't really play the game anymore. We can just play it slow. We can just, like, chill. We get a basically free level 6. And yeah, I mean, it's pretty chill. We can extend the lane phase, get to our level 6. And yeah, I mean, this is completely fine. This is really good for us. You have to be a bit careful, because like ganks right now could happen with the Maokai having very good gank setup, and he's on a roam timer, so we have to be a bit cautious here. But in general, like, we're in a very good position. We get tier probably, yeah, we can get M-Tone boots, whatever it is, build towards the Malignance. And again, at level 5, I'm not a big fan of the posturing, because I really don't want him to roam right now. Like, he seems to have a tendency on roaming like waves that could be like punished on, or like punished quite severely, which I don't really like that much, but yeah, he seems to be in a good position again, so we can just keep this position, get some CS, play for our level 6, and now we really want to not use abilities here. Now we can be a bit more available for the skirmishes, although Echo just ints again, which is, I mean, it is whatever it is. And yeah, I mean, now with the Echo dead, we can't really do much about that one. What we can do is we can look for trades when Victor uses his Q, or his E, sorry. And he goes for the EQW. Pretty good, pretty good. We can play like solely and dodge out on the E's. Pretty nice. And we just want to play tempo here. We just want to, like, if Victor bases, we want to be fast to like push the wave. If Victor doesn't base, we want to be able to like punish on the ability usage. But it's actually like with the Victor Q buff, it's actually so hard to punish him in the lane. So we also don't necessarily have to do anything to the Victor. And it's kind of also just fine to just handshake waves here. Because once we get to like level 11, once we get to the side lane, once we get to the point where there's gonna be some burst heavy skirmishes, we're gonna be actually very strong in them. And we can just play for those. I think here it would be actually very good to just take a reset. Because he's not very high HP, he has item in base. And next wave is like really far away. So he would actually have a very good reset opportunity. Well, I don't think making a play here would be very optimal. Just because knowing what the enemy bot lane is, like, it's a Jhin Maokai with Rengar pretty fucking fed. We don't really want to take skirmishes. Our champs are much better at scaling and much better at like not really... Bro, I almost cried seeing him rotate on red buff there. Yeah, like, literally. It's so sad. It's so sad. It's like one of the biggest int rotations, yeah. And we just want to play for ourselves, we just want to play our tempo, and we just want to play to scale. But taking a fight with this comp is, like, not really aligned with that. And if Rengar is here and he's probably gonna play for the Drake, then that's just gonna completely ruin our game plan. Again, if Victor commits to this, we want to shove this wave. And if he doesn't, I mean, this is fine as well. Seems like he committed to it, so we want to shove this. Yeah. We shove this wave, yeah, we got a reset, pretty good. I think walking back a bit here would be ideal, but seems like Victor doesn't cancel the base. So yeah, that's pretty good. We got our lost chop. Ah! Enemy jungle was Ryan though. I don't know if you know him. I don't know him, no. I personally don't, but I mean, he might be a good player. I don't know him. I don't know him well enough to know. He could be a good player. But again, like, we're trying to do, like, when you get... This is the important part. Like, first off, we should not play Sorks here. He's challenger. Yeah, nice, nice. But is it him? Like, is it that Ryan? Like, there's no way he's playing in Emerald. There's no way he's playing in Emerald. Oh, he was smurfing. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Oh, he's challenger right now. That's crazy. Nice. That's awesome. Nice, nice. Haven't seen like many Rengars in my games recently. Like, other than like, who plays Rengar even in Challenger? Like, I know Natinet plays it. I don't even know if he plays it recently. That account is 80% Masters right now? Yeah, okay, I mean, I guess that's fine. But yeah, I mean, that doesn't change the way we have to play this lane. It's just like, yeah, we want to play for like small trades, but we also just want to be healthy and not really become a play for Rengar, because that's usually not a very good thing to do. Yeah, I mean, he will probably die from Rengar ult. We got the wave out. Really? I doubt this is it. Is this him? This same account? Is it actually him? It is, okay. I mean, this was funny, okay. I guess Poppy was like about to E in or something. He was just baiting it. Yeah, no, it actually is him. It actually is a high elo player. But yeah, it's crazy. Okay, nice. But yeah, at this point, Yeah, no, I saw it. But it's actually insane. Yeah. Because this game was like a few days ago in like low emerald, you know? That's why it's like, that's kind of crazy. Like it was this patch, so within the last week, you know? So yeah, that's pretty good. But again, like, we're trying plays that's completely useless. And he's playing the game like it's the most desperate play of all time. Like, look at this. We lost complete poise. We're even CS. We're, like, even kills, even everything. Like, sure, our jungle is a bit behind. But we have a strong bot side. Like, okay, our ADC is not very strong, but, like, for Rengar as well, like, if you think about the enemy champs, like, okay, Victor will be fine, but Victor will have a hard time playing side lane against us. Rengar will have a hard time playing fights against Poppy. Because Poppy has one job, he just has to press W on the Rengar. And then Rengar is having a hard time to play the game. We have an Echo, we have like insane dive. And we also have very good teamfight with like MF and like Seraphine. So this game is like... Victor wins at 2 items. Victor wins at 2 items if you get like if you... Yeah, I mean, it could be true. It could be true, it could be false. It depends on like the game and the situation, right? Because at level 11 you can just like ult away from this. Like you just literally don't take damage anymore. You have like, especially when you go this like Malignance into Seraph build, you will have so much CDR that you can just ult in like EQ, ult in EQ again and again. Even if you take a bit of damage, it doesn't matter. Because you're just gonna like be in kill threat so much faster. But trying these type of plays is just very useless. And now like, the thing is, if it's a game where it's kind of even, dying is so illegal. And we already see it with both players that we watched. People are just okay with dying a bit too much in Emerald. You should not be dying in the mid game. You should not give an opportunity for the enemy to kill you. You should not put yourself in a position where dying is a possibility. Even though like you will dive sometimes, but should go for trade instead of all in. Like you can go for all in. It really depends on the game, right? I hit all my ults and he straight up killed me, but like I can't do anything with this, you know? Like if I go for that play, I might win it, you know? Because I might go for it with 1 extra information. Or I might not go for it. And you might have not considered something. You might have been like 1 level down. You might have been just before an item spike. You might have had like 1,000 gold in your pocket. It might have been like a million things that made you lose that 1v1, you know? And yeah, I mean, it's just hard to say. But you also put yourself into a position where you can die. You might just not know Victor's limit, and that's also completely fine. Like if you... Maybe you didn't stack your ult. Yeah, I mean, that's instant way to lose it, yeah. But yeah, I mean, now, like, this game... The thing is, dying with this setup, on a wave that's crashing, like, it's so bad. And now we do the worst CP on the planet. And now we go for desperate plays all over the place. 0 poise. MF is walking mid as well. I mean, this is just horrible. What are we even doing? Why are we trying to dive here? Most desperate play of all time. We don't need to, like... The thing is, if we just stay high HP, we just don't become a play. What's gonna happen? The game is even and we're mega strong in the late game. We can get to 2 items and we're insanely strong. That's all we need to do, get to that 2 items. It's a fucking Heartsteel Teemo, come on. Like, we just need to get to our 2 items. Get to the side lane, get to push out to side lane and just create a man advantage fight. Make a pick here and there. It's so not hard to play this if we just play for our win conditions. And just play to be healthy, play for waves, play to not be a play. Because now what happens? Rengar comes here. I mean, they will first off like now get the grubs for sure because we're low HP. Like it's a no-brainer, like Rengar will 100% go for this, right? And we can't do anything, we need to reset. And now it's just... Like now they have 6 grubs. Now they have a massive win con. now the game is 10 times harder, for no reason. When we have winning topside, and we have our support that's mega fed roaming up. And we have like tempo and we have everything, and we can't do it because we're low HP. Getting CDR against Victor, especially on side, makes it kinda unplayable for him. If you dodge W stun, you win like 8 of 2. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's the thing, right? If you have level 11 and like Malignance, it's GG. If you have level 11 and you have like if you go Conqueror setup and you're trying to go Roa, and then you would go like Roa, Seraph, and then you would go some Magic Resist. Because that's what helps you win the side lane. You would either go Kindle Gem, or you would get Negatron's Cloak. And both of them will make you completely invincible. And then you can't lose, because you're just getting in a 1v1 that's like mega insane. Or you're getting like Roa, Seraph, Malignance, right? That's also an option. And in that case, you will just wait until you have some CDR and level 11. And then you win anyways. But in a game like this, when they have Rengar, who's literally thriving off of the enemy having plays on the map, you just have to stay high HP, and Rengar can't play the game. And if you don't stay high HP, Rengar will kill you. And if you go for plays like this, you will die. And you completely misunderstood again what your role is in this game. And boom, Rengar will ult you and you will die. And now you inted the game, because Rengar is mega snowball in a game like this. So you have to not give a play to the enemy, and not allow snowball to happen, and then you will win. But you're trying for a desperate play again. That's just absolute desperation. You don't... The thing is, right, what should happen here is you should have a win con in mind. This is what happens in your mind. You have a win con, right? You have like an understanding of, this is how I win the game. And you have this hypothesis, right? And then this hypothesis should give you confidence, which we can call the poise. Like, we can call it poise, or we can call it confidence, in our ability to carry as long as we play for that win con, right? In this game, what's our win con? Okay, first off, we can play side. We can play... Like, this can be like, okay, we can play side lane. We can play, like... The enemy comp is quite squishy, so we can one-shot people. Like, if they have like a singular win condition, like in this situation, what you see is like, their strong member is the Victor, and the rest of their players are not very strong right now. So as long as we can get to the point where we one-shot Victor, the game should be easy. This being said, we have the second win con, which is, if we're just strong, we can eliminate their main win con. Right? Win con number 2. Win con number 3. We can look at what their win cons are. Let's say they can play through, like Teemo cannot do really too much. Like, he's more like a... Like, he's not gonna do... Like, Teemo is not gonna be a main win con, right? In this situation. So they have Rengar getting snowballed. They have Victor staying alive. And they have... I mean, that's basically it. And they have, like, either stacking grubs or drakes, right? Or maybe doing Baron, because their Baron is also not bad. So as long as we deny their win cons, we can also win. So what is their win con that we can deny? We can make sure that Victor doesn't get fed. And we can make sure that Rengar doesn't snowball on us, right? As long as we do these things, the game will get to a position where the game wins itself. Because we have win cons and the enemy doesn't, right? Now, in this situation, this person decides that they will make themselves a target. Boom. We failed not making ourselves a play for Rengar, so we already lost the poise. Like, this is already a desperate play. Because we are trying to make a play that doesn't align with the win cons anymore. We're just trying to make magic happen. We're just trying to make a miracle. It's not how it works. We need to play for our strengths. We need to play for the enemy's weaknesses. We need to play through our advantages. And because we fail to do that, like now Rengar starts snowballing, now Victor gets free scale, now the enemy starts stacking drakes. Now the enemy got 6 grubs. Now there's a lot of win cons for the enemy, which makes it much harder to play this game in a poised situation. And from this point, like, it's also gonna be harder to side lane because Rengar now is snowballing. And once Rengar is snowballing, like, side lane is mega hard. But we could have 100% just prevented that through staying high HP, through going for the right resources, going for the right waves, and just playing for our strength. And because that's, like, skipped now, like, now this game is hard as fuck. And now they have 6 grubs, they destroy, like, side lane tower, and now, like with this one gone, like, now side laning is borderline impossible, right? Because Rengar just has so much threat here. So now, yeah, we go back mid. Not very optimal, we should be on the side lane, even though, like... And yeah, I mean, now the game is just fucked. Like, now we have 0 impact. And we will have 0 impact in this game. And there's not much you can do at this point. At this point, this is end of review. Because we misunderstood our role in this game. And we misunderstood the win conditions. Which is, again, the biggest, most typical mistake for Emerald players. Because they are already good enough to play their champion. They are already good enough to trade well. They are already good enough to, like, take resets. But they are not good enough to understand the win conditions, and they are not necessarily good enough to understand what their role is in the comp holistically. And this is what a lot of Emerald players get stuck at, is they don't adapt to the game, they don't understand necessarily, right? Let's move on to Diamond. I think we talked almost 2 hours about Emerald now. Let's go to Diamond, okay? Let's say you got through this and you started understanding your win cons a bit more. And you started, like, you know how it goes? Like, we started, if you remember at the start, I drew, like, this kind of, like, pyramid shape. And I said, like, okay, up to Emeralds, you're just making, like, a lot of stuff about, like, the basics. And in Emerald, you do a lot of, like, win con stuff, right? You understand more, like a small amount of more holistic stuff through Kassadin's lens. Diamond is, like, by Diamond, we still talked about, like, how we can go to the side lane, how we can be, like how we can deny their game plan, right? Will you be watching my game for GM Cha? I could be watching some of your game, yeah. I was thinking, like, I will just go through, like, onetricks.gg, but if you have games, like, definitely we can look at it, yeah. For sure. But, like, if you're, like, are you challenger right now, my son? Because if you're GM, then it's, like, very good to look at your game. But yeah, if you're challenger, like, I'm trying to look at someone that's, like, a GM player. And then we could, like, look at their mistakes that will prevent them from hitting challenger for the time being, you know what I mean? And I think in your case, like, since you're hitting challenger sometimes, like, it's it's not necessarily... I mean, it can be helpful, but it's like, you know, if you're hitting challenger consistently, it's probably, like... It's probably better to look at someone that's, like, actually, like... You're 700 GM. What's the cutoff for challenger? Yeah, but yeah, so we can look at one of your games later. Yeah, sure. But let's talk about Diamond for for now. 900 something? Yeah, okay, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, we can look at you for GM then. That's absolutely perfect. Yeah. But the other thing that makes me kind of not want to look at you is that you actually play a lot of Vladimir. So you're not like a pure one trick, you know? So, like, a lot of what would keep you in GM would be very different from someone that's, like, purely one trick in Kassadin, you know? And that's why I think, like, if we're looking at, like, through specifically a Kassadin lens, like, we could look at you, but you already got to challenger, so it's like, it would be probably better to look at someone that makes mistakes that you might not make, you know? That also is one trick in Kassadin, so they also play the hard games and the easy games as well. But yeah, and I think you also, like, you also mainly pick Vladimir when it's when you're, like, blinding, right? Or is that just like comp based? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, sure. So up until diamond, or like sorry, up until emerald, like you're thinking about like a lot of these stuff. Like, okay, like how do I trade? Like how do I fight? How do I fight? When do I fight? Like what type of fights do I take? You know, lots of this stuff. Like how do I CS? How do I get resources? Yeah, I could go for winter. I think like I was thinking of doing a winter VOD for sure. I might also look at the. I would also look at the Korean Kassadin player because he also uploads his VODs to YouTube, I think. So it would be like pretty good as well. But yeah, so Emerald is like up until plat from like iron, you like work on the basics. In Emerald, you start going into a lot more win cons, holistic. Like you start thinking of other champs outside of Kassadin in the game from Kassadin's perspective. Like how do I deal with Victor? How do I go against him on the side lane? How do I deal with Rengar? I don't want to be volatile. I don't want to be low HP. So you would look at a lot of this stuff, right? But by the time you reach Diamond, this is when you end up doing most of this like cleanup work on like, you're gonna look at your matchups, like to an actual like good level, like you have to go in depth. You have to clean up your inconsistencies. And you have to get very good at understanding your role. And this is when you have to get your role right. You have to get your win cons right. And you can't get away with getting it wrong anymore. Like you have to understand what's your role, what's your win cons, like how do you win the game, right? And if you do this stuff, you will get to masters. Now, while you're also like clearing waves efficiently, you're like doing a lot more stuff as well, right? But mainly speaking, you have to be understanding what's your role, what's your win cons, and like how you win a game. And also the other part of this is you have to start paying a lot of a lot of attention to speed. The speed of your what the fuck am I? Yeah, speed. The speed of your decision making, because that's also gonna be very important. The speed at which you like clear a wave, the way at which you like the speed at which you rotate, the speed at which you like make a decision, the speed at which you call the Baron after like you win a fight or you get a pick or you spot someone on the map. From Diamond and on, a lot of like when I go to Smurf in Diamond, right? What I will see is the game is in slow motion. Because players are slow. So to get out of Diamond and get to Masters, you gotta be on the top of your game. You gotta start being a bit faster with your rotations. You gotta make your choices faster. Especially in those like transition periods. Let's say you just clear the wave. What's your next step? You can't come up with your next step after you clear the wave. You have to you have to clear the waves already in a way that you're like already posturing to the side of the wave where you're gonna go. You're already posturing towards like what you wanna do next. You already want to like, kind of like when you clear the jungle camps, right? And you start kiting the camps towards the next camp to like save time. That kind of efficiency is what you want with your big picture decisions as you walk through Diamond and get towards Masters. You want to start playing a bit faster, but not faster as in like, you want to click a lot or whatever, but as faster as in you want to already be moving towards your next decision at all times. You already want to keep in mind what you're gonna do next, and you have to always have like a plan for the next wave, basically, right? Like you don't have to like foresee the entire next 20 minutes or whatever it is, right? But you have to be intentional with what you're gonna do next. And what we're gonna see in Diamond is a lot of players are like, either still misunderstanding their role, but are better with better at trading, better at limits, better at like valuing their life, which we saw in Emerald was actually a problem. Or they might also just like not really understand their matchups, like which we also saw. Like actually, from my coaching experience, a lot of this stuff comes down to like what we saw in Emerald is people are like fine with getting hit by the empowered Vladimir Q, right? Which you cannot do. When you go to Master Tier from like Emerald, Diamond, these things have to disappear. You cannot get hit by empowered Vladimir Q anymore. If you're an Emerald player, like, you will get hit by that because that's your level of play. When you're a Diamond player, you might still get hit by that sometimes. When you're a Master player, you're never getting hit anymore because you're not allowing that to happen. There are stuff, like, there are certain standards that you're raising as you climb through Diamond to Masters, and you cannot give up on these standards, right? And that's how climbing through Diamond will mostly happen. And now I'm gonna find some Diamond VODs to look at, because we looked at a lot of other VODs now. So yeah, let's get to Diamond. Let's get to Masters from Diamond, sorry. Wait, I actually have a few Diamond Kassadin player friends on my friend list. We could just look at some of them. If they pick Kassadin, that is. The problem with friend list is they show every fucking ARAM game as well. Ay. Okay. Let's go through the mastery list and then just go through Diamond. This guy's Diamond 2. No, his Emerald 3 is just not uploaded. There's also a lot of Diamond Kassadins. D3, this guy. D3 as well. But this player, like, if you're Diamond, you're already playing the game actively at least. So that's at least a good sign from that perspective. This guy's D2. This guy's D3. And here's the D1 guy. Okay, this guy's D2 and he has 260 solo queue Kassadin games. But he has not played in the last week. That's really sad. This guy has 7 games. This guy has 9 games. This guy has 500 games. What? But he's also 2 wins from Masters and he was 800 LP last split. Okay, we're not looking at that guy. Yeah, let's find a genuine Diamond 3 player. Or Diamond 2 player, please. Okay, this guy is 50% on the point win rate in Diamond 3 and he's been Diamond 3, Diamond 4 like for 10 years straight. This guy is gonna be... He's our winner, yes. But he's only played Flags. In the last 11 days, he's not played a single game of solo queue. Guys, I think Kassadin players are a bit weird. Wait, let me actually show this. Wait, I think it's a bit easier if I share my screen for this one. So like, yeah, I'm like, this guy has been Masters 800 like GM. Yeah, this guy is just playing Victor now. So yeah, I mean, I don't want to look at D1 because it's almost Masters already. I'd much rather look at someone in the middle of Diamond. This guy's Victor player as well. Okay. Okay, Diamond, 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 Diamond. He hit Masters at some point in Flex. But he's Emerald in solo queue. Why does it say Diamond? Platinum! Come on. Like, show me a solo queue Diamond player. Like, these are all fake diamonds. Okay, this guy is Masters. No, he's D1, D1, D1. He's D3 right now, which is like basically D1 last split, so yeah, that's good. But he's playing Aatrox. There's no diamond players. What? Okay. This guy. Okay. 45 games. But he's D3, He was GM, but he was GM in Flex. So that means he's D1. He was D1 in solo queue. He was D4 in solo queue, D1 in solo. Okay. This is a good player to look at. Because he's genuinely a diamond player. It's just says Grandmaster for fun because he's Flex. It's just a 4 from GM. You can look at him actually. Nice. Huge. Can actually look at him. Finally. Yes. It's a D3 player. Yes. Nice. A D3 player who's actually losing games in D3 as well. Yeah, he does have very bad games in D3 too. Okay, perfect. What setup is he playing? Okay, he's playing first strike as well. Yeah, okay, this is fine. We can look at this. And it's also like this game is very, very clean. Okay. Very clearly winnable game. Nice. I know this guy, he was a streamer. That's cool. Nice. Okay. I mean, now we're gonna look at like much more well-known Kassadins, I guess. The moment we end up like Master Plus, I think most of the Kassadins you have probably seen on like 1trixGG or something. But yeah, I mean we're approaching a bit higher Aledos now. Nice. Okay, so first off, how do we want to play as Kassadin? Level 1. I mean, very simple. You want to go Darkseer refillable. I wanna see a Darkseer refillable here. A Darkseer refillable, please. Please, a Darkseer refillable. Buy it, please. A Darkseer and a refillable potion, please. No! No! He failed it. He failed the test. No! You're supposed to know! You're gonna be able to stick around 300 HP. You're not gonna get one shot from 300 HP. D-Shield is good item, yeah. It's not gonna deny you Brave Clear at level 7. Yep. I know him from solo queue actually, but I know what you mean. Is it shield into Silas? It's shield into Silas. It's shield into Silas. It's shield into Silas. Do not fall for the D-Shield propaganda, guys. Do not fall for the D-Shield propaganda. Okay, what we can already see though is that, okay, we have to respect the matchup, and he understands that he has to respect. And we're also gonna get some reactive Q usage. We're not going for a trade when we don't have Q and we get the auto attack on the backend. I mean, it's not the best trade on the planet, but it's not the worst as well. And we are not walking up when we don't have Q. Very good understanding of, yeah, we can't trade when we don't have Q. We get the Q back, we can go for a Q poke, we have the first strike, we can like... Since the wave is gonna be like basically crashing onto our tower, it's like completely fine. We hit level 2, we get the auto W on the backend. Silas has Q. We have to not take damage for free anymore. Like, what you will see and what you will notice as you go into higher and higher heroes, that people will be much better at essentially not giving free damage for minions that they can't hit. Well, before we didn't really talk about this too much because half of the minions were not even contested. But at these levels, the minions will start getting more and more contested. Like now, if you walk up for a minion, you will most likely face some sort of like some sort of decision. Like you might actually, like you might be contested. Like now, like even he's contesting the Silas on the cannon, as you can see, because that's something that you do, right? You start playing on minions. You start applying pressure on minions, and yeah, I mean, we're in a very, very good position now. We got, yeah, I mean, Deering would be 10 times that. Yeah, or Darkseer refillable. You're literally so broken on Darkseer refill. Especially when you go like a more AP heavy setup. With like first strike, like, bro. You get more gold as well. So much better. Yeah. Yeah. You get some damage. It would be nice to like align that with the first strike when it's coming up in 1 second. We keep 1 minion alive, which is very nice. It will help the wave to be staying on our side. And you can see also he kind of like tanked it here, so it didn't crash to the tower. So this could have been a completely mindful choice. And this is very good because we want the wave to be on our side. We want to be playing slowly. We don't really want to push the waves. We want to have a very nice and extended laning phase. We want to get to our next item, although he completely inted his build. But yeah, I mean now, yeah, okay, Silas resets. I don't think he can reliably push this. I think it's actually pretty hard. Silas can just hold. But yeah, I mean, he just gets fucked here. I mean, yeah, okay, that's kind of fucking game over for the Silas. Unless Zinzo does the int. Holy. Ah, hell nah. Ah, hell nah. Okay. So now, what we need to do, right? First off, we should have just reset. Like, just resetting here, like, getting the item is completely fine. You can technically, like, when you see the Zinzo, you can stay here. I think this is completely fine. Just don't put yourself into a vulnerable position. Evelyn is very low threat jungle, so you're not very afraid of a counter gank. But yeah, I mean, once you see her, you should not continue this play. You should just, like, play for the wave, play for your blasting bond, get a very good base. I mean, you can even, like, even when you go, like, whether you go raw or whether you go, like, malignance, you would still go blasting bond here. It's just way too good, right? Like, you would not go blasting bond. You can technically go Dark Seal tier when you go this item, because you kind of need both of those. But yeah, I mean, you kind of want to get out of this. Like, you don't want to stick around forever, right? You want to get back to base, get your items. Tier Amp Tome, completely fine as well. And yeah, you just want a nice extended laning phase, get a very good level 6. Kind of prevent the Silas from pushing if you can, but like, not much you can do here. But now you have to like, now you're gonna just like kind of mismatch the waves. So now you're gonna push this one really fast with your level 6. Like you're hitting 6 on like 1 minion, so now you can just shove it. And then now you would take a reset. And you need to take the reset because you're low HP, right? You're not low HP, but you're not high enough HP to continue laning. So now you have to do this. This is actually the correct choice. And I mean, even in lower elos, people would stick around for way too long after that. And that's where it's very important that in Diamond, people already are like pretty good at resetting when you get a reset opportunity. And yeah, so now after this wave, we would look to, I mean, first off, not really skirmish too much. We're still looking to play lane. We're still looking to like play trades in lane. But we're also looking to not really take damage, right? We're looking to play 100-0 trades for the most part. We're looking to play like very smart, very precise. Just slow gameplay when, again, you see like, not for a single moment are we in position to die. Like we're never in like threat range. Like we're never in danger. If we're in danger, we still have the flash available, so we didn't even use that. And that's also a very important portion of this. We're very greedy with flash, okay? We need to be greedy with flash. Like even here, ult E, no flash. Ult E. We want to have the flash available, because that's a large portion of Kassadin's strat. When we have flash, we can play the game much more aggressively. When we don't have flash, we have to be much more careful. And because we have flash, we are able to play the game to like win lane, and we are able to play the game in a way that gives us an advantage, right? Like even here, he's not flashing, you see? Very good patience on the flash. Getting the Evelyn kill as well. Evelyn already ulted on the onto the Xin Zhao, so yeah, overall very good gameplay. And now we flash, which is the worst flash of all time. I was glazing him on like, yeah, look at him guys, he's like not using his flash when he doesn't have to. And then he literally uses it on the target that Jin would have literally just killed. So it's like, it's kind of sad because now we just won't have flash anymore. It's kind of unfortunate. But yeah, I mean it is what it is. Sinch name describing the reviews. True. No, but this is a very good example of like, he's already having very high standards with ability usage. His trading is very good quality. And his understanding of not using flash for the longest time and actually just like keeps it until it's absolutely like necessary, I guess, to get a kill. I was about to say all of these nice things about him, then he used his flash in the weirdest way possible. But yeah, we're not dropping waves, we're playing for waves, we're taking our resets, we're taking a lot of opportunities that gives us a better position. We're doing that wonderfully. We also use our time to get a deep ward before the waves meet. We're not automatically shoving the wave. We're looking to play the wave, get an advantage, use the EQ ult away type of trading patterns. We're using ult to cancel out abilities as well. Pretty good. Yeah, we're using every advantage we get, like, okay, enemy will in, then we basically capitalize on enemy mistakes. Yeah, pretty good, pretty good. And again, now what you will see him do, probably, if he's a good player, he will not give the enemy a play anymore. Like, he will take this wave, probably look for a reset, like ASAP, right? He will clear this wave very quickly, actually. He will not sit around, he will ult this. And he will insta-reset. Very important. Instantly reset, okay? And this will allow him to now, like, even though he's not gonna instantly push this wave, he never puts himself in a position where he can die. And he's just gonna come back to lane and he's gonna be in a very good position. Like, now what we need to do is, again, you are now in a lose state, right? You're walking back to lane, you're getting back to mid lane. And now we want to use every single time. This is important, Diamond. You need to learn this. You need to use your times to assess the game state, right? What do we see here? Well, we have a very, like, we are one of the main win cons right now. We have a very fed bot lane. Our bot lane is unbelievably strongly snowballing right now. And our top side is kind of weak. So we will kind of convert all of our attention towards the bot side, because we want to snowball our lead through players that are already strong. And we also want to prevent the enemy from being able to swing our advantage on the bot side. So we don't want the Sylas to have an opportunity to influence the bot lane. And we also don't want, I mean, anyone else to do that. But we also don't want to compensate and try to help our top lane. That's completely useless for us. Let him int, let him be a bit behind. He's not behind enough for when he's in a game-losing position. He's not losing towers, he's not losing too much. So we're very fine to play this slow game towards the bot side and snowball our lead through bot lane plays, right? So what would we do here? Based off of this, we're in a position where Sylas actually had a bit of tempo, and he's gonna look for a bot lane play. And what we also see is Jin has not recalled yet, because he has like a lot of gold in his pocket, right? You can see it by him having so much gold and so little items, right? So Jin definitely can take a reset here. And we want to allow him to take a reset. So here we should actually ping this off, ping the Sylas, ping his reset. And if Sylas commits to this roam, we don't want to fight here. Why not? Because Jin is not strong yet. So if Sylas commits to this, we want to shove mid. And yeah, I mean, if they still commit to this play, then we can maybe look for a cleanup or something. But generally speaking, we don't really want to fight right now. We want the Jin to reset. And we want the Jin to reset before Xin Zhao starts pathing towards the bot side and ends up being here. Now again, we should be hyper aware of this sort of play happening here. If you look at the chat here, Kassadin is gonna start pinging here. And we should pay attention to what type of plays Kassadin does here. He did two back pings, but this is a very bad quality pinging. This is something that you can definitely improve. What you want to do with your pings, and this is like pinging quality, is you want your communication to be very clear. You want your teammates to know like where the threat is coming from. You want your teammates to be knowing like what road is he taking, who is it, and like what their optimal play is. So right now, what Jin sees is this wave, right? Like this is what Jin sees. He's not really necessarily aware of the Sylas moving right now. What we should do here is we should make sure that we're pinging the path that the Sylas is taking. So and the last ping that we do, it should always be on the screen of Jin. So what we should do is once we do this ping, this will make Jin, or whoever your teammate is, look at the minimap. And when they look at the minimap, we want them to see a clear path of where the danger is coming from. And this is how we want to increase our pinging quality in order for our teammates to be aware of what's happening. And you can do this type of pinging, like when you're coming back to lane, it's very easy to do this because you're not really doing anything else. But this is very important, especially because they are our main win conditions. So we have to make sure that they stay ahead of the curve and they are not giving kills, right? And they are not going into positions where they can lose. So because we only ping like twice on their screen, they are completely unaware what's happening. They don't even know like what's the ping for. They might not even have noticed the Sylas. So what happens now? Jin is like, yeah, okay, I'm just gonna place this forward. What's the worst that could happen? Well, the worst that could happen is that they die. And now our big advantage goes to trash. And this could have been avoided by just high quality pinging. At least 70-80% of the time, right? Because the quality of pinging that Kassadin did here was actually very low. And this is something that we can improve throughout Diamond. Because by the time we reach Masters, this type of quality pinging will be very, very advantageous for us. And we still got a plate from this, but the Sylas got like 500 gold from the shutdown. And Jin got a very bad shutdown on him, right? And this will make us playing lane a bit more difficult. Even though like we are still in advantage, like we are still leading the lane, like we will still have an advantage constantly. But this made the game a lot harder, when it didn't have to be harder. And Kassadin could have said, like, when you're playing Kassadin in a situation like this, you could just say like, yeah, but I pinged it, you know, like, I pinged missing. I even pinged danger on them. Why did they not back off? Sure, you did, but your pinging quality could have been higher, and that could have given more information to your team. And that could have made them do a better decision. And yeah, I mean, now we're just gonna play slowly. Again, we're not full HP, so we kind of want to be, like, looking for a reset now. And yeah, I mean, I'm just not a big fan of ulting like this. I think here we should aim to hit the entire wave with the first ult, so that we don't have to do a second ult onto the wave. If Evelyn is in the area, this could have been very sketchy. But yeah, now we can base. We have our TP available, so we can actually like always have TP ready here, which is very nice. But yeah, I mean, here we just look to... I mean, we already see Sylas is moving here, so we should be paying attention to this. And once we see the... Like, we should be here for this fight, so we should definitely TP here at some point. Which we end up doing as well, and that's pretty good. But the fight, we're not actually playing to our strengths in this fight. So the way we should be aiming to play this fight is we want to play it with the Jin as much as possible, because he's our main win con here, right? So what we should do here is, okay, we see the Singe, we see like, okay, I mean, we can actually like ping this off completely. That's one option, just like have the Jin like walk towards the Sylas and just like have like go away this way. And that would probably be the optimal play, because when we see Singe, like it's a 4v5, even if we TP here. So we shouldn't really like try to compensate. What we should actually do is just, I mean, if we TP here, right? We want to clean up the people in the front, like kill that guy. And now just turn onto the Evelyn. And just like start playing the fight towards our Fed ADC. And towards the volatile people. Because this guy is very volatile, right? Like very vulnerable, we can kill him. These guys, not that much, right? Like it's not that easy to kill them. We can go for the MF alternatively, like sure, like we can do that. But it's kinda hard because there's like 3 people hitting us here, right? And now we just like do like a 3-for-2 essentially. And we were the most fed member. Like we cannot afford to die here. We gave 700 gold. It's so bad. Even though we get the top tower. But this is not a good trade for us at all. Because Urgot is not gonna be strong anyways. Or he's not gonna be like a major threat, right? We have to be strong. We're the main carry here. We're 5-0 essentially at that point, right? We have to be strong. We have to keep our advantage. And again, this fight was just like... The thing is, we had the right idea of we want to play with our bot side, we want to play with our Fed members, but we didn't understand that, okay, Singed is there. So the fight is a bit different. We have to be playing it a bit slower. And also that we want to play the fight with our win condition as much as possible, right? And yeah, I mean, that was just well played. That's actually very well played by the Kassadin. This is a nice play. We went for the kill, but we also like... I mean, Evelyn did a good play of hovering that. But he just did a very good job of like flashing that defensively. Now we really don't want to walk up here until we see Evelyn. The moment we spot Evelyn, we're kind of fine with like doing stuff. But yeah, I mean, we still don't want to fight here. We just want to get some space and like clear the wave. Again, ulting in is a bit risky with Evelyn in the area, so we should be very mindful with how we use our ults. And yeah, I mean, at this point, we should reset. Unfortunately, we're starting the grabs instead, which is a really bad play. This is game losing. What he's doing right now, this is why he's a diamond player and not a masterclass player. Because he's going for a play where he needs to prioritize his own strength. Because now, like, even if this play works and he gets the grabs, it's gonna be so scuffed to fight after. Like, it's gonna be so... like, why? Why? You know? Do you think Abyssa will still be good? Of course, it's gonna be insane. But, like, I mean, look at this fight. Like, it's so bad. We're low HP, we're trying to make a play that's very hard to make. We can't really get anything out of it. And it just absolutely misaligns with Kassadin's identity. And it also doesn't align with, like, how the game should be won. Because the way we win this game is Kassadin and Jhin at their strongest points. That's what we do. Kassadin, Jhin. When we are strong, we fight. When we're half HP, we're not strong, we don't fight. Even if there's grabs, it doesn't matter. We wait. The team has to wait 20 seconds, sure. Like, they have to play the next wave, like, whatever it is, right? It doesn't matter, they can play the next wave. But we have to make sure that we're strong for these fights. Because we're the main carry. If we're weak, like, who's gonna be strong? The fight is just scuffed now. Like, sure, like, we trade, like, what, 3-4-1 again. Or 3-4-2 or whatever it is. 4-4-2. Wow, bummer. Who would have expected if the main Wincon plays the fight on 40% HP, we will lose it? Who would have expected that? Not me, not me, not me. And yeah, I mean, now the game is just scuffed, because we died 2 times when we're the main Wincon and we have a lot of gold on our head. This is what it means to, like, keep the advantage. Is you want to only play fights that are aligned with you. And Diamond is the last place when you will see, like, a lot of these type of fights when... like, the game is, like, the fights are so unaligned with you that, like, you just can't take those fights. Because now, this game is 10 times harder than it should be. Right? We don't even need to do anything. The fights would be so free if we just align ourselves with our win conditions. Which is, like, at this point, playing the fights that most align with Kassadin. Which is just, okay, we want to be high HP, I mean, ideally we want to fight in the jungle, but like that's a given when it's a grab fight. But we want to be high HP. We want to play around like a front. Like we can dive onto the backline, but we have to be high HP. Or like Evelynn also is an execute champion. Like you cannot start a fight against Evelynn on low HP. Why would you do that? They also have a Yuumi, so Yuumi Evelynn is instantly broken too. Yeah, by this point, like, again, we should be prioritizing our HP, always. We should be playing with our team. That's it. Here, it's pretty good, yeah, sure. Yeah, we got a very nice kill. We get the tower, we get next wave as well. We should get the next wave, yeah, pretty good. An instant reset, please don't walk away. Yeah, instant reset. This is good transition periods, by the way. Pretty good, pretty good. Again, lose state. What do we see on top? Well, now we have to make sure that we don't die, we don't give a play to the enemy team, and we play to our advantage. In this game, that specifically is, okay, we need Abyssal Mask. Like, it's non-negotiable this game. Like, you need Magic Resist. You need Magic Resist. You cannot get away with not buying Magic Resist here. If you don't buy Magic Resist, you inted the game. You inted it. You griefed it. Completely griefed it. You need to get Abyssal here. Even though, like, it might not be the most fun to buy item. Well, it actually is, but you just need Magic Resist. Like, come on. It's so easy to win if you have Magic Resist here. Because Misfortune is useless. So yeah, just get your Magic Resist, get a Magi's, and the game is free. Like, you can't even lose. You can't even lose. Just get your Magic Resist, get Magi's, and you win. That's how you win this game. That's game 1, on the spot. You also have people that can buy Magic Resist very well, so it's like very free to play this game if you do that. Please do it, please. But we have to not fight them. We have to not fight here. We have to not fight because when do we spike? When we get Magic Resist, when we get Abyssal Mask. When we get our level, like, when we start working towards levels 13, 14, 15, 16, right? Like right now, what we should do is we should have these guys hover mid-wave so Jhin can push it out while we get side lane waves. That's all we need to do here, right? We should not have to be in this position where we're the second ones to push. We should also, ideally, not have to match the Singed, who has full Magic Resist. We should match the person that we can actually beat on the sideline. So this is also a very bad lane assignment, which we should like look to solve ASAP. And yeah, I mean, it's just, in overall, pretty bad to be in this situation, right? Yeah, we should kill the Herald here. We can't really, like, effectively fight the Singed with Force of Nature. So we should not try to do that. We should aim to actually just take the Herald, get away, and not have to verse this guy. Like, why do we verse the guy that has a Force of Nature? Literally a full item against us. Yeah, with Pike it's fine. If we are hovered, it's completely fine. We want to reset here. We don't want to give a play. And again, here, what's our main priority? What's our main priority? We need to match the side lane we beat. We have to go top here. We have to pink top on the way already, like, long ago. Because this loses the game. And Urgot is probably tilted. He's 0-6. And I mean, yeah, we just flank nothing. We can take this wave, we can then transition to bot lane. We just want to get some waves out. We want to get fed, we want to eat our waves. We want to get towards that Abyssal Mask. We got the Abyssal Mask. He actually bought Abyssal. That's huge. Huge to get Abyssal Mask here. Very nice. And we want to get to Sylas. Like now, okay, Urgot died. What we do after this, we go top. We go top. Even though there's a bot wave, we go top here. We want to transition into the top lane, right? First off, it's also very good to be far side from objective. Baron is not really something that is easy to take. Like, none of these champs have very good DPS to it, so we don't have to be worried about Baron, like being bursted in like 10 seconds. Like, if they had like a Cassio and let's say like a Kaisa or something, you know, like a very high DPS ADC, then sure, Baron is scary, but here, like they don't really have a good lot of DPS to it, so we can just play topside, because the game is probably gonna be played around this Drake, okay? And we want to be kind of far away from it, because we don't want to be in a position where... I mean, first off, we don't want to be in a position where the game is very, like, played very close to us, because then we don't make, like, use of our, like, side laning. And yeah, I mean, we also don't want to... like, just be close. Like, it's just bad to be close. And we also want to match the Sylas, who's gonna be top. So yeah, because he has TP, so he also wants to play away from it. Unless he's TPing bot here. Okay, in which case, we should aim to match the Sylas. And not take a fight. Not good to take a fight here. It's not very good to take a fight. Unless the enemy Evelyn just aims. But even then, like, we just have to survive. And that's just, I mean, that's just like side laning misunderstanding again. Or like a fighting misunderstanding here. We kill this guy. What do we do here? Boom, ult away. Here. Get out of here. Get out of there. Because now we just got killed by MF. And now the enemy is on the map. They can take every resource, and we're bleeding every resource. It's over. Again. We're wasting 10 minutes of the game. Again. Is it not better to play Dragon with your team and your lead? You can play Dragon, but it's not like... The thing is, when is the enemy team the strongest? Like, when is this team the strongest? Like, right fucking now. Singed is on his most strongest fucking point of the game. He's just strong enough to not die from any of you. And he's just gonna be strong here. Evelyn is on Magi. Like, full Magi. Like, he just hit Rabadon. He has, like, Lich Bane. And he can one-shot any of you. Urgot is dead. So it's a 4v5 as well. And... I mean, we're strong. But we're also not level 16, and we will just only get stronger from here. Because once we have Mercs as well, we're unkillable. Once we get towards our next item, once we get Magi's, then it's so much easier to fight too. We don't need to force now. We don't want to have the game decided in one of the weakest points of the game. Because the game will just keep getting better. Like, at some point, Jhin will just do auto-attack one-shot the Evelyn, or even the Sylas at this point. And Sylas is also just gonna fall off the cliff. Like, this game is just gonna keep getting better and better. With us getting more and more items. So we don't need to go anything, like, do anything crazy. We just need to get to the side lane, get our waves, slow it down, don't die, stay alive, stay on the map, keep taking the resources. And when we have something convenient, then we take it. But again, there's a misunderstanding here. Because we're trying to force fights, we're trying to take the shutdown, we're trying to do some crazy stuff with our flash and whatever. In a 4v5, without vision advantage, without like anything, like, why? We can play so much better through just getting to the side, getting to our power spikes and just playing like that. And here also, we should just like play defensive items and Magi's. It's so easy to win this game if you just go defensive and Magi's. It's so easy. It's so unlosable this game if you go defensive Magi's, like honestly. Just get Magi and get like Mercs. Mercs, Magi, you can't lose. Impossible to lose this. But yet, we go for a fight, we try for a hero play. We don't need a hero play, we need to eat waves. We need to eat the side waves, that's all we need to do here. Eat the side waves, and we win. But we go in alone, we try to go for a hero play. We don't wait for the Singe W, we don't wait for Evelyn to show on the map. We're not even playing slow enough for the Urgot to make any type of play. We're not even pressing Garzonia when we get grounded by Singed. We just die. Boom. And now the game is like fucking hard, for no reason. And we were the main win con. Like this game was unlosable. If I play this game 1,000 times, I win it 1,000 times. From the position he was in. This is literally just the only... Like the only way you lose this game is if you stop playing to your champs strengths. And he did stop playing like that, and that's why he lost this. Well, he has a very good ability to get ahead, and he has a very good understanding of like, okay, how to play lane, how to use flash, like, okay, like regardless of, like, except for that one flash that he used at like 5 or 6 minutes, that was like a bit of a for-fun flash, I think. But for the most part, like, he understood what, like, how he has to play the game. But then he just gets desperate for no reason. We don't need to make any crazy plays. We just have to stick to our guns. Play the side lane, get your waves. Play for fights when you have like flash advantage. Play the fights where you have your team in already and you can play like front to back. Play for fights when you have information. Play with the side lane, like try to match the Sylas. You keep doing that, the game is unlosable. Play for your level 16 as well, like you're so close to it. You're level 14 and a half now. Okay, not and a half, sorry. Level 14, but still very easy to play for 16. Look at how much damage he does. And boom, if you have Magi here, you just get like 4 stacks. And you're mega broken already. Because Magi defensive, like you're almost unkillable this game. You just have to avoid Singed W. That's all you need to do. Like not ult in when Singed is there and has W. That's all you need to do. Because like Zhonya won't save you. Like Zhonya won't do anything. You need Magi. You need enough offense to one-shot people. Like you need to kill the Evelynn, right? So you need Magi. So you can either get enough offense through Magi and defense, or you have to go Rabba, or you have to go like offensive player. Because now, I mean, you're just not gonna do anything here. And yeah, I mean, from here the game is just like a bit scuffed. Like a bit harder to win than it has to be. And I mean, this game is already way harder than it has to be. But we can still play to kill the Evelynn. But now then we have to get Magi's. But I mean, at this point, like, we don't even have slot for Rabadons. Like, it's already a bit scuffed. Like, with the Zhonya purchase, it's a bit scuffed now. Because we just will not do enough damage to kill. And we will also not be tanky enough to, like, not die, you know? Like, this is the worst case scenario. Like, this is the worst of both worlds. When you buy a little bit of defense, just not enough to actually survive anything. But you also just don't do enough damage. Like, worst of both worlds, unfortunately. Because we need to get Magi's. And we need to not give anything to the enemy team. Because that's 5 kills and you were always a shutdown. It's like 1,000, like 2,000 gold to the enemy team. So much gold. For no reason. We could be so chilling, so hard chilling. Through just getting side waves, getting our levels. We would already be kinda level 16. And the game is unlosable. Once we're level 16 with defensive layers Magi, enemy can't play the game. We can just play 1v1 on the side lane against the Sylas. With Mercs and with Abyssal Mask. Like, what does he do? Die. Do nothing. He's useless. So yeah, we just have to understand what we have to do in this comp. And then we win. Unfortunately, it was misunderstood here. But this is a very good example of how you can be a very good player in Diamond, and through like small misunderstandings you can still like lose games. And these are the types of games that will prevent you from... Like, these are the types of games you have to win if you want to get to Masters, because these are not hard to win games. These are easy to win games as long as you play to your strengths. But in order for these games to be easy to win, you have to not slip up and keep playing to your strengths at every moment of the game. And this is the difference between a Diamond and a Master player. It's like, if you slip up too many times, like, you will lose. If you misunderstand your role or win cons, you will lose. Not every game, like, of course, like, you will win many games. Like, you will win a lot of games regardless, but you will not win enough to get to Masters if you slip up, if you keep slipping up. And that's gonna be a major difference between like Diamond and Master players, is Master players already will not do these like random deaths in the mid to late game. Like, you will not see like people go in and do a hero 1v5 play in Masters. Like, it will just not happen anymore. Or if it does, like, yeah, that's that's like a one-off, you know, like it's a for fun player, it's a streamer, you know. But I think Diamond is the last point, and it's like from like for going from, let's say, silver to gold, you can get to a gold level of player very like so many ways. Like it's so like there's so many types of players in gold. There's the player that's like winning lane every game and like ints in the mid game, you know. There's the type of player that's like unbelievably good at like understanding okay what Kassadin does, but is insanely bad mechanically and misses half of his ults. But he takes the good fights, you know. There's a player that's like building the wrong items and somehow makes it work. There's the player that's like just like plays like 10,000 games a day and sometimes just hits gold. And it has like zero intensity and just like keeps doing the same thing that doesn't work and just keeps staying in gold. There's a million players in gold, right? For you to get from diamond to masters, it's like you have to like you can still do like bruiser Kassadin, you can still do assassin, you can still do like different stuff. But yeah. Hater, I used to be a Kassadin main, but dropped him for Taric jungle and Heimer because I really couldn't make him work anymore. Yeah, that's nice, man. I mean, if you want to make him work, I mean, we've already had like 7.5 hours of Kassadin reviews from all the way from Iron to Diamond so far. So yeah, I mean, if that helps you, then what elo are you? If you're like, I mean, whatever elo you are, we will have some content for you. If you're platinum, we had like yesterday. If you go to the VOD that I have yesterday, the basically last hour of that VOD was just us looking at platinum games. And we also looked at some Victor, like games against Victor, even yesterday and today from like platinum emerald players. So if you want to look at that, that could be a very good place to look at for like VODs that could help you. I was emerald, but I was learning Heimer. Yeah, I mean, you can look at, we looked at a lot of emerald VODs. If you look at this VOD today that we looked at like, I think 3 or 4 separate emerald VODs. So you can definitely look at some of those and it might answer a lot of your questions about like how to survive into mages. We also looked at mages, like matchups like into Victor, into Vladimir, into other stuff. So yeah, you can definitely take a look at that. And yeah, so back at the diamond question. The way we get from diamond to masters is very limited, right? There's not a billion ways from diamond to masters as a Kassadin player. You gotta play to your strengths, and you gotta understand Kassadin's identity. And the road to masters, right, is kind of you understanding what Kassadin does to a very high level, right? And that's how you can get to masters. And you have to like constantly adapt your understanding within the game of like, okay, what's my role? Like, what's my role? What's my win cons? How do I win the game? How do I, like, what do I have to do to make the game as easy for my team as possible and as easy for myself as possible? You're not trying to win the game. You're trying to make it easier in like 2 minutes, 3 minutes. You're trying to make it as easy as possible for not just yourself, but for your team as well. Like the quality of pinging is just one example of I can take so much responsibility for the amount and quality of communication I have. I can take so much responsibility for like how I, like where I go, which fights I take, which fights I say no to, which plays I say no to. What do I prioritize? And in this game that we just looked at, we should have prioritized going to the right side lane, getting to our resources, getting to the point where we're strong in a fight, and then rotating and fighting a fight that's actually good for us, using our flash, understanding our role. A lot of this stuff we can already do. And if we miss them, we will just lose the game. And the higher elo you are, the smallest misunderstanding, like, I'm still unsure about the Vlad empowered Q. Losing 1 or 2 CS every time he has the red bar puts me far behind in gold. But that's why what you do is you try to not, like, you try to take the minions before his red bar is up. That's when you have the ability to, like, let's say, auto W. You can auto W one-shot a minion, or you can wait for a minion and not get auto W. You can get auto attacked by Vladimir before his empowered Q is up, so that he pulls minion aggro and your minions are not killing the minions that fast. You have so many ways of playing around that. And you can also just, instead of auto attacking a minion, you can just like Q it or something, you know? There's so many things you can do. But the thing is, once you get one empowered Q on that one minion, like if you take that empowered Q and take the minion, then one wave later you will have to miss 2 minions for that one minion that you gave up. Or like that you didn't give up. And once you got like 3 empowered Qs, like now you're gonna miss every second minion because you can't even walk up when he doesn't have the empowered Q. Because you're just gonna get dived. But if you go the right items and you play the matchup correctly, you will just actually have a like large enough advantage where you don't have to sweat for his empowered Q because he can't even use his single Q, you know? Like at some point you're just chilling, like hard chilling. It's just, but it again, like you never tried focusing on not getting hit by the empowered Q. Try it. And once you tried it, and once you feel like, okay, how did it go? Then you can look into those VODs and you can be like much more mindful in those. How do you play against extremely oppressive early mages? You use your Q reactive, you get pushed in slowly, you get hit either inside the wave if you want them to push, or outside of the wave if you don't want them to push as fast. You take very good quality resets. You try to get yourself as strong as possible for level 6, so that you can either punish their cooldowns, or you can just like play for a very strong reset post 6, without their ability to like if you take a reset way too early, and you're weak at level 6, you will never find another reset and you will always lose. So you gotta play the game in a way that you can always find resets. And that's the most important part. And you just play to sideline. Like, you're not trying to win lane against those mages, right? You're trying to get into the sideline. I have no chance to counter these stupid champions. I'm a hammer main. Well, I mean, if you want a champion that counters mages, just go something like a Zerat or something like an artillery mage. Like Zerat is really good. It wins against most of the like mid-range control mages. You can just play Zerat. I was actually a Zerat one trick before Kassadin. But yeah, when you want to get to Masters, you gotta get solid understanding of how to win a game. Win conditions, what's your role, who can kill you, what itemization you have to go for, how do you win fights, how do you, like, who do you want to sideline against, stuff like that. If you can do this stuff, you will get to Masters. If you also played your trades correctly, if you play your matchups correctly. Like, you gotta do a lot of stuff correctly to get to Masters, right? You can still, like, make mistakes, but you can't make mistakes as in, like, you can't have trends of mistakes that are low level. You gotta be pretty much on top of your game in a lot of stuff, right? You can still be slow. You can still have, like, a lot of, like, the difference between a master and a challenger player is insane. And way, way, way bigger than the difference between a diamond and a master player. What you need for masters is to have a lot of this stuff 80% correct, right? But those 20% incorrect should, these should not auto-lose you the game. So you shouldn't go for plays that, like, 20% of the time will just auto-lose the game for you. You should go for plays that, like 80% of the time give you an advantage, and 20% of the time doesn't give you anything. Even if that advantage is 10 gold, you know? And just, like, keep making this trade until you have 1,000 gold advantage. You can't not buy decap and ult onto the enemy frontline. Yes, but you can't also not buy decap and ult onto the enemy front line, and you can also not buy decap and try to ult onto the enemy backline, you know? Like, these things have to be cleaned up. You can't take a fight on, like, 1 billion gold. Or at least when you take a fight on 1 billion gold, you have to be like, yeah, I gotta take this fight on 1 billion gold because it's such a good fight for me to take right now, that I gotta take it on this 1 billion gold. Or if it's so impossible for me to take a reset that I unfortunately cannot afford, because it's, let's say, an Elder fight, I cannot afford to go back anymore. And in that situation, like, sure, you will have to fight a shit fight. If it's, like, but if you're the main Vincon, right, then you can't fight fights that are not good for you. And Kassadin, you will almost always be the main Vincon, right? Like, very often at least. Like, you will be the main Vincon, like, super, super often. So just play like that. Just play your fights. Don't die. Don't die. Do not die. Survive. If you do that, you will be so successful. Just stay alive. Get your CS. Take the fights that are good for Kassadin. It's like way easier said than done. And it's easily misunderstood probably as well. But from the type of games and type of deaths, we saw like so many different types of deaths so far that it should be so... You guys should, like, you guys already see like what a bad death looks like. And there's no such thing as a good death, like not in Kassadin mid lane, you know? At least up until Masters, you know, like up until Masters GM, you should not think of any death as a good death. Unless it's like you stacked 3 waves onto the enemy and you dived them and you traded 1-for-1 with them and they didn't get anything and your team was also resetting. That's a good death, right? You traded 300 gold, enemy got like lost like 5 plates or like 5 waves or whatever. That's a good death. That's the only one. That's it. Yeah, that's about good deaths. There are good deaths, right? But you shouldn't aim to do any good deaths. That's not the goal. That's not how you consistently climb. Not to Masters, at least, right? Master Plus, sometimes, yeah, sure, go for a good death. Like it's whatever, right? But still, like it's not a Kassadin like playstyle. You're playing for high resources. You're playing to stay healthy. You're playing to not give anything to the enemy. Yeah, that's what you do. That's how you stay strong. No good deaths. No deaths at all. Master tier. Okay, guys. We can do like a bit of a vote. Do you guys want to do another diamond game? We can look at another diamond game and just like look at it again, like another diamond game from a different player. Or we can do Masters and go towards like Masters. But I don't know how many Masters players we have here. The goal is not to have 0 deaths. The goal is to, whenever you see... Go permaban 3 in Master. Bro. I will, like... As much as, like, that would be funny, I will not disrespect Perma like that. I think his Kassadin historically has been, like, insanely good. And when I was a little noob, I learned a lot from Permaban's VODs, so I'm not gonna disrespect him by reviewing him for Master tier. I'm not gonna do that. We gotta do someone else that's like Masters. And also, we're looking at someone that hasn't made it to Challenger, you know? Like, we're looking at someone that's actually a Master tier player. So we can actually look at stuff that they don't do, or that they do wrong consistently, that we could look at. Yeah, let's go permaban for Masters. Come on, man. Mason, you're an Inter. I love it. Okay, give me 1 second. Like, I will be back in 1 minute. I will also write it on the screen, like 1 min. Be right back. Type 1 for diamond. 2 for Masters. Master. Okay, we can do another diamond if you guys want to look for more diamond. I will need a minute though. 1 sec. Yo, what's up? Yo, what's up? What's up, guys? What's up? What's up? Alright, so we will go. I guess we will go one more diamond game, and then we can go to master. Let me find the diamond player. This guy has been diamond forever. Play some Kassadin solo queue. Has over 1 million points. Yeah, could be good, could be good. Let's look at this one. Diamond 3 Kassadin OTP. 900k points, sorry. It's not over one. It's not over 1,000. Or like over 1 million, sorry. And he plays some electrocute Kassadin. With Rod of Ages. Cool. Let's look at either yeah, let's look at this one. This is actually something that you guys requested, like higher poke heavy matchup. Sintu Hui as Kassadin. Actually, I kinda don't want to look at this. He went Fleet Footwork. Don't wanna look at that one. Okay, this is into Oriana and he went Electrocute. This is good, this is good. So this is a really hard Kassadin game. Actually, I kinda don't wanna look at it just because it's a very hard Kassadin game. I want to look at an easy Kassadin game that's lost. Let's find one of those. I also want to look at kind of a matchup that's like easy to improve. This one maybe? But he goes Fleet as well. No, I'm not looking at this player, we're looking at someone else. It's going too much Fleet Footwork. We need less Fleet Footwork users. This player has been Diamond for like 5 years straight. But it seems like he's not played in 15 days, so we can't look at this either. Is any Diamond players that have streamed here? Have a nice stream, I'm gonna go watch some anime. Sure, yeah, enjoy. We will have to look at... Wait. Uh-oh. I have this guy on my friend list. And he played a lot of Kassadin recently. And he lost a game that's not actually hard to win. Okay, cool. Amazing. Nice. We will review him. He's on my friend list in League. Okay, let's take a look. He's like D1, I think. D2, D1. Nah, more like D3. D3, D2. Yeah, cool. Some D1 players as well. Nice. So we're playing Conqueror. This is the first Conqueror game we see, but no, it's the second Conqueror game. We have Conqueror with conditioning overgrowth. Yeah, completely fine setup. I mean, you go for a more defensive Conqueror style. Completely fine. It's very fine. We're playing into Ahri. We can go for... we always want to start queuing this matchup. We want to block Ahri W or Ahri Q. Both of them are completely fine. And you can also notice that in this game, the enemy has no real, like their DPS is not super high, right? So Conqueror tanky Kassadin actually like destroys this game entirely. Like it's so mega broken here. And they are all also like very vulnerable. So like Ezreal doesn't really have self-peel other than the E, which is like not super insane, right? Sona has the W, which is annoying, but we also have multi-threat. So we have like big threat on our team, so we can play that very well. And I mean they have Warwick, which is a bit annoying, but like we can kind of ignore Ornn, we don't really care. And we can also just go Mercs, and then we also don't care about like Ahri, we don't care about this one, we don't care about this one. So we have a lot of high value items here, right? So we can play for that. We block the first damage, we have D-shield, so it's completely fine. We can now just like hit the wave a little bit. Yeah, that's completely fine as well. We don't want to over-attack the wave. It's important, use the Q reactively. But yeah, I mean, we can just like thin it out. Get some of the last hits for free, while Ahri cannot really hit us. Use Q reactively. Very, very nice. Very stock standard. Yeah, and we just want to eat the minions, right? Very nice. Ahri is already kinda low HP. She took a lot of minion aggro for every single auto-attack she did. So we're in a very nice position here. We just want to let the wave kind of push to us. And this is when it starts getting a bit iffy. We really don't want to get hit by Q. Okay? So what we will do here is if Ahri is trying to poke us with the Q, we have to dodge. Like, we have to instantly be able to dodge when the Q is coming out, right? And you want to dodge to the side, so either this way or this way. Because the second part of the Q is actually kind of painful, right? Like, with the entire poke damage, like, that hurts. And with D-shield second wind, or like D-shield alone even, we really don't want to take the damage in big chunks. We want to take the damage in small portions. So this is a very bad trade to take. But yeah, she's getting a bit higher HP now. We start building towards the... I mean, we just get towards the crashing wave. E second here was actually very nice and creative. We got to, like, again, block damage. That's pretty nice. We should not get hit by the Qs this much. Like, that's actually a mistake he seems to be doing. He's not really paying attention to the Qs and not really like trying to bait them out. Like here this is very good. Ahri already used the Q. Ing the wave under tower is not ideal when we have minions attacking. And queuing is also not ideal until we are getting hit, because now like we have to walk up without Q. And that will lead to us taking some damage that's like kind of annoying. But yeah, we're in a very good position still. Beautiful laning. Yeah, just block some damage, dodge out on the second part of the Q. This minion, like, bursting this was a mistake actually. Like, what we should be doing here is we should be hitting this wave as slowly as possible. Like, this minion was very nice. That E was bad. That E was really bad because we want to keep the wave on our side. And now all we need to do is for our next wave to come here and just like stop for like 1 second or 2 seconds on this minion. And then we can play the lane like very easily. But by bursting this, the wave is actually gonna meet on the complete opposite side. So now it's gonna be actually slightly closer to the Ahri instead. So now for the next like wave or two, it's actually gonna be very hard for us to CS and very hard for us to actually play the game. Unless Ahri like shoots the wave with the entire combo, right? In which case, like, I mean now he's just gonna die to the Warwick for no reason, but... I mean this is so unnecessary by the way. Okay, Warwick didn't go here, he actually went bot side. Just, I mean, it's just lucky for us at this point. We could have been, like, chilling way harder, I think. Oh no, he actually was showing on bot, okay. No, because he was showing on bot, it's completely fine to go like, up here. But yeah, I mean, yeah, here when he shows we can actually walk up. But still, like, he's getting hit by a lot of the Ahri Qs, that's not ideal. But yeah. Now we can play the... I mean, we can play the wave that's bouncing back. I don't even think you necessarily need to TP here, but I mean, it's completely fine as well. If we can get to these items, I mean, it's completely fine. But you cannot get hit damage. Like, this is when it's really, really important for you to actually play for a very good base and play for a very good reset before you're level 6 again. Because now you want to make sure your level 6 spike is as strong as possible. And because you haven't really because you try to once this happened, we should not be trying to push this wave anymore. We should try to get hit again. And then the wave comes back, we can TP, we can have the wave in a good position. And then by the time we hit that level 5, level 5.5 spike, that's when we can start transitioning it into a slow build. Or if it crashes, then after the crash we can slow build it. And hit the level 6 on a pushing out wave, and we can use that to then reset again. Because we kinda have to reset early here, right? That's an option we have here. Which now is... It's a bit crazy. By the way, we're looking at Diamond Elo for... this is still this is D1, I think. D1-ish. D1, D2. But the VOD that we're looking at right now. Gonna wait, let's... yeah, I'm just gonna put it D1, D2 gameplay. It's just gonna do it here. Yeah. So basically, yeah, I mean at this point, this pushing this wave because Ahri has enough HP to hold this is a bit int, because that will just lead to us having a very bad lane state overall for a extended period of time. But yeah, I mean Ahri will automatically just eat the minions. It's, I mean, completely fine. I think TPing back still is a bit int, because I mean it's just gonna be very hard to actually crash this. And it's gonna be a bit hard to play to crash this, because the next wave is already here and Warwick can actually just look for a gank. And it would be very easy to gank this if Warwick was here earlier, instead of trying to go for the Raptors. But if this happens, because Ahri was getting out of HP and mana, we can actually just extend the lane phase. Now, we don't really want to pay too much attention to the Ahri here, because she's just gonna delete wave and reset anyways. What we can do here though, is we can actually make it harder for her to reset. Here, we can actually walk up, try to delay her base, and just start getting towards that level 6 spike. Yeah, I mean... But even if we let Ahri reset, it's also completely fine. It doesn't really change anything. We just want to reach that level 6 and get a good trade, an ult in EQ on that level 6, get ourselves into a good position. And yeah, I mean, if we just do that, that's completely fine. But we should hit level 6 before the Ahri. If we don't, that's mega int. That is so bad. This is how you guys will probably lose games in Diamond. What should your main priority be here? Get those EQs at level 6. Level 6 you can trade with those EQs. You can walk up, EQ ult away, you can do whatever, but going for 1E onto the minion, I guess he wanted to hit the Ahri as well. But now we should walk up for a Q, ult away, or yeah, we can do so much stuff here. But we should... The thing is with Ahri, right, is if she gets this slow building wave... look at her bot lane. She has so many plays here. She could legit just crash this, go for either the contesting the grabs. She could go for killing the bot lane. She could do so much here. If we don't get any of her HP, she's gonna get all of that for free. She's not even gonna have a hard time trying to go for any of these plays. So we already missed the opportunity to making her volatile in any way. Now because of that she had a very easy time roaming, right? Ideally, whenever she's trying to wave clear these waves, we use our level 6 to punish her QCD immediately. We want to ult in for the EQ. We want to combine that with okay, because we ulted in for the EQ, now our E also damaged and our ult also damaged the wave. So now we have a lot of we actually kinda match the wave. We make it very hard for her to leave. We make it very hard for her to wave clear. And that way we actually destroy some of the impact she gets when she's trying to go for this play, right? And like, if you guys remember, like, even before like this happened, I was saying, like, because of this E, Ori will have a much easier time going for this wave. Because ideally, what you do here is you just like keep auto-attacking the minions that you have available. And the moment Ori uses a Q, you want to ult him for the EQ. You want to ult him for the damage. But that's also why you want to be high HP here. And that's why you also want to delay your reset. And that's why I would also just like, once you crash the wave previously, like that's when you would just like want to go for a reset, so that you can be high HP and like spend your gold, right? Even though like at this point like it's a bit scuffed. But yeah, here we have to hit the wave a bit. We should be hitting the wave a bit. Like even before like Ori comes back, like we should be hitting the wave a bit because we want to get that level 6 trade. Because we have an XP advantage, right? We want to hit the level 6 and we want to take a trade on it. We want to ult in EQ. That's all we need to do. Ult him for an EQ, like right now. But we don't have E anymore, so it's like kind of scuffed. If we could ult him for an EQ right now, we would win the game. Because Ori could not do anything. Even now, we could time it with the cannon as well, like, would be completely fine. We already use our spells again, you see? Boom, back foot, you can't do anything anymore, once again. You queue for a minion, you should never do this, you should be queuing the Ori off cooldown. Level 6, you stop using your spells on the wave when you're in a matchup where you need to trade. Because otherwise you will never destroy your enemies' like options. Like this Ori will roam free forever. She gets this wave, boom, kills Master Yi. Obviously she's gonna kill Master Yi. Like what else is she gonna do? And now we go for a desperate play as well. Well, if we just don't do this, like the game is free. We don't even have to do anything. But we have to take our level 6 trades. And now we basically, I mean this is the difference between a Master and a Diamond player. Is that if you're a Master tier player, you're going to use your level 6 spike. No hesitation. You're not gonna use your spells on the wave anymore. Level 6, boom. You already should understand that Ori needs to roam, right? And you can destroy that ability by just taking one good trade, 2 good trades. It's over, she can't play her game. But because we missed that opportunity now, she just like got away with murder. And yeah, I mean now the game is just difficult, right? The idea is good here, but we're not using Q. Why are we not using Q reactive when we ult in for the damage? Again, Ori gets away with clearing the entire wave without taking one single instance of damage. What is she gonna do? What do you guys think? Oh! Surely not kill the bot lane, or at least threaten it. I mean, if we didn't have like a lucky ward here, this one that would spot her, she would actually have gotten 2 kills. But now, like, Kassadin obviously feels desperate because Ori is out of control. And this is a cannon wave, so we can't even really, like, push it, right? It's, like, very difficult to push it with our items. We just don't have items. And again, illegal death. Completely illegal death. You can't die. You have to stay alive. You have to play to your strengths. And, I mean, Lucidity is also completely useless. Please don't buy Lucidities. Please stop buying Lucidities. You don't need to win the game right now. You don't need to do anything. The game is free win if you play to your mercs, which you will need in this game, by the way. You will need mercs this game. You play to be as strong as level 11 as possible. You play to your Rod of Ages. You play to your Roa Seraph. You get to your Roa Seraph. Like, if you get to Roa Seraph Magi and mercs, you can't lose this game. It's a free win. Literally free win. Nobody can stop your like triple turret comp with the enemy comp. Like nobody. And as long as like you don't get hit by all of these 3 players at the same time in a Warwick ult, you're not gonna lose because you're invincible. At like level 16 especially, right? So just play for that. Don't die. Because the moment you die, that's the moment you played for is gone. Like now you don't have the scaling anymore because the enemy is just stronger than your scaling. So you can die. You shouldn't die. You shouldn't like die like that. And now this is the second death we have. And now we are trying to dive. We should be playing to get every single wave and play to scale for the side lane. Billion times I've said this today. We should play for the side lane, play to scale to the 1 item, play to scale for the 2 items, get every single wave, don't give opportunities, and trade the Ahri in lane so that she cannot go for this place herself. And then the game is easy. But this way, if we're trying for these plays that are kind of flippy, we're giving waves for that, then the game is gonna be extremely hard. And now we kinda baited our team into like playing for that. If we were in lane to begin with, then we could have, the moment Ahri showed up, we could have already been pushing. But now instead of that, like we had to push by the time like we got back to lane, we couldn't actually get any plates or anything. And now the game is just hard. And we're low HP again. We should get out of this lane state. We should get to our blasting one. We need AP to trade. We don't, like, the thing is with Lucidity, it used to be very good because you could actually get a lot of trades out of it. But now it's just not good. And now we also denied ourselves the opportunity to actually go for the mercs, which we will really need this game. So now this game is gonna be very, very rough because of that, because we misunderstood how we win this game. We misunderstood what power spike we're playing for. And unfortunately, we also went for some desperate plays. And now the game is hard. And we also didn't really understand, like, how can we, like, how do we play against Ahri as a champion in lane? And through misunderstanding this, even though this player is, like, really good at Kassadin, right? He's not gonna be efficient at winning the game because he's not playing to win the game. And, like, in a weird way, like, his gameplay is not aligned with how Kassadin wins the game. And that's what's gonna keep him in Diamond and not let him get to Masters. Because even though, like, he knows how to, like, play the game, like, he knows how to, like, win a fight. He knows, like, his limits. He just gets into very unfortunate scenarios because he misunderstands how he should be playing the game from a big picture. That's why this guy lost this game. I think he lost. If he didn't lose, I'm like, yeah, but, like, yeah, you got to your raw Seraph, and the game is gonna look fine. You're gonna be strong. But you will just have a hard time making picks because you don't have mercs, and you will be vulnerable, and you don't have Magi's. Which you will need Magi's, and then you will just be killable. You will just be way too vulnerable. You will not have enough offensive players. And you will not be able to stack Magi's because you're just way too easy to kill. Even at level 16, you can be killed. And yeah, I mean, the game is just gonna be rough. Alright. Can we move on to Masters? Is everyone... Bro, it was like 4 AM, I was tired as fuck, I'm not a D1 player. Was testing some stuff after not playing for some months. That game was bad as fuck to look at. Yeah, I mean, that game was not great to look at from the perspective that you're not playing aligned with Kassadin's identity, yeah. And I mean, it could have been, like, you know, the thing is, the fact that you play these games on your account in Diamond is the reason your account is in Diamond. So, in a way, like, sure, it's not good to look at for you as a, like, you can, as a player, not make these decisions, but because you, as a player, make these decisions, even if it's like 4 AM, right? That's what keeps you in Diamond on that specific account. You know what I mean? And you also were one of the first people that showed up on like League of Graphs when I was looking at Diamond Kassadin players that have like a lot of mastery. So it's like, I mean, it was just opportunistic. But yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's not like, it's not a bad thing. Like, I'm not here to roast you or anything, right? Don't worry, I've been able to get out of diamond. Yeah, I know. I'm not like that's why I'm saying the gameplay that we saw on this game was a very good representation of why someone would be in diamond and not in masters. And when you play like with high intensity, you might be in masters because you don't make these mistakes. But that's like that's the perfect thing to look at, right? Yo, thanks for the follow. I have an account to look at. What's the hashtag? Is it West? If you have any initial thoughts. Yeah, I mean, but what's the hashtag? Hashtag NA1. The unfortunate thing is I can't look at NA games because wait, can I? NA1? No, I can't look at it here. I can look at it I can look at it from NA. I mean, you're level 33. You need games. You just need to play games. Yeah, I mean, so far, I mean, it's fine. I would go, like, okay, if you go the... I would not go fleet, like, ever. I would just stop going fleet at all. But yeah, I mean, I think if you keep playing, like... I wanna see where you are if you play 100 games on the account. That would be very nice to see. But right now, like, I can't say much. Like, you just need to play 100 games. And that's when we will see your level of play. And that's when we will see, like, what you're good at, what you're bad at, like, what you struggle with, what's your average game looking like. Because, I mean, let's be real, like, 15 of your games was, like, kinda in low elo for you. So it's hard to say, you know? Yeah, I mean, you just need volume. Like, at this point, it's... Like, you're clearly not a Platinum 4 player, so it's very hard to see, like, you know, like, it's very hard for me to say anything about your account because it's looking good. But I cannot tell anything about it, right? Like, I need to see you getting closer to that 50%. No, like, you are Platinum 4 on the account, but you're probably not a Platinum 4 level player because you are 80% win rate, you know? You probably will win a lot more games in the near future. I don't know my current rank, I just started it again. Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm saying, like, you will just have to play. And once you play, like, 50 games, then we will see, like, much more accurately. And that's when... Yeah, and that's when we will see your true rank, and that's when we will also see, like, okay, where are you stopping, and what are the trends in your games that would stop you from winning a lot of games, right? And that could be, like, let's say you get to, like, Emerald 1, right? If you're Emerald 1, then it's like... Yeah, sure. Then we can find out, okay, like, are you not playing to your Vincons? Are you not playing to Kassadin strengths? Are you taking bad fights? Are you dying a lot on the side lane or in transitions? Are you not valuing your life enough? Are you buying the wrong items? Are you doing the wrong setup, you know? A lot of stuff can just come down to, like, okay, how do you perceive the game? And yeah, if you play, like, 50 plus games, like 100 games, then we will see very clearly, like, a lot of your reasons to lose games right now could just be like, yeah, I haven't played the game in like a year or like months or whatever it is, right? And once you have like higher volume, then we can like look at some more stuff, yeah. And that's when I can like, that's when I'll be able to also help you more as like both like a coach and as a fellow Kassadin player. Is like, yeah, I can't say anything other than like, if you want to climb right now from where you are currently to where you wanna be, you gotta get games in. You just gotta play 100 games. And once you get 100 games, then you might already reach your goal, or you might find out like, okay, my goal is this far away, and this is what I think I gotta do. And this is how I break down my journey. Can you give me a rune replacement for fleet? I mean, you can just play Electrocute and just go Resolve second. Like, if you feel like you really need the sustain in lane, just go Electrocute and just get like Resolve second wind, like with like second wind, you know? Like, just go second wind D-shield, whatever it is. You can go for that type of style, and then... I mean, that should be enough for you to sustain, and it's so much more... Yeah, Resolve is awesome. Like, Resolve is really, really good. And if you need a sustain, like Resolve is insane. It's like so much more sustain than Fleet. It's so much it's crazy how much sustain you get from Resolve. So if you want to play for Resolve and healing in lane, just really just go D-Shield Second Wind, and you get one auto attack and you regenerate 70 HP from it. 70. You know? Just go for it. It's insane. Can you show me this page on stream? Yeah, sure. I can show you like what. Yeah, let me bring it up. So let's say you could do something like this, let's say you go electrocute, right? You take these runes and then you go into something like this, and then you can take either haste, AP, and regen, or you can do double HP, like something like this. You can do if you want to play AP Kassadin and you like this one-shot style, I would go for something like this in those games where you really need it. I mean, you can go stuff like this. You can also do stuff like this, you know, stuff like this. You have a lot of options. But yeah, for sustain, I would take this, probably. Or if you like first strike, you can go something like this, right? You can go this with this secondary, or you can even do Resolve with this. It doesn't matter. And if you want to play my style, which is a more Conqueror tanky setup, then you would go something like either something like this, or something like this with haste. If you go Conk, you should go haste. But yeah, I mean, these are all very good styles. I also take the 65 hat. You should stop doing that. That's not very good. Not on Kassadin, you don't need the hat early. You need the scaling HP. Do you always take cut down over last stand? The reason I take cut down over last stand is that most of the time what you're aiming to do with cut down is a lot of your trades are gonna be based around this ulting in EQ and trying to destroy your opponent's ability to roam, right? And most of their ability gets destroyed by the time they lose their first 40% HP. So that's what you're trying to aim for, right? You're not trying to kill them. If you were on last stand, right, you would be able to kill people more efficiently, but you kill their impact in their first 40% of HP. So that's why I take cut down. That really aligns with the small wins mentality. That's why I really like cut down. It aligns with what I want to do as Kassadin. But yeah, okay, let's take a look at Master Games. Yo, Hashiva, are you here? Okay, we can just look at someone else. If Hashiva is not here anymore. I know he wanted to look at some games. I just want the safest laning. Why is scaling up better? So the thing is, right, if I play Kassadin... Okay, actually, wait. Let me bring up something. Actually... If you are good enough at the game, right, you will not struggle with surviving lane, even if you go Dark Seal, up until Master GM at least, right? Now when you get to Master GM or GM+, you can change your rune from, or change your setup from Dark Seal, Refill, Domination to D-Shield Second Wind, and you should never struggle to survive lane, right? Now, the thing is, if you go flat HP and you want the safest laning phase, a lot of the things that you would take at a platinum level or emerald level that would make your laning easier, all it would do, let's say the 65 flat HP, all it will do is just hide one of your weaknesses as a player. It will prevent you from actually being exposed to the mistakes that you're making, and it will make you a worse player because you're not gonna fix the mistakes that you're doing. It will allow you to have very low standards with your Q usage, for example. It will allow you to have a very low standards with your, like, preserving HP. It will allow you to give too much HP out for a minion, just because you can get slightly more HP back. But in reality, you will be weaker because there's a trade-off, right? Like when you take the 65 HP, what are you playing for as Kassadin? You're playing for the side lane, level 11. You have 65 HP instead of 110. Like now, when you need to be the strongest, you've already paid like 60 HP. You see what I mean? Like for that point, you're already weaker because you're trading it off. Like you're already paid like 500 gold for D-Shield. Instead of like paying 350 for Dark Seal, which you will also upgrade to Magi's most of the time, right? You will already have paid like the entire Domination tree for Second Wind and Overgrowth to get a better laning phase. Which it's a good trade to make when it's necessary, but it should not be necessary for a long time. And that's why I think like getting Fleet Footwork, which is the most useless rune when it comes to like actually doing damage or like fulfilling Kassadin's identity. When you take Fleet Footwork, you're basically saying that I'd rather not have a rune to like make up for my shitty laning phase. Like at that point, just... And it's also not even like Fleet Footwork doesn't even heal you that much, you know? I feel like in general I play passive and just scale. You said Darkseer Magi's is good? Yes, because even if you play and just scale... Yeah, I mean, if you got shitty laning, Fleet won't help shit, but Fleet won't help shit anyways. Like, Fleet is so fucking useless. Like, you could get Cull, you know, the item that gives you gold on, like, last hits. And it heals you 3 HP per auto deck. Fleet Footwork heals you, like, 2 HP. Like, it heals you, like 2 to 5 HP pre-6, you know? You could literally get Cull and heal more from one auto attack than Fleet Footwork. At that point, like, why would you even play the game? Why would you take Fleet? And that's costing you so much because you're taking a keystone for it. So, like, if you take Fleet, like, sure. Like, you get, like, move speeds. You get to, like, dodge some abilities. And you also get to get some sustain in the mid game on the side lane, right? But that's basically what it does. Maybe some combat sustain, but then just take Conqueror, you know? Like, just take Conk. And you will actually have damage as well. So I would say, like, if you like AP Kassadin, just go for Electrocute, go for First Strike. I think in Platinum that will probably serve you best, like one of those. I swear the videos on YouTube, someone told me to go Fleet. The thing is, Fleet is actually... Like, Fleet used to be one of the best runes for years. And it's been nerfed like 7 times, and now it's just not good anymore. But people are still playing it. Like, it's still the most popular rune on Kassadin. And it's one of the worst. Like, it's really bad. It's really not that good anymore. And... like, it's fine. Like, it's not the worst. But yeah, the pros will still play it. But everyone that's a pro is playing Kassadin, like, one Kassadin game, like, every 4 months, you know? Like, they don't know. They just look at what's the most popular on fucking LoLalytics or, like, LoL Pros or whatever. Or like a Vontrix GG, like not even Vontrix GG, because if you look at Vontrix, nobody fucking plays it that actually plays Kassadin. The only players that play Fleet are people that lock it in once every half a year for like one game where Kassadin is the Exodia pick. And at which point you don't actually care about what rune you have, because Kassadin, like if you pick Kassadin for the easy Kassadin game, like you could do every single rune in the game and be like 1v9, because it doesn't matter. If you're playing Kassadin into like where do they pick it? Like Maokai jungle and Talia mid? Like, what are you gonna do? Like, you go Mercs and you're invulnerable. You can't even get damage. Like, they will like literally tickle you with their full combo, you know? Like, you don't care. At that point, yeah, go Fleet, doesn't matter. You will be like having a shiny like yellow effect around you when you auto attack for extra dopamine, you know? Like, that's that's literally what's gonna happen. Glacier is better than Fleet? I mean, at that point. I found your channel from the Reddit. Do you have past videos? VODs I can watch to learn, but I mean I have very old VODs. Like really, really old VODs I have, but those are like with like different items and like mythic items, you know, like it's just really old. I don't recommend those to learn. There are so many very good Kassadin players in like yeah, I'm Gigas like I have to start playing. I will probably do some streaming as well in the near future where I'm uh when I'm gonna like play a bit more. So when you're gonna show me? Soon enough, soon enough. But yeah, right now I don't have VODs that I would recommend from myself. But I have like there are some very good Kassadin players in high elo as well that you can look at. Like there's like Mason you can look at, he's in the chat as well. When we end our duo QX. Bro, I think I played a few end games on it. Like not end games, but like I played a few like funny games on it. I think it's like Emerald 4. Or Plat 4 or something, I don't know. I played a few games on it because it was like whatever. Bro, the Zac mid is crazy. I swear Bob the Blob is going crazy. Yeah, okay. But okay, let's get back to Kassadin because I want to finish the unranked to challenger kind of breakdown. So let's look at some master tier Kassadins now. Because master tier, I swear like master tier is where dreams die. Like, you know, like there's tens of thousands of fucking master players. And 90+% of them will never make it to GM+. And like master tier is where like people quit, you know, like I know so many people that are like, yeah, I'm gonna make it and I'm gonna be insane at League and I'm gonna do so much. And then they end up being master tier for the rest of their lives for 5+ years and they never improve, they never get out, they never make it higher, and I mean it's just very painful to see. And that's because master tier is fucking brutal to climb out of. Like if you're not... Remember when being D5 was considered you made it? I don't, but I also think like... I mean, there was a point of time when like Diamond was counted as high elo, especially Diamond 1. But then it was like very different. Like you could be Diamond 1 80 LP and Diamond 1 like 40 LP, right? How long have you been playing? I started in season 4. Like end of season 3, like pre-season 4, basically. But at that point, like I was so bad at the game, like I didn't even know about the high elos. Like I thought Platinum is you made it, you know, like I thought Gold players, like Gold 1 players were high elo, you know. So it's like, it's kind of whatever at the time. Then I was Silver. Then I made it to Platinum like season 5, I think. Then I was Platinum for like 3 years. Like season 5 to season 7. Then season 7, season 8 I got to Diamond. Like D1 Masters. And then season 9 I hit Challenger for the first time. But yeah, I think... I think Master Tier is where like Master Tier is where you can get if you just play the game. But GM, I think, like you have to be mega fucking good for GM, you know? Like compared to Master players. And that's where I think a lot of players, like, you can get to Masters and still be like, still be a bit weird, you know? Like still be inting here and there, still be like a little inta. But you can't make it GM like that. I mean, you can still be not as good. Like, you will obviously be way worse than Challenger players, even if you're GM. But there's, like, night and day difference. Like, you know, when you're, like, Emerald to, like, Diamond, it's like, there's a difference and you see it. When we will now look at Master players, like, Master players are still not as good at, like, not nearly as good at the game as GM players. And we will now see, like, mega fucking differences between level of play, between, like, a Master player, a GM player, like even between Master players. Like I think, like Mason, you probably agree with me, like a 0 LP Master player is fucking clueless. It's like, it's so, like such a clueless player compared to someone that's like 300 or 400 LP. Like night and day. And then someone that's like 500 LP or like low GM is like so much better than someone that's 300. And it's just like not even comparable. Yeah, I mean, of course, like 300 is also clueless. But like, then again, like you see the differences between a 0 LP, a 300, and then a 500 or a 700 or a 1000 LP player. And yeah. I mean, you can't climb high with having bad micro either, you know? Yes, 0 LP is same shit as D1, I agree, 100%. Like, especially now, there's like not a big difference between 0 LP and D1. Like, even 100 LP I think is kind of like same as D1. Like, if you're a D1 player, you can probably like hit 100 LP on a win streak. But you will not hit like 350, 400 LP. Like, those players are better than a D1 player. And that's where, like, I think Master Tier, I mean, I think it would not even make it justice if we only said like how to climb through Masters. Because I think there's like, I think we have to break down Masters to like Masters like 100 like Masters up to like 0 to 300. And I want to make one that's like this would be the low master. Like this would be the low master. And then we like I mean we could do 200 as well. I will just do 300 because I think. Who is your favorite league coach and why is it Nice? Yeah, I think yeah from 0 to 300 is like low masters. And then I would say like 300 to like 300 to like 550 or something like to me like 300 to like 500. Let's just do 600. Like 300 to 600 is like, I guess this is like high masters. And then I guess like 600 is like GM, right? So like 600 is like GM. So like, so that's like GM, and that's like basically GM. I don't think like low GM and high GM to me doesn't have like a big difference. Like, of course it does, but it doesn't have like the same. What region do you play? US. I play US. But yeah, like 600. I think GM, the way you climb through GM doesn't really change from like low GM to high GM, in my opinion. Like, of course, there's the thing where, yeah, you start at low GM and then you're like, yeah, okay, I want to keep GM, and then there's like a point when you just want to. Have you ever played against? Of course I did. Like, I played high challenger games like quite a bit. Like not very recently, because I haven't been grinding high elo, but I've played against all of them. I don't know if I played against Velja. Like, I don't remember him from like when I played high elo consistently back in. Yeah, I think like GM and challenger is not as different, but I think. Yeah, I think most GM players can also like get to chal if they actually like. But I don't think I think most master players will never make it to GM plus. Like, I think for you to get to GM, like once you get to GM, I think you can already like you can already get to chal. But I don't think you can. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. Like, if I play against like, but if you're low GM, like if you hit low GM, you will already have challenger players in your game. Like, you will always get put into challenger games. Like, you will see challenger players consistently, right? Well, when you're masters, like when you're low masters, you will never see a GM player. You will never see a GM player. Like, you will not even have an idea what good League of Legends looks like. Like genuinely, like really good League of Legends. And yeah, I think like challenger, like I don't know how to climb out of challenger because I never was like I never was rank 1 or something, you know? So like for that you guys have to ask someone else. And I have no clue if it's even doable as Kassadin. But you can make it to challenger as Kassadin, and that we can break it down. So right now we will do the low masters, okay? We will do the 0 to 300 first. Because I think that's a range that's like quite, I guess, that's the first challenge. I think that's not easy to overcome, but it's still easier. Like, that's still like, I guess for a Kassadin player, this is like how I would break it down, right? Because I think as Kassadin, like 300 AP is like up to 300. You can go with like doing like Darkseer second, like Darkseer refill every game, not really caring about like laning phase. You can literally get away with like you can just do it every game, not even really care. Like you're chilling, doesn't even matter. As long as you know like how to win a game, you will be winning those games, right? Like you don't really need to be insane to get to 300 AP. I think 300 to 600, you have to not make mistakes. Like you have to, like, if you play a Darkseer refill setup, you cannot make mistakes anymore, right? Like you have to play an immaculate pre-6, at least. And then, yeah, I think if you go D-Shield second wind, then, I mean, the games you take D-Shield second wind in, I think would be like very different. But it's again different for like servers, I think, because EU West, there's like a lot of insanely good laners, I think. Like, especially higher elos. There's like a lot of like very good players. But when it comes to like smaller servers, I think like there's a lot less like good laners. So it's also very different because I think EU West, like every challenger player will lane like decently well. Like every challenger player will actually like play the lanes like genuinely well, you know? Like not perfectly, but like genuinely like really well. Well, I think if you play like when I did like an EU Nordic climb, for example, which is like same size as an A, that's like I had like 2 players that were actually good laners, and that's it. Like 2 players total over like 100 games, you know? And I got to challenger in like 6 days on there, so it was like kind of easy. But that's again like something that's, yeah, I mean, it's just server differences are very fucking big in Master Plus, and I think that's something that's very easy to, like, very important to consider. But how impactful is the difference between perfected Darkseer start and D-Shield second win? It depends on your win cons, and that's why it's also like perfected Darkseer start will get you a very good level 6 spike. But then again, like it depends as well, like what's your experience? Because I think you should start Darkseer second win. I mean Darkseer and just like perfect it, because that's gonna make you a good player. And when you know the perfect Darkseer start and how it feels, and you know what kind of games it's good in, what kind of games it's banned, and when you get like really punished for it, that's when you can be like, okay, this game, me going D-Shield second wind will literally make the game a billion times easier, right? What is the level 6 spike for Darkseer? You get Darkseer and you get Blasting Wand, and then your wave clear is mega broken compared to going D-Shield and then getting Blasting Wand. And that's basically it. Like you get extra AP. But you also get an extra item, so you don't have to, like you also get refillable, so you don't have to invest into refill. Well, if you go like, let's say Doran's Ring, you might have a bit better trading, but you have to invest into refill if you want to have sustain, right? And that's why, and if you go D-Shield, you just don't get AP. So then your wave clear suffers. But that's, I mean, again, it's up to you. If you're duo queue with jungle and he plays around you, Ignite and full aggro runes can be unironically. Yeah, like the thing is, right? If you play like super server, you can actually get away with going Airy and Ignite because you can make the lane so fucking volatile that the game is actually very free, because you can actually just like press Q like 4 times with like Airy Scorch, that the lane is so volatile that if the players start playing the game around you, it becomes super easy, and you can make it so volatile with Ignite that you actually have mega trading power, and you have actually like very high threat as well. So at a very high, very, very, very high level, that can be an option, right? It goes all the way back around. The fucking Ignite comment. But that we saw in like Iron or Bronzilo when we reviewed. Arian Scorch, no, it's not good. Play it only if you're at least Grandmaster, please. Please don't play it before. Just play for like scaling. You only go Airy and Q. Yeah. But yeah. If you're not Grandmaster Plus, you can make your lane as volatile as possible, and the jungler will not notice and not be able to adapt his gameplay because you're still a Kassadin. And if he's trying to gank you, it's not gonna work because he doesn't know how to do that. So no, do not go Airy in anything below GM, please. It's not worth. I actually experimented with Airy on my coaching clients, by the way. Like I had I mean that's not a good way to say it, but like I had a period when I'm in my higher elo games. I was like, yeah, Airy is so unbelievably broken for creating prio that I want to like have all my clients play it as well because it's broken. And then they were playing it in like Platinum Emerald, like even low diamond, and it's like they just didn't get the value from it that you need to get from it. And it's just not worth. You give up way too much strength in the late game. How does scale better than tier catalyst? Yeah, it's wave clearance rates. Like my son is saying it right, yeah. It's different perspective for me because I just play very passively. But that's a mistake. Then you're missing opportunities. Like that's the thing, right? You can be passive, and the thing is, playing passive, as in playing to get to your spikes, is good. But it's not good to play passive for the sake of playing passive. You should still try to maximize your trading strength. You still should try to maximize your potential, like, impact. Because if you're playing, like, actually we looked at so many VODs where there's a huge difference between you getting every CS and the enemy being full HP, and you getting every CS, but also trading the enemy down to like 70% HP. Because then their roams are gonna be less valuable. Then you can get like a lot, like... Yeah, but that's the thing. Kassadin is... Yeah, you want to punish mistakes, and you also want to like make sure that you're not giving the enemy the most easy free like roams of all time. Like, yeah, if Ari walks up, then ult her, yeah. If you have 3 stacks on ult, just trade her, and if she needs to ult away, then for 2 minutes she's not gonna kill your team. She's not gonna skirmish with your, like, she's not gonna kill your jungle, she's not gonna hunt your bot lane. Awesome! You don't need to kill anyone. But you also, like, let's say, how do you get, you don't even need 3 stacks. If Ari ever uses the Q on the wave, what do? Do you just sit back and eat the wave after it's pushed in? Or do you actually punish the QCD that she uses to push the wave and roam somewhere? To like ult in, do an EQ with like 40 mana ult. You don't even need to ult onto her. You just have to get the EQ. And now suddenly she cannot roam as well. And you do it 2 times. And boom, you're actually having infinite more impact than if you're just sitting back and not doing anything. And that's just... like, that's not even you trying to win against her. That's not even you doing anything. It's just you using your opening on her using an ability on the wave. That's it. That's one of the best ways you can start. Look what the enemy champion uses as a CD. And just ult him for an EQ. Just do it. Just fucking full send it. Talon W, same thing. Talon uses W on the wave, boom, ult in EQ. Bomba. Like, at least try it out, you know? Okay, Zed, I mean, Zed is a bit more difficult, but like, if Zed uses W EQ on the wave, like, yeah, I mean, you can trade. If Zed uses Q, like, she doesn't have WQ, right? Then you can go for a trade as well. Like, ZW, yeah, it's insanely long CD. Talon as well, like, if Talon doesn't have, like, an insane trade window onto you, like, he has to use his ult to get his passive if he used W on the wave. But, like, if Zed uses W, like, of course you will trade him, right? If Talon doesn't use the W on the wave, how is he gonna go for a roam? If they hold their abilities, great. Then you can play passive. But this is what it's about, right? Like, this is why it's very important that you want to have a situation where you're not passive just by default. You're passive when you have to be passive, and you're not passive when you have to punish them using an ability. Yeah, exactly. So like, but that's just one example, right? Let's say they walk up, like let's say you're playing into like an Ari or a Syndra, and they walk up into your ult range, then you can go for a trade, right? Because you're like, if you ult on top of them, you actually win most of the trades. So then, like, yeah, I mean, you can adapt to that as well. You can EQ and ult away. You can at least get some damage off. You can take up a bit more of the space. Maybe you can even walk up and try to make them use an ability and ult reactively to them using an ability for an EQ. Like, let's say Syndra is a good example. You walk up, Syndra tries to QE you. You can ult kind of to the side. Like, let's say Syndra is here, right? And you walk up to here. Like, this is her max range Q, right? And she tries to like QE you from max range, right? Like, tries to do this one. You can ult here, EQ the Syndra, and walk away. Boom. She lost her HP and she QE'd you. And because you use your ult reactive, she didn't hit the stun. And that way you can get into range with Syndra and not take any damage in return. Because you just took like 100-0 trade because you like dodged every ability she has. I mean, of course, like, this is just an example, right? But this would allow you to like walk up in lane and get a lot of space and not be passive, but actually take up space. Who are top 3 counters? I mean, I think Action is pretty unplayable. Like pre-6, I mean, pre-6 probably like, what, Action, probably Corki is like pretty fucking bad. And what else? Like, Akali is fine. Akali you can win. But yeah, I would say like Action, Corki are probably 2 of the worst. And like, some of the bruisers are like really bad in lane. Like, let's say you won't play against Tryndamere, you won't play against Sett very much. You won't, like, a lot of these champs are really hard to play against in lane. But it also depends on meta, because like sometimes, like, let's say, so what do you do into Action matchup? I mean, the thing is with Action, for example, is in lane it's really hard. But once you get like Tabby's Frozen Heart, which, I mean, you will not always get to that. But if you can get like Tabby's, you will actually like be able to stat check him much. Like, you can buy items that are good into Action much more easily than he can buy items that are good into Kassadin. So if you can minimize through the early game, then you will be like completely fine. But yeah, I mean, it's also assuming that you're playing that kind of Kassadin setup. But yeah, I mean, Tabby's is like one of the best items for Kassadin, so Tabby's is fucking insane. Okay, let's look at a master tier game. Let's look at some master games now. Let's try to find them. Like, now we can actually use onetricks.gg. We don't have to use the... We don't have to find players through the... We actually can use onetricks now. That's awesome. I'm so happy now. We can use onetricks. Let's go. Okay, let's... I mean, I can also just share my screen. YouTube told me to always go Malignance Raw Seraph. I mean, sure. That's fine. I would just stick to one build. Like, there's a billion type of builds you can do. Right now, until you get to Master Plus, I would just go like one build, just like one mindset, and just like adopt like third item, you know? Like, just go like Raw Seraph every game, or you can go Malignant Seraph every game, whatever you like. And then third item, fourth item, you just start adapting. And you go either like Rabadon and just like Zonya, you know, like go some offensive items, or you can also go defensive items. Alright, so let's see. So mid lane, EU West. So these are our players. Yo, what's up, what's up? So we will look at master tier, like low master games. Like this is gonna be the low master section because we will also have a high master section. So this is gonna be the low masters. We're gonna look at we have this guy who's like but he has like 65% win rate. This guy has 50%. 50% win rate, 0 LP masters. This should be good. He also plays like both Conk and Assassin setup, but he's mainly playing Conqueror nowadays. That should be fine, yeah. So I'm gonna launch the VOD in like 1 second. Yeah. He's master tier 40 LP right now. It is like 52% win rate, so it should be like a very accurate representation of what a master tier Kassadin looks like. Or at least decently accurate. This is Kiana matchup. So that's an interesting one. Because from like Wincom perspective, it's like very clear how you win against Kiana. But it can be actually like kind of like an interesting one. You win as Kassadin by slamming R harder? Almost. So first off, I mean, we can start like either T-Shield or Dark Seal. I mean, it's kind of fine, whatever. I prefer going Dark Seal, but D-Ring is also fine. Like, you can go either of them. Yeah, Dark Seal is probably the best. I really like it. He actually says he's baiting me. You can see how he hovered the D-Shield for a sec, and then he went for the Dark Seal. He knows. So yeah, I mean, we can also like already like kind of take the like he went Conqueror with bomb plating. This is important because into Kiana, bomb plating actually gives a lot of value. And yeah, I mean, we're just looking to do a few things into the Kiana level 1. So first off, our level 1-2 is actually very good into Kiana. So depending on what setup Kiana does, we can adapt our gameplay multiple ways. But it seems like Kiana went for the D-Blade setup, which is actually probably the hardest to verse as Kassadin early on. Because this allows her to actually like get the level, like get through the early levels incredibly well without really taking any damage. So in this situation, we don't really want to like trade her. And we also don't really want to... Like, we also want to play the lane a bit like... a bit slowly, but I mean, this is just int what he does here. Like, this is just bad. This is a misunderstanding of the matchup, and this is probably why he's master tier and not higher, right? What we can do into Kiana is... Kiana's, like, weakness, mainly, especially if he's on a setup like this. Like, he has, like, Electrocute, secondary, he has Ignite. She doesn't have any way to replenish HP other than just auto-attacking with the D-Blade, right? So what will happen in this case is that Kiana's HP is very volatile, and she really needs to have a high HP in order to pressure us, right? So what you should do is instead of going for the Q onto the minion here, you should wait for the minions to get somewhat low HP, and then Q the Kiana instead. Because what you want to do is you want to pull these minions so that they walk to you in order for you to last hit them, right? This is the first thing that we can already think about. Because leading a health advantage and leading some HP into a champion like this, you don't have to go as close to even grab these minions, but you want to be able to grab these minions through just like pulling the minion aggro, right? That's what you're trying to do here first. And by missing this opportunity, like, we're already not using our Q to get health advantage, which we should be doing in this matchup. And that would just like, first off, it would deny any opportunity she has to punish us on those minions, and it would also allow us to actually get some damage onto her, which would then allow us to start building a health advantage. And by the time the wave is on our side, and by the time the bounce of the wave is coming, because she's pushing it very slowly, we will already have a good enough head advantage where she cannot just play the game as she just wants, right? And that's what we're aiming to do here. And yeah, I mean, this is a large missed opportunity. But I mean, this is why he's low masters, right? Like, this is why he's not like 300, 400 LP. This is why he's like 0 LP masters. Now, again, like here, we have to respect a bit because Qiyana is hitting level 2 and we already lost a lot of HP. So we don't want to get hit by those Qs. Like now, all we need to do, respect, preserve HP. We already lost the opportunity to like do the Q pokes at level 1, which we should have done. And now we just have to play to preserve HP, play it slow, try to bait out the Qs. Like if we can bait out Qs, that's like amazing, right? Yeah, like this is great. She went on the wrong element here. So like now she will not have any threat. And now because she used her abilities wrong, we're actually gonna get a lot of CS, right? Like now it's just like free lane. We should still use every single Q opportunity on the Qiyana that we get. Like we should not stop doing that. Because the thing is with Qiyana, right, is that when she uses the second ability, what will happen here? Like let's say here, right? She uses that Q. She has to wait for the W to come up, to grab an element, and then she has to wait for the W to come back off cooldown to have the W, like the QWQ, right? And that's how Qiyana trades. So now, until she grabs the next element, and another 6 seconds, Qiyana is not a champion, right? Would you consider W start against Qiyana only if you had Electrocute? Yes, but also I would not do that if Qiyana has Ignite, because then the lane is just gonna be volatile, and a volatile lane would actually favor the Qiyana. So I would not do that anymore. I would mostly just Q start. I think it's generally it's a better tool to do into Qiyana. Especially when you see Doran's played, like it's not worth trying to make the lane volatile, because you lose HP yourself as well, and that's just not worth. And yeah, I mean, here we just, like, we can just play the lane. We just won the wave on our side. We could have done a bit more trading onto the Qiyana with Qs, and that would give us a bit more of an advantage onto the, like, bouncing wave. Now we have two options here. We can either play to get hit in the middle of the wave, so that the wave comes back to us again, or we can also, like, try to be very strong in the trades, and then just, like, use the trading power through, like, auto attack Ws, through, like, Qs, through, like, the range of, like, trading, to actually get an advantage onto the Qiyana through trades. Now, important to note that we still have both of our potions, right? So we actually don't really mind being in this situation and just, like, trading. But what we should, like, really look to do is we should look to actually, like, stay as much, like, above 50% as possible. Because we don't want to get, like, Qiyana to a point where she can use the rock Q to, like, do double damage. Because that's when the lane becomes, like, really difficult, right? Also, ideally we're not using W, we're not using Q on minions, because that will, like, make us very weak when it comes to trading. And we don't really want that. Because this lane will, I mean, unless Qiyana hits it, like, a lot, this lane will actually bounce out, right? I mean, especially if this minion blocks into tower range. That's like now this wave will 100% go towards the Qiyana, right? Like, this will be a bouncing wave. So the best bet we have is to use this, like, level advantage, use this, like, slow building wave, to actually get, like, some trades off that are advantageous. And here, like, he actually misses this opportunity, because now, like, Qiyana is level 6, I mean, level 4 as well. And unless Qiyana goes for a completely int trade and misses everything, like, this will never work. Although, like, you can see, like, Qiyana is also a low master player and not a super high elo player. And she also messes up the slow build. So, I mean, this is like this is pretty good for us. Like, now we can actually play to, again, let the wave crash onto us, play it slow, get to our item spikes, and now we're almost, like, with the amount of potions we have left, we're essentially guaranteed a very good reset, a good level 4, level 6, like level 6 reset. We will get a lot of items. We will essentially never be denied minions. So yeah, this is a very free lane. Like, now we're having a very good time in laning, right? We could already have the Kiana on half HP, by the way. Like, we could already have the Kiana be very low HP. And that would give us an advantage as well. And yeah, I mean, we also have to count minions when enemy has Nico coming out of base. That's like another small thing. Because yeah, now we have to reset. We have to reset TP instantly. Unfortunately, yeah, the Nico gank actually made us burn flash and made us take this kind of unfortunate reset. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. We have to accept reality. Now, one thing we can do against Kiana and champs like this, which, as you can see, he didn't really do, is you can actually sit on one clot armor. And that will change the game entirely, because her lethality is just not gonna work anymore. And if you do that, it's just, yeah, I mean, Kiana is just gonna be cucked. You don't have to do it, but it's just, I mean, it's just making the game very funny. Especially if they have, like, multiple lethality users, like Jhin and Kiana as well. They will both buy lethality, so just one clot armor can, like fuck them over completely. And later on you can, like, upgrade it into, like, Frozen Heart or Zhonya's or whatever you want. But yeah, just one clot is, like, very nice. It also sells for, like, 210, so basically you're paying, like, 2 potions worth of gold and you're gonna make her damage be, like, 10% less or something. It's crazy. And yeah, now we want to be on the slow pushing wave, so this is very good for us. But this W, again, very bad W, because now we don't have W for the trade, right? And we always want to have all our spells available at level 6, which again, this player kind of messed up. Yeah, but he actually used, like, unlike the other players until now, he immediately used his level 6. He immediately got a good trade, and he instantly made Kiana be in an uncomfortable position, where Kiana now cannot really play for roams anymore. Like, she cannot really play to influence the map as much anymore. So yeah, we already did a very good job of getting that level 6 trade, which made the lane much more advantageous for us. Like, now we can have two options, right? We can either A, wait for Kiana to Q, and ult over the Q and get a good trade, but we have to make sure that she doesn't have to jungle around, because otherwise we will just be fucked. We have to make sure we're trading in the middle of the lane, because we don't want to get ulted into either of the walls or the river. So that's also something we have to be very mindful of. And also Fiddlesticks has a very high threat onto us at this stage, so we really have to be mindful of that. But again, we don't really have to take many trades here, but we have to make sure that we are not taking too much damage, right? That's why ideally you're not, like, you're just either ulting away immediately, like when Kiana does this, at which case you shouldn't be trying to dodge, you can just walk away. Or you should be waiting for Kiana to use the Q after she is through the minion, and then ult on top of her and actually get a good trade. And then you can do an extended trade because she doesn't have Ignite. And then just like get a very, like, you can basically kill her, right? If she misses one Q here, you just get the kill. You actually kill her. So yeah, then that's also up to you. I have a question. What to do versus certain comps based around champs like Red Kane and Garen? How to play teamfights versus them as Bruiser Kassa? Well, it's kind of difficult, right? Like, it also depends, because if they are super fat and you don't really have anyone that deals well with them, and you play Bruiser Kassadin, it can be very rough. You want to wait for them to use their, like, threatening spells on somebody else, and then that's when you can fight them. And meanwhile, you can kill their backline, right? Like, you can kill the people that would be, like, supporting them. And you can get some Magi stacks like that. But yeah, I mean, it's very hard to answer the question, because we would have to see, like, we would have to see something that's related to that, right? But yeah, here we can, like, play the lane slowly. Kiana already doesn't really have the option to play her game plan. And this is when you have to get very good at understanding what's your job in the game. Like, up until Masters, right? We want to get very accurate at how we play the game, right? We have to get good at, okay, what does Kassadin want to do? Like, what does Kassadin want to do here? Well, I mean, first off, yeah, we want to, like, play the lane, we want to, like, get a good reset, whatever, right? We want to be stronger than our opponent, we want to make sure that Kiana cannot roam on the map. But it's very important here that we already have to understand that we're winning the game. Like, this is a won game. The game is won. It's over. You already won the game. This game, 100% win. GG. It's over. It's literally over already. Why? Because we have... No way we will die to Qiyana, right? Like, we can just chill. It doesn't matter. We have to make sure that our snowballing bot lane and snowballing jungle can play the game, right? We already won because everyone, like, we have 2 winning sides, right? And a strong jungler. As long as we play to our champ strengths, and we play to our team's win conditions, which in this case is, don't let Qiyana roam because Qiyana can explode the skirmishes. Make sure that your team can keep snowballing. Bard will be able to roam and like wreak havoc on the entire map. Make sure nobody gets fiddle ulted for no reason. And yeah, I mean, late game, it's just gonna be an easy game because you have like very good defensive layers. Like Mercs is mega OP here, and also like Zonya, Frozen Heart, those type of items are also mega OP. So yeah, I mean, the game is gonna be easy. But you have to make sure that you're playing with your snowballing team. You don't allow Qiyana to roam, and you don't become a threat, like, you don't become a target yourself. Right now you're a target from the Qiyana, but yeah, as long as you prepare your ult, you will not die to her, right? And he already was aware of this, like, this was very easy to predict, right? Like, she will want to dive you, she will want to, like, go for this play. Just ult away, yeah, whenever she's, like, trying to do something, right? Yeah. We can kill this guy. I mean, it's fine. He's aware of his limits. He knows, like, Nico cannot do anything. So yeah, we can just walk off. We can just do the push. Team helps us out as well. And yeah, I mean, now we just... I mean, this is not good to stay here. It's actually way better to just reset. Even though it's a bad wave, it's like kind of whatever. This is bad. This is the low master. This is the low master. It's like, he was like literally, okay, I'm gonna make a very fucking good play. Perfectly like anticipate the Qiyana. Challenger level gameplay. Into like, okay, let me just try to push this wave, even if it costs my fucking life. And that's the low master. And this is where, like, this is you know, like, when you're a low master player, you have to stop basically everything weird in your game, right? You have to stop being weird. You have to stop being fucking weird. You know, like, up until Masters, you can be weird. You can do, like, some crazy stuff. You can do some, like, weird shit, right? You can do some, like, funky stuff, you know? Once you're Master tier and you want to climb to GM, you have to stop being weird. Like, weird as in, like, you have to stop being, like, making weird plays. You have to stop doing that. Like, why would you die for a wave that's like 3 melee minions? Like, why? It's literally a fine wave. You can just come back. This is where you stay low masters. Like, these sorts of plays. And like, so far, like, he hasn't played perfectly, but he actually, like, stacked to his, like, good fundamental League of Legends. We took the right waves. We played the matchup pretty well. We minimized it well. We didn't give many opportunities. We got the right items. We're like fundamentally we're playing the game well. We roam when we have a wave pushing towards us. I mean, it's completely fine. I mean, Qiyana didn't really do anything to like win the game as well, so it's like completely fine for us. I mean, this Qiyana is not that good. So we're like kinda chilling. Again, Qiyana is back. And we have some items. Again, we can place some good vision towards the side we're playing towards. We want to play towards the bot side, right? We have a very fed Bard, we have a very fed like bot lane as well. We can definitely play towards bot side. We place the wards towards our winning sides. Obvious. Now we want to keep playing lane again. Keep finding ways to interact in lane. But also very important here is that we are a play right now. Because the enemy is desperate. If you think about like Fiddlesticks, what does Fiddlesticks want to do? Like Bomba use ultimate, like kill Kassadin, right? So we have to be first off hyper aware of when Fiddle uses ults. And we have to be hyper aware when he can like gank to us, right? And now he can like, he's either here, like he can be right here. Or like right here in one of these bushes. Or he's pathing towards bot lane and then he's gonna show up in 20 seconds, right? Those are the options. So what we should do now is we should play towards the bot side, like lean towards here, where we have good quality vision. And play this wave kind of carefully, but still like in the middle, right? Like we know that Fiddle doesn't have ult, he just used it like not too long ago. Again, ulting towards the middle of the lane, completely fine, very stock standard. Kiana doesn't have ult yet, I think. I believe he does. No, he does. She does have ult now. So yeah, like yeah. Now we want to be a bit careful. But again, I don't like Eing onto the wave. Like I think that's pretty bad. We should not be taking HP damage, and we should not be letting Kiana leave lane completely unmatched or like untethered. You know, like we just want to at least. Like, this is bad trade pattern, right? She Qs, we should ult over it immediately. And we can extend these trades, but I mean now we have to be a bit careful because the Fiddle can move actually into the river soon. Unless he's like hovering around here, which is also a possibility, but that would be very int. He should be clearing his topside camp. I mean bot side camps right now. Like I would assume he's probably on his blue buff. Like, he's pathing towards his blue buff or, like, on the blue buff right now, right? Like, that would make the most sense from Fiddle's perspective. Like, if I look at the game, I think what happens is... The reason he's not shown on this ward yet, or on this ward yet, is that he cleared these camps, he started hovering us on the trade into the Kiana, and then he went to the bot side. And now he's, like, around here. Let's see how right I was. So he's here. Let's see what his pathing was. So he did his camps on top side. Did he hover? Did he hover mid? He didn't actually. Wait, when did I think that he was like here on this? Nah, never mind. He didn't even hover mid, like here. I thought here he would be hovering mid. He was actually just taking these camps. He just did the raptors first, so it's like weird. If he did these camps first and then raptors, then he would be like here so much faster, by the way. I mean, it's whatever. But yeah, so we just want to keep playing the lane. We just want to keep playing the game. Again, ult over this, please. Ult over it. You will not take any damage. You will literally be invincible in a trade and nothing will happen, ever. Kiana matchups like basics. Yo, Cloud, what's up? We will soon look at your VOD, by the way. If you're here, Cloud. We will look at your VOD soon. We got to the GM Challenger soon. We will look at you. What do you mean? Like, this is a low master VOD. Next up, we will do a high master VOD, and then we do like GM Challenger VOD. I'm master. Bro, like, but come on, like, it's not like you will not reach GM, like, automatically if you play, like, 5 games. Come on. Like, you're not a master player, though. Like, you're not a player I would review to see, like, why someone is not climbing to GM, no? Like, you're literally GM, no? Like, literally. Aren't you, like, 2 games from GM or something? You hit GM whenever you want, come on now. Isn't Cloud 2 trick as well? I mean, yeah, but doesn't, like, Cloud and you, like, the difference is you mainly play Vladimir, but Cloud mainly picks Kassadin, I think. Like, Cloud is mainly a Kassadin player. Or am I wrong on that? Yeah, you swap order of picks, but that's why, like Cloud will blind pick Kassadin. And you will blind pick Vladimir. I'm pretty sure that's the truth. Like, he will literally play Kassadin into, like all the matchups, you know? Like, he will play Kassadin sometimes into, like Like every spaceship matchup, you know? He will not pick Kassadin into Pantheon, but like, he will pick Kassadin and then he will get Pantheon picked into him. But you will be like, yeah, I'm just gonna pick Vladimir. And I will only pick Kassadin in matchup, like games where Kassadin is at least okay or decent, you know? Or I guess if Vladimir is banned. I'm field top every 1 out of 3. Yeah, I mean, I guess then. Yeah, I have to queue ADC second. Literally, like, if I don't queue ADC second, I just get fucking, like, autofill every second game. Or, like, secondary every second game. Lots of Vlad top games. Yeah. But you're mainly a Kassadin player, Cloud. Like, I know that one about you. Like, you're a Kassadin enthusiast. But yeah, okay, let's get back to the VOD though. I don't want to get too distracted. So yeah, I mean, like again, we just, like this game is already won. Unlosable game. With how strong your bot lane is, how strong your top side is, and how good Kassadin is in this game. Like it's so easy to play this if you have mercs and you have some sort of like survivability that makes you survive the Kiana, right? Or Kiana, like just one plot armor, one mercs, and you're invincible, literally. You're invincible with those. That's enough to like not ever lose a game. Yeah, I mean, Bar takes it is like kind of funny. Whatever. We got some kills, and now the game is over, right? Like we just had to play correct League of Legends, like fundamentally, like correctly. We can get back to lane, and this is where it's very important, right? If you want to get out of low masters, what do you do here? And this is where, like, you assess the game conditions, right? You see, like, okay, who's strong, who's weak, what am I playing for? You understand that, okay, the next objective, I have to make my minimap smaller again. The next objective is the grubs coming up in 40 seconds, right? So now you can already kind of get your team excited about this. You can be like, okay, my board is mega fed. Like, Caitlyn is whatever, like, Caitlyn can just eat bot lane, whatever it is. And I'm kinda strong. And my top side, like my Viego and my Ornn is very, very strong. So I already want to start pinging these grubs, right? I already want to get my team excited about it, right? That's what I want to do. Like, you can just, like, you can just start playing for the objective already, like 50 seconds in advance. You can start pinging it. You can start aligning your lane for it. And you can make sure that, like, you also, like, you know that Kiana just used his CD, like, 1 minute before the objective. Big int by Kiana, right? Kiana will not have ult for the grubs. So if you do the grubs on time, if you ping it in advance, you can actually do the grubs before the enemy gets any of their CDs. And that will make it a free grubs. So Kassadin should already start pinging the grubs, right? These grubs should already be communicated for. He should already, like, kinda, like, ping for it, right? Because those grubs are, like, so easy to take. So easy. Like, Kiana has no ult for it. Fiddle has no, like... Fiddle also ulted, I believe. So it's like, why would you not go for the grubs, you know? And, yeah, I mean... Whoa. But yeah, I mean, we should just move in, like, Ornn completely into it. I don't know how Ornn even dies when he's ahead. Top Steve is, I guess, the GOAT. He's just the GOAT, that guy. But yeah, you just want to keep playing lane, chill, like, not do anything crazy. And just be strong for the objective, like, this is gonna be still free, like, even though top dies, this is still completely free as long as we don't get caught. What's the timing on Kiana R Q with R? It's kinda like when you see Kiana cast it, like, depends on how far away from Kiana you are, because if you're, like, let's say here and Kiana casts Q here, then you have to wait for it to, like, kinda leave her hand, and then that's when you start, like from here. That's when you leave. If she's close to you, like, let's say she's here and you're here, then you want to, like, start casting the ult, like, basically, like, then you can, okay, if you can ult behind her, then you will never get hit. But otherwise, you just, like, start casting kind of as she is, like, the middle of an animation, you know? That's, like, how you kind of do it. So it depends on it depends on range. Also, like if she E's through a minion to Q, then you would also like apply the same logic. Like where she ends up is like what you make it dependent on. But you can also just reactively ult. Like if she E's through a minion, you can just kind of ult to the side the moment she starts casting it, and then you can just like EQ because she cannot get closer to you, right? And then it's like easy. But yeah, you can also, yeah, I mean you can kind of outplay it like that. But yeah, I mean this is a pretty good example of like even if let's say we don't take the crops, right? Because the Ornn dies and it's not very easy anymore. We should still make sure that we are not a play at any time, right? We have to make sure that we don't die in a game like this. Because the game is so free. If the enemy doesn't get anything, what happens now is this is how like an even game goes, right? And we have such an advantage that we will, as long as we keep it up, we will just have a growing advantage over time, right? But the moment we die, we can reset it, or we can even make it like negative, and then like, boom, we're in a bad position, right? So now, the moment as Kassadin, when you realize that the game is going towards the right direction and you're gonna win the game, you have to make sure that this kind of movement doesn't happen. Like this is what you need to prevent. Okay? You have to keep being ahead. You have to keep not giving the enemy any ways to come back to the game. You win by default. Stop losing, you know? Oh my god. I got second-hand depression from this. Your team also, like now that you're dead, you have no presence, your enemy can do whatever they want. And I mean, this is just like, yeah. This is also something you can communicate. You can type in chat, we auto-win, and you will auto-win by everyone knowing that, okay, you just scale. This is disgusting. Do not do this type of TP. Like, this is so low masters, by the way. Such a low master TP. Look at this. Like, this is a vomit teleport. You could TP mid, eat this wave, get 2 plates, nobody can stop you. Get the Drake, be in position. Even dive bot lane if somebody shows up. No, let's compensate TP top. And maybe we find a pick. Because maybe they did not notice that we TP'd here. It's like... It's such a low master play. It's crazy. It's so bad. The mastermind Kassadin mind control. But this is why this player, like, this play is such a flip on enemy not noticing stuff that it's not gonna be replicable if the players get anywhere near competent, you know? So... L9 TP by the Kassadin. Yeah, bro, like, L9. L9. Yeah. And it also puts us into the worst matchup as well. Like, why would we want to play against this? He will just eat. Nom 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 nom. Yeah. Top Steve is like... But now we're out of the game. Up to this point. Like, by just being mid, by just being available for skirmishes that happen around mid, against players that we can actually move. Like, Kassadin is a wolf, you know? Like, you're a wolf, you're hunting. You're not gonna kill the fucking elephant as a wolf. That's not what you're doing. You're killing like the deer, you know? You're killing the bunnies. Not the elephants, come on. Wait bro, why didn't you choose Katowice? I don't want to disrespect people. Like I'm not gonna look at somebody that has been higher elo. Like I'm not looking to like I'm not looking to like make people like I don't want to shit talk people. I want to make content on people that have reached masters and did not reach higher, and find out like what they can do to improve to get higher elos, right? And if we look at enough people, like in this scenario, if you understand that you automatically win this game through just valuing your life, being strong, and just being available for skirmishes around the people that also need you to be available for these skirmishes, because you're a strong member, and Viego is a strong member, and Bard is a strong member, but they can't, like it's hard for them to play the game if you're on the other side of the map when you're strong and Ornn is not really, right? You want Ornn to be the neutralizer on the sideline, and you want to be the person that's available for stuff because you have such a strength advantage on mid lane. So yeah, it's just like, yeah, one of those where you just need to be like a bit more consistent and not die. Not die in a game where you don't have to die. Like, it's such a free game if you don't die. It's so easy. Your bot lane is winning, they got 5 plates, they will get mid. You get to bot lane, you get to your side lane. You start matching the squishy Kiana on the side lane. And you're gonna be smiling. But this kind of TP, like this was the most low master TP of all time, you know? And it's just like, it just does not align with how you have to play a game like this. And yeah, that's where we have to be a bit more mindful. Whoa. I misclicked something, I think. What did you ask? Like, how... higher elo? What? I think you did a typo there and then it, like, the Twitch fucking blocked it. You should be careful with what button you're pressing. Yeah, it's fine. Whatever. Yeah, Skatowiczek is always interesting. Yeah, I mean, we can look at Skatowiczek as well. Because I don't know if he's like Master GM or what he's doing right now. But yeah, we can look at him as well. Is it possible like a terror VOD? Yeah, we can look at the terror VOD as well. But I don't know if he even plays the game right now. But I mean, we can of course look at him as well. If he plays Kassadin in Halo at the moment, like, we can definitely look at him. It's just like TSN starts building random stuff. Yeah, I mean, you will see some players that do stuff like that as well. But yeah, I mean, here, I mean, this is a very good example. Like, this game, if you put me in this game, like, not here, but like when you're in the middle of the game, like, I will win this game from this position, like 85 or 90 out of 100 times, right? I will not always win it. Like, this is already like, I guess, high enough elo where like people can do like weird stuff and like some like bad plays can happen. Like, you almost get killed by your Bard and stuff. But like, if you play towards your strengths, if you play towards your comp strengths and you get into such an advantageous position, you should be able to carry by just not dying, by just playing to your strengths, by just keeping a high intensity and just like doing your role. But if you miss that, the game can get infinite times harder for zero reason, right? And those two deaths already like made the game much more of a coin flip from your perspective as Kassadin. Whereas you could have like prevented every difficulty by just playing like a consistent League of Legends here, right? And yeah, I mean, now we're good. We want to go to the far side from the objectives, or like far side from where the game is being played. We want to not be around the chaos too much, especially not around the Cho'Gath. We want our neutralizer champion to be close to the chaos, so he can like eat stuff without really being in danger of being dived or like being made a play on. And we can eat a lot, and we can eat some plates, we can eat some, or like not some plates, but some waves, and we can get to our level, work towards the level 16, right? We can do a lot of stuff here. And yeah, I mean, ideally we just keep tempo. Again, this is very important how your habits are at this stage of the game, right? And this is where, like, for example, what he's doing here, this is bad habit, right? This is important as well. I mean, first off, when you have this portal, you should always use it because it's just faster than walking. Second off, you're looking to not approach through the lane because, I mean, if you do the portal, like, at least you're a bit closer to, like, whatever happens here. You can, like, just walk through here, like, maybe you find something, whatever it is. And you don't want to be against the Cho'Gath. So it's also very good to just, like, commit to this side lane, get into the Qiyana side lane. You can win against Qiyana very easily at this stage, like, Qiyana is mega behind, right? And then On can get a TP, like, he can go back, he can go to towards the top side, we can eat these waves, play against the Qiyana, and we're smiling. I mean, this is also fine, like, it's also not bad. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of whatever, right? Like, it's kind of whatever, like, either one actually works completely fine. We end up TPing down. It's actually a very bad TP, I think. Like, I'm not a big fan of this TP. Like, I would much rather have this wave than whatever happens here. So bad. We need to play for our resources. We don't need to take a fight. Even if we take a fight, this is second Drake, not good. Like, it's not even necessary. Like, just 2 waves is worth more than this Drake, by the way. Literally, 2 waves is worth more. So just eat. Like, we get mid prio permanently. We get top prio, like, top waves permanently. We get bot waves permanently. And if we want to make a play, after we got our waves, we can easily make a play then, like, just by moving down. We don't even need to TP. Like, there's no time-intensive play here. Yet we play like this is our last opportunity to actually make a play, and we TP bot, and we're, like, trying to make the craziest play on the Cho'Gath, who's, again, is an elephant. We want to, like, kill these people that we can actually kill. Like, for the Cho'Gath, we would need the Viego at least, right? Because Viego has some damage to him, or the Caitlyn. But, like, we can never kill this guy with this, like, with Ornn and Kassadin. Like, it's not happening, right? That's why this is a bad play. If anything, you can make this play through, like, going through here, but you don't need to make this play. And also you need to find Fiddlesticks first. Like, unless you see Fiddlesticks and you know where Fiddlesticks is, you can't even make a play in this river, because what is the enemy team doing? They are here, like, 5 people. They are prepping this. Like, Fiddlesticks is gonna ult you in 3 seconds. Literally, like, it's here. Ooh. Boom. What's happening? Boom. Now they get Drake. But we also don't get any of the top waves. And we also use their TP. And now we're bleeding. And now we're giving up advantages. And now we let up of the tempo of the game. And this is something we talked about, right? You want to keep playing the game fast. You don't want to let up on the tempo. Because the moment you let up, the moment you start giving waves for no reason, the moment you start falling behind, you will fall behind, like, seriously behind. And as Kassadin, you can't afford to do that, right? And, like, you have the best team on the planet, like you have Faker, Chovy, and, like, I don't know, like, Zeus on top lane here. And you have Gumayushi on ADC, like, dodging everything and killing everyone, right? That's pretty nice, pretty lucky. But if you keep playing like this, you will not win many games. So this is a very good example of, like, why someone that's actually, like, pretty good at the game. Like, most of his skirmishing is very good, his trading is very good, he understands, like, how to play lane, he understands what's his job in lane very, very accurately. His trading patterns almost, like, immaculate, right? Like, he's doing a very good job. Sure, like, okay, Nico made his life a bit more difficult than it had to be. But yeah, I mean, he understands, like, what to do, but again, the game is just so much harder for no reason. Through just him trying to do stuff that he doesn't need to do. And just not understanding where he has to be. Oh yeah, right. You're correct. Yeah, this is low masters. I mean, still, dude is 140 CS at minute 20. Yeah, it's not it, but it's 140 CS at minute 20 because he's going for bad plays. He's dying on waves where he doesn't have to, and he just doesn't play a high economy game. He's trying to, like, he plays like this game is desperate when this is the easiest game of all time. Like, the poise is just missing. He doesn't understand if he just takes his wave. He should not be matching the Cho'Gath again. Like, he should be on a different side. Not matching the Cho'Gath ideally. But the Cho'Gath just completely inted for no reason. He might still die. No, he will not. Yeah, I mean, this is fine. If Cho'Gath ints like that, I mean, I guess it's fine. But yeah, I mean, we should be on a side where Cho'Gath cannot neutralize us. We can always win against Qiyana. And yeah, we should just play like a tempo game. Just push out sides, hover mid-wave, push out sides, hover mid-wave, like that kind of style, right? So this is why this is how you win this game. And this is why this guy is low masters and not high masters or GM or challenger, right? He's missing so many. He's letting up on the tempo by doing weird stuff, as we talked about it. Like, he's dying for a wave to the Fiddlesticks, which makes the Fiddlesticks snowball and be actually like threatening. He goes for a top lane TP that's completely useless, which you should never do, right? Like, you should always like align yourself with what you need to do in the game. And when you understand that this game is free to win, then you shouldn't do plays like that. And this is why this guy is low masters. And from this point, like, even if he does play this game very well, like, he's a very good player, right? Like, he actually can do a lot of stuff well. But he made the game, like, way, way, way harder than it has to be through just giving a late to the opponent and not really aligning his choices with his, like, win conditions. And, like, the thing about this game that I think highlights very well, like, what you need to do from, like, master to, like, GM, is that he's not really considering, like, how his team wins this game. He understands, like, how he wins the game, but he doesn't really understand, like, that's why he's, like, below, like, 100 LP masters. Is that he doesn't really understand, like, how his team fundamentally functions in this team comp, and how his team fundamentally wins a game in this team, into this team, right? And that's what you need to kind of get better at. Like, until masters, you just, like, start, like, gather knowledge about your champion and get more and more accurate. Like, that's why I'm like, here you're just, like, gathering, like, rules of the game, whatever, iron. Then you, like start getting closer to, like, a very good understanding of what you want to do in the game. And from master tier, you get more holistic again. Like, you start, like, building towards your team, right? You start expanding your horizon again, and you start thinking about, okay, like, now I'm not only thinking about what I want to do, but I'm starting to think about, like, what does Viego want to do? Like, what kind of game does Bard want to play? What kind of game does my team want to play? Because that will actually help you as Kassadin understand your specific role and what kind of adaptations you have to make the game be won better. Through understanding what Kassadin ultimately wants to do, like, let's say, into Qiyana you want to minimize, you want to, like, play a good game. But when you understand that your sides are winning, you can then over-index on the actual important stuff, like, let's say, Qiyana wanting to roam, and you wanting to prevent her from doing so. And these kind of adaptations are what's gonna actually allow you to go from, I'm just playing the game, I'm just, like, playing Kassadin, to I'm playing League of Legends at a high level, and I align my choices with how the game is being won, right? And in low masters, players still don't understand how to align their gameplay with not just, like, what's the next objective, but, like, how their teammates, champions, fundamentally want to play the next objective. What they actually fundamentally, like, want to do in the game, in the big context, right? And that's like let's say you have, like, let's say you want to contest the Drake, right? Like, it can be very obvious that the Drake is a win condition, but you play Drake very differently if you have, let's say, like a Caitlyn on your team that's like, yeah, I just want to be there first, I just want to place my traps, I want to, like, control it, you know? Or if you have like a hackerim, you know, who wants to like, yeah, I want to stack up my queues, I want to like dive onto the backline, I want to like do some crazy stuff. Or if he has like an AP Shaco, you know, I just want to place my boxes, I want to be there way before the objective even spawns, so I can spawn like, I don't know, like 10 boxes or whatever it is. And that way, like, your game plan completely shifts based off of what type of champs you have. Let's say you have a side laner like an Olaf on the bot lane or a Tryndamere, like pushing bot lane when Baron is available. Like, you might just dance around the Baron for the sake of allowing them to get some pressure and allowing you to like take some people away from their lane, right? A lot of these things will be more understood as you climb higher in Master Tier and higher into like GM Challenger. Way better, and this is some of the things that you really need to learn and get better at if you want to improve at the game, right? And I think in low masters it's a very, yeah, and I mean the other thing is you have to stop being weird. Like, you bring with, like, when you climb from like, let's say, gold to like masters or silver to masters, whatever it is, you will bring some weird habits with you over time. Like, you will have some narratives, you will have some like thought processes, and you will have some stuff that's like, yeah, like when this guy died to the wave to the fiddlesticks, it's like, why the fuck would you even do it? Like, how does it even happen, you know? And when you do that kind of weird stuff, like, that's when you have to have this like basically mental adaptability, this like, yeah, this neuroflexibility, I don't know, neuroplasticity, is that what it's called? Like, basically, like, you need to be cognitively flexible enough for you to just not just rewrite what you do in game, but also how you think about certain stuff. And you have to like be much more reflective about like how you actually view the game as a whole, because like up until masters you just like want to fill in like specific concepts, like, okay, how do I play this matchup? Yeah, actually I do this and this and that, right? But once you get to master plus, like, you're just like, okay, like, now I have to like understand the game to a higher level. Now I have to like I will have conflicting ideas. Like, do I want to play for the Drake with my Kalista, who's like mega fed and wants to play the Drake? Or do I just play for the side lane because that's like how I want to play the game as Kassadin? And when you are faced with these decisions, that's when you get into higher level. And that's how you can like develop a higher level decision making through being cognitively flexible, through being like adaptable in your mindset, and then like being self-reflective enough to like drop this weird stuff that you might find good in your brain, but your thought process is not good enough to be a grandmaster player. And this is why, like, yeah, this is why you have to be very mindful, and you have to be very critical of your own thinking sometimes as well. I think we can move on to like high masters, okay? So next what is gonna be high masters? If you can like stop doing the weird stuff, you can like get your gameplay much more consistent, and you can like get to the point where your gameplay feels and looks clean, okay? That's when you reach high masters level. And at high masters level, like, a lot of the things that we previously talked about, like understanding how your team wants to play the game and understanding like how the game is being played from a higher level, like high masters to GM to high masters to challenger even, because I think like, okay, high masters to GM is not like a big like not a very big shift, right? Like, if you're, let's say, 500 LP masters or like 700 LP GM, I think you're kind of playing in the same games already, so it's like not a very big difference. But that's also like, obviously, like, there are still some differences. So let's take a look at OneTricks.gg. I'm going back at it again, and we can look at UWest. Like, I'm just gonna look at UWest OTP only. And we have some high masters OTPs. So we have this guy, we have this guy, And yeah, this guy seems to have a 72% win rate, so I'm not gonna look at him. This guy has a 60%, like he has like 160 games already, so he should be a good look. I don't know his like I don't know who he is, but he seems to be a 400 LP Kassadin player. And yeah, I think he would be a good person to look at if he has what's played. Because his last games were like 10 days ago. I'm not sure they are allowed to be viewed on... No, but he's playing Yon almost always. Nah, you can't even look, no. He doesn't have recent what's. So we have this this guy called Purple Magician. He could be someone that we can look at. Is it someone well known? I'm pretty sure it's like someone I know, probably. Like these are already like pretty high elo players. Like he's 500 LP. I mean, not a high elo as in like high elo, but like they're high enough elo for when you already know like they're not the worst player on the planet, for sure. But there's not many players, like there's literally like not many players that play Kassadin in high elo. Okay, let's take a look at this person. But he also haven't played a single Kassadin game. Man, Cloud, maybe we have to look at you for like Master GM. Like High Master GM, and we just look at you for GM and then just call it a day. Like maybe that's the angle. Yeah, this guy also had like haven't played a Kassadin game in like 20 games. Well, I guess it's time for Cloud. Cloud, we have to look at you. It's only you. Only you left. Nobody else is actually playing the champ. And Skatovicek is just like 200 LP. I can't look at him for a high master right now. Like he's just not playing. Like he can be high master sometimes, but he's just not playing high master games at the moment. So I have to look at Cloud. Like we have to look at you, and then we just like go like master GM, high master, low GM. I hope you have played. If you haven't played on your main, I'm gonna be very angry. Go Cloud for GM and then Winter for Chal, but Winter is 400 LP. Oh no, he's 500, sorry. He's 500. But he's literally master tier. He's 400 for inactivity? He played like every day, like 5 games at least. What do you mean 400 for inactivity? He played at least 5 games a day for the... Bro, in the last 3 weeks, like he basically lost. Yeah, he was challenger like 10 days ago. And he was playing every single day. And he was just like losing a lot of games. I mean, he just went on a 10 loss streak or something. I guess, yeah, we can look at, but we're not also... No, he wasn't decaying, like he had a lot of games. Like he had a lot of games. But it's not about, like it's not about that. I guess he was playing different champ than I guess. But yeah, I mean, we can look at, but I also won't look at the challenger game. Like, I don't need people to climb out of challenger, you know? But I will look at Winter. I want to look at Winter. Maybe we just look at him for like GM to Chal, I guess. Like what you need to do and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, he would be a very good look because he's also like playing Kassadin a lot, I believe. Yo, Cloud. It's been a while, Cloud, since I've looked at your games. It's been a while. You can take a look now. So okay, like this is gonna be like top master to like GM. Like GM. And yeah, I mean, this is gonna be the how you climb out of like masters. This is the Okay. I'm gonna look at the game. Okay. Which game should I look at? But Racer played Shaco for the last 50 games at least. Like he played Kassadin to 200 LP and then only one tricks Shaco. He legit doesn't even play Kassadin. He literally has not played a Kassadin game in... I mean, he played 2 days ago and then 29 days ago. Like he has literally played like, okay, like 5 Kassadin games. And then like 29 days ago he played Kassadin. And he climbed basically with Shaco in between. I guess we can look at him as well. Like he's playing like GM and like high GM as well. So yeah, I guess we can look at him too. Like that would make sense as well. Yeah, we can 1 day ago 3 games. Yeah, okay. I mean we can look at him as well. But I'm gonna look at you, Cloud. You're not gonna survive this one. Which game should I look at when you played into the set Irelia? Is it good? Yeah, the thumb can't stop. It just seems like you're just like 2 losing sides, no? Okay, I mean, I don't care about that game, honestly. Yeah, the game where you went 0-4 into like TF top and Ori mid, is that... What happened there? What happened there? You lost in 16 minutes. Did the Draven just run it down or something? He went 1-9 in 16 minutes. Wait, actually I should just like show the fucking display. Like I see these games like... I don't know what I can take away from this, from like a coaching perspective. I mean, we can look at it. I guess we can look at this one. This seems like the most like... the most like game that you have actually control over. Was this into Pantheon mid? I guess we can look at it. Let me stop the display. I can just like capture this. Yeah, like this is master, there's like GM player in it. Wait, you're kinda low. No! Wait, this is kinda low. You have 1 GM player. You have to step up your game. Come on, man. You have to climb a bit. Okay, I can't say that when I'm not climbing myself, but like, you know. I'm gonna play the game, yeah? I'm gonna play the game, but... it's over. GG. No, 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 no. I'm not looking at this. You're fucking playing Fleet, man. Come on now. You only played on this account, the Cloud V2. Yeah, but that's so low. Like, that's like 200 LP, no? Or like 300. I wanna look at something that's like low GM. You're so cooked? Yeah, I mean, that's why we're here. We need to coach you. Okay, first off, stop taking this rune. It's not good. Come on. Like, okay, let's say 5 minutes, right? Like, by now, surely you got some value from it. 51 HP? Damn, bro. 51, that's crazy. How broken is this rune? Come on now. Okay, wait, 10 minutes, 10 minutes. Surely it's better, surely it's better, surely it's better. 190? Yo! That's almost a health pot. Did you know that if you take biscuits, you get 3 of these? 3? 3 of these potions? 3 of them. You could just take biscuits as your keystone, and you would heal more than Fleet. Why do you play this rune? Come on now. Like, we have talked about this so many times. In high-low also, you will never get to auto-attack the enemy. Second wind at 5 minutes better than Fleet at 10. Of course! Fleet is not good. Nah, bro, you're cooked. You're cooked, man. Come on. Like, yeah. You know, like, I respect your Kassadin a lot, but like, you deserve to be cooked when you complete. Come on, man. Okay, let's take a look. Because I know, like, your Kassadin is one of the cleanest Kassadins I've seen. You know, like, you're actually very good at this champion. But you have to stop taking this useless shit rune. Yeah, it's a bad addiction. It's like you're taking, like, you're like taking some drugs, you know? And you're just like, yeah, but it's like makes me feel good, like happy, like little auto attack, you know? Wait, you procced it already once. It healed you for 2 HP. All 2 of them. You're crazy, man. Okay, this was the last bit of like cook you got for the Fleetwood work. That's all you got for it. But you can already see this player. He's already doing a very good job of like establishing like level 1. He's playing it well. He's using Q reactive. Like obviously, like this is like high enough elo to like he's actually a very good Kassadin player. Like one of the best in the world. Okay. So yeah, this is what this looks like. But we will find out. Like we will diagnose why he's not a challenger right now. Because this is also a player we already pushed to challenger once, so we have to diagnose him again. He's gonna. So at this point, okay, we're completely fine. The lane is not very volatile. Like LeBlanc doesn't have ignite, so we're not in danger of dying anytime soon. We can use Q reactively. We can just like play around the wave on our side. If we ever take damage from LeBlanc, it's gonna be in the middle of the wave. We're completely chilling here. Don't really care. Use Q reactive. The E is quite disgusting. I think you just really want to not push this wave very fast. I think it's much more important to not push the wave here than it is to damage the LeBlanc. But yeah, I mean, both of them, like, if you want to align your gameplay, so like this is what I talked about with the damage might actually be good here, because you see like there's a lot of chaos happening on the bot side. So it might actually be the best play to E the LeBlanc, even though it's not necessarily the super most optimal play in lane. Because it makes her roam, even, it's only slightly, but slightly less efficient, right? And that will allow you to like, just like play a better laning phase, right? Because LeBlanc will have, I mean, this is very negligible, right? Like in big picture, like this doesn't make a huge difference. But the difference it makes can be huge. And that's what you wanna think about, right? And yeah, I mean, LeBlanc gets a kill, I mean, it's whatever. We get to shove and crash the wave. It's pretty good, it's pretty good. Please, oh my god. Yeah, I mean, we have to like, I mean, this is fine. This is completely fine. Just let the wave crash. Like, we have a big enough wave to protect us while we're crashing it. And yeah, I mean, there's not much you can do. She's very low HP. And we can extend the lane phase until like she resets and then we just match the reset. I mean, very stock standard. And yeah, we got some items. Pretty nice, pretty nice. Again, here we want to block damage with Q. And this is a very bad trade here. So this is, let's break this one down. So now, realistically speaking, this minion is not gonna die for a while, but we should always walk up with the next wave. Like, there is no reason right now for us to be walking up with, like, right now, when she can literally just, like, easily poke us down, you know? And then, yeah, I mean, we should never walk up to the dying minion, because this will always happen. And yeah, I mean, this is a big chunk, and this is not very good, because we should be playing to, like, stay healthy on the crash. We should be playing to just, like, yeah, stay healthy in general. It's a very good idea to have. Again, this Q, like after this, like here. This is fine, but this Q, very low quality. We have to Q reactively in the matchup. And it would be much better if we just use this Q when we actually block something with it. And like, it's not a bad idea to like do it, like a lot of the times what you wanna do in these matchups, and what I think he was doing here as well, is when LeBlanc and you are like, let's say LeBlanc is here, right? And you're here. What you would do is sometimes you would just Q-click the LeBlanc and then click back. Q-click the LeBlanc, click back. So whenever she's like tethering you with like, she's doing the same thing with you, like just Q-clicks you and like tries to get a Q off. So then she gets the QW, right? Like she's looking for the type of burst rate. In that sense, or if she's trying to W you from max range, this type of like Q buffering would allow you to, in a way, proactively block any type of damage she would do if she Ws in, like what she does right now. But yeah, I mean, you just can't do that. You just can't do that when she's that close. So in that situation, we should not be queuing LeBlanc. We should be waiting with the Q. But in general, like the Q kind of the Q buffering is a very good technique that you guys can learn as well. I'm not sure if he was doing that here, but it's something very valuable that you can do. And by this point of the lane, by the time like majority of the lane, the most important part of the lane is over, our second wind has regenerated 220 HP, while Fleet Footwork regenerated 41. A total of 41 HP. Remember when I said this was the last time I'm gonna roast the fucking fleet? No, you're gonna get roasted for it consistently. But yeah, I mean, we're in a decent position. But now we need to kind of delay this part. And I mean, because we see that, okay, I mean, there's a skirmish that's gonna be probably like somewhat slow. We don't need to move here. Like, it's completely fine to not move because in general, like this guy, I mean, here it's fine to move. Like here, this click is fine. Because if this skirmish gets like even remotely extended, our damage will be actually very valuable here. But by the time like this happens, like now, okay, like at this point, we know the play is over. We can just walk back to mid instantly and just like, and this kind of hesitation, this is not good. We should be walking back to mid very fast here. And like, just no hesitation, go for the wave. And yeah. But yeah, I mean, this is fine. The thing is about this kind of lane state is it's kind of volatile in the sense that we want to get to that level 6 and we want to get a reset to replenish our HP. And ideally also get like either some AP items or like a blasting wand or something. We can also just like work towards like some defensive item. But yeah, we don't really want to extend this lane phase for way too much at this point. Now we use our defensive items. We have a massive wave, so her out-attacking us here actually kinda fucks her over. And this is incredibly good, because now we can shift our mindset from, okay, we just want to get out of this lane state. Because before this, right? Like, let's say before this trade. Like, let's say we're in this lane state, right? What you see is that now, if this lane state is gonna continue, and let's say we just like randomly continue this lane state in the future, LeBlanc will have an advantage. And we will have a disadvantage, right? Because we have low HP and LeBlanc has like somewhat high HP, right? So if this lane state keeps going, like this is like the, let's say this is like the lane going even, it's like a lane tendency, right? Like the lane is slightly bad, like here, right? So we want to kind of get out of this lane state and reset it to normal, right? But the moment this trade happens, like this, after this trade, boom. Like now this is very good, right? Like now this is like happy. So now we want to extend the lane phase because every second that LeBlanc spends in a lane state like this, she's bleeding out. She wants to have pressure, she wants to have advantage, she wants to have availability, which she just cannot possibly have. So right now she's like sweating. Like this is very bad for LeBlanc, right? So this is a perfect situation where we just want to kind of extend this type of lane state, right? We want to keep staying in this type of lane state. And this is why, from this point, we should be just like playing for HP, playing to not get poked. And once we get level 6, which we will get on the cannon, we actually want to, yeah, you can see, we want to not use our ultimate. We want to be very mindful of like how we use our spells here, because our main concern here is to stay as healthy as possible while we're crashing this wave, right? Because if we crash this wave, we might not get a kill onto the LeBlanc, but we can have a massive tempo advantage, because she still will need to reset, which will grant us the availability of these grubs, right? Unless Vi dies, in which case... Oh? Yeah, that's nice. Okay, she doesn't die. She lived with 1 HP. That's crazy. And yeah, I mean, in this case, I would actually just rather use this kind of advantage to just get a... I mean... Okay, I mean, that's alright. I think it's fine to use this for just tempo. And just like go onto the map together with the Vi. And use the LeBlanc having to reset way later than you as like an opportunity to get some vision and like play for the next objective. I think that would have been better, personally. From like I'm not sure about like it is, if like Lulu doesn't die, this is so good, but it's just so weird. It's just so funny. Like I don't mind like playing for denying this wave either. But I think like you generally don't want to be in a low HP state for too long here. Especially since Vi is gonna come off of phase and you kinda don't want to be mismatched on tempo with your jungle that much. I personally think like this would be completely fine to go for a reset here. But I mean, it's like what, man? Like what? What do you even... Like what can you even say about that one? Yeah, I mean... You can argue that it's like not even hard to dive this, so it's like, I mean, I guess it's fine. But yeah, I mean, it's just funny. It's just funny. If Lulu doesn't die, it's like so free. It's like so chill. But this is tough, because now what happens is we're so fucked on tempo that like now we cannot play for grubs, but we also cannot really play for Drake because we're just like... I mean, we can play for Drake, I guess. We can absolutely play. I'm sorry, like, I just... Like we can 100% play for Drake. It's not even close. But yeah, I mean... It's a... Like, we're still gonna give up tempo for this, though. Because now, like, LeBlanc has the push, and now LeBlanc has the opportunity to do whatever she wants. Because she will get this push always. Well, if we just reset in time and we just do that kind of play, then even though we might not have that 300 extra gold, we would always have availability here, right? Like, we would never be stuck farming while LeBlanc is making a play. Because we would have the tempo to, like, make any play we want to make. Or to use that tempo to actually trade LeBlanc and then just have an advantage, right? But now LeBlanc just goes for the worst play of his life. So, I mean, we just got the wave as well. So this is very good. Like, if LeBlanc doesn't make a play with it, then, I mean, it's pretty fine for us, right? Which will allow us to actually, like, push the wave, get some plays, get some more tempo for ourselves. I mean, it's pretty fine. We can even use this time to, like, play some deep wards. We have 2 winning sides. Ezreal is winning, Fiora is winning. So this game is, again, very good example of a game that's, like, very easily won, right? We can win this game very, very simply. If we just don't give the enemy a play, we just play it smart, play it slow, don't make it volatile, and just, yeah, just like play it accurately. And we don't even need to make anything crazy happen, right? Like, we're not trying to we're not trying to do anything crazy here. We're just eating waves. We just stay safe, don't do anything crazy. And yeah, I mean, we don't even have to do anything crazy again. We can take up space, we can just like walk up, like hover the side that Vi is playing to. We can just like try to make a pick together. The Pantheon is kind of walking up, so we can even try to like walk there a bit. And since we are not seeing anything, Vi is just gonna take his camps. We're just gonna keep playing lane, right? Again, important detail. He's not gonna be late on these waves. He's not gonna walk all the way around here. He's not gonna like do anything weird. He's gonna be here when the wave spawns. Very important. This is one way that so many of you guys lose entire mid prio or anything. Like, the Kai'Sa is pretty weak right now, right? We can trade her. But if we're late to this wave, we cannot do this EQ. Her state is gonna be better because we didn't do this, right? And she could just one-shot the wave, maybe even get tempo. But this way we can get tempo, we can like hover a bot side skirmish, we can like go for the plant, whatever it is. And we can keep our advantage. And this is very important again. We can still go for the... Like, we still don't want to use our E. This is also something that you notice him doing very, very well. Is that lower elo Kassadin players will use their E to clear some random minions. He's gonna keep his E, so when he needs to get a trade-off, he has the E available. You can see a lot of mindfulness about the E usage until he wants to get out of the lane. At which point he will just like clear the wave and he will just get out, right? Up until that point where he actually needs to clear the wave, he's not gonna use his E. He's not gonna do it, like he's not gonna just like use it for fun, right? This is very, very important. Again, now, we don't need to do anything crazy, like, we can just like play this very slowly, completely fine. Ezreal is getting infinite value on the side lane. So again, this is important. You understand that, okay, my lane, let's say, we talked about how our lane and into the LeBlanc was getting positive. But it's also important to not only understand how your lane is going as like, what's your lane's tendency, right? But what's your game's tendency? Like, how is the entire lane? Like, how is bot lane going? How is top lane going? Where is the game heading if we just keep playing the way we're playing? And you can see in this state, as we see like the bot wave, the game is heading into like an automatic victory, right? Like it's going like this. So we don't have to do anything crazy. We don't have to look for a play. We don't have to do anything, right? We just have to not drop waves. We just have to not really like give advantages. We just have to not become a play ourselves. And the only time we will drop waves, if we ever drop waves, right, is if we need to go for a play, which we don't. See? He's not compensating for this chaos. He's taking his wave. Very correct gameplay. I mean, this is very good gameplay, right? And I think this was the first time he actually got hit from Elite Footwork. Let's see. Boom! 300! By 12 minutes, almost. That's awesome. It's gonna scale soon. It's very nice, very nice. Then we can get a plate here. I mean, it's completely fine. Now we can actually just play a high tempo game. Like, we can just like stay available for whatever we need to play for. We can just like let the Vi clear her camps. We can just take a reset here on the cannon wave, get to our item spike, get back to lane. Pretty good, right? Actually, he would probably have resetted, by the way, if he had more gold. But this was like the exact gold he needed for Malignance, so it's like the plate itself was mandatory there. Otherwise, it would be better to just drop the plate, like not take it actually, and just like go back for Malignance and actually be strong and available for this fight a little bit faster. But here, like, because he needed it for item spike, it was completely fine. And yeah, now, when there's an important fight of the game, we want to be available. Like, now it's fine to drop a few minions, because this fight is gonna decide, like, who's gonna win the game, right? So here we want to be available, we want to be present, we want to make sure that the game doesn't go away from this winning position, right? And yeah, I mean, we can just make this play. I mean, we can even finish it with a dive. And now we want to, okay, push this lane. I mean, we can even get the play, like, get this wave in. And then we want to, like, make sure that we... Yeah, we don't give a kill, right? Important, we don't want to give kills now. Because then the game can actually get kind of scuffed. We want to get to the side lane. We want to eat some waves on the side. Kai'Sa is gonna push this out. By the time she's pushing it out, we're gonna be here, we're gonna eat it. And now we can be on the dragon side, right? We can play for this objective. And everyone is very strong, so we can actually deterministically get most of the objectives. Yeah, I mean, this is very stock standard. I mean, very stock standard. I mean, like, this is the correct gameplay, right? Like, this is how you play Kassadin if you're playing it correctly. Honestly, shout out to CloudV2. He's like actually kind of crazy, this guy. Yeah, I mean, this game very well played here. Yeah, we're getting the Drake, we're pushing out the side lane. And yeah, I mean, from this point, because our team is winning, like, this is a very easy game to play as Kassadin. Like, we just want to like stay consistent, push out our side lanes. We have the Vi very close, so we can actually like push up this kind of further than usual. And yeah, I mean, Pantheon has no ult, he just used it topside, right? And yeah, I mean, nobody can actually kill us. we have to be mindful of like Viego's threat and like where Viego is. And we also have to be kind of tracking the Rakan and like everyone on the map. But as long as we do that, like we're not gonna be in trouble in a 1v1. We can use a lot of our Qs just to block stuff reactively. I mean, we can even like, yeah, he actually did it. Like you can actually put a third point into Q just to help you like trade on the side lane. And yeah, I mean, he did that here as well. And that's gonna give you enough survivability to like never have to be afraid from like LeBlanc or like LeBlanc threat. And yeah, I mean, here it's a very, very wonderful like Kassadin gameplay. Now we can go for a QE and ult over this wall. If he's looking for that, like that's completely fine and very viable. We don't want to ult in aggressively, again. Like we can also here just like, I mean, we can ult into this guy because the other guy is very far away, right? But we don't want to ult onto the Viego aggressively, is what I meant. And yeah, I mean, other side of the map, still winning, very winning position. I mean, this game is probably just gonna end up in a, like, it's already over. It's kinda already over. It's like, whatever you do now, like, the game is like already won. Let's see how he dies though, because he dies on the side lane here. So here, game is so winning, we just need to wait for the wave to push back. Track the Rakan, track the Viego and not get picked, right? And yeah, I mean, it's like, I think he just got a bit bored here and just like went for the pick, but yeah, I mean, it's completely unnecessary, it's kind of whatever. He bursted the clone with the full combination. Used the Vex emoji as well. Holy, that combo was crazy. Yeah, I mean, this game is just won. It's like nothing you can do to lose it. It's like whatever. Okay. We can look at his Twitch TV Cloud V2 account as well, because I want to look at another game from him before we go into the GM Challenger Elo from like Winter and yeah, like basically Winter, and I think X-Racer also plays in Challenger, so yeah. We're just gonna look at those guys after. So yeah. Wait, you've been winning every game. Show me a lose. Show me one defeat, come on. I need to see you lose a game so I can tell people that like, this is why you're not Challenger, you know? Like I can't just like look at you win every game. Okay. Yeah, but like this is the worst game for like... Wait, are you Kassadin top here? But this is a high challenger game, no? Or is that not even that enough? He had some high-low games on that account. No, it's not it's not the natty nat. It's not the actual natty nat. It's fake natty. I thought it's like a high challenger lobby for some reason. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we can look at that game. You're losing it to Veigar. How did you lose to Veigar? Okay, it probably wasn't even like you losing to Veigar. Let's take a look though. Is that a good game to review? Do you think that's a good game to look at? I wanna look at one of the games when you're like kinda losing, you know? Like games where you think you could have done better if you were a challenger player, you would have won, but... Do you think that's a game like that? Or is it just not worth to look at? Is it just a bad game to look at? Tell me. Was like fist fight building random items. Ah. I mean, you have fucking Leandris. Come on. I'm gonna review the game when you went 1 and 5 into Katarina. I'm gonna look at that game. I'm gonna look at that one. I'm gonna look at that game. And I don't want to look at that either. Like, I want to look at a game where it's like... Is there any games that you played like somewhat seriously? And you weren't like a full AP comp? Without an... Okay, like, I mean, this game? This game, you have kinda cancer for not going Abyssal Mask, by the way. Like into the Akali. Wait, let me... Like this game. Imagine you get Abyssal Mask here. What is Muramana? Like imagine you have Abyssal Mask. You do true damage to this guy, and your like Silas and Brand and Karma all do true damage. Nah, but like you're literally like in this account, like it's like I can't redeem it, you know? You're literally like 300 LP, but you're 300 LP because you're building fucking Muramana. Like I can't tell you what like I can't say anything. You're just trolling. You're losing on purpose. Like when you want to win, you just go this. Like look at this. You just go like 19-0. You buy the right items and it's over. Wait, isn't that fucking Yamato? I think he had an account like this. I mean, anyways. Yeah, fuck it. We're just gonna look at fucking Winter. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We just look at Winter. Okay. Best Kassadin players. Okay, we have Winter. We have this guy. This person doesn't even play Kassadin anymore, so. So yeah, Winter always plays Kassadin, I guess. So he's always good to look at. He's like GM challenger for the most part. So yeah, that's gonna be good. It's always gonna be fine. Okay, we do crazy Kassadin climb after, by the way. Like I literally, like I'm gonna go home for a few days. So like, let's say 3 days Christmas time and stuff. After that, we do the biggest mega insane Kassadin challenger climb. In 2 weeks, 3 weeks we hit challenger, okay? That's what we do. Conqueror only. But he already knows, like look at him. He buys the right items as well. He knows. He's aware. Look at this. Literally, he knows what's up. He knows what's up. He knows the Conqueror. He knows what's up. On EU West? Yeah. Of course on EU West. Like EU Nordic I could do like 5 days Challenger, it's whatever. Like on Russian server I could not do Challenger in 5 days. Just because like finding one game takes 5 days. And like what is it, like Middle East I have like 120 ping, and then yeah, the rest of the servers are just like not good. Like I can't play on other servers. I can only play like EU West, EU Nordic and Russia. And I guess Turkey, like I could probably play Turkey as well, but it's also probably like 10-hour queue times too. So it's like useless. And nobody cares about like those servers, you know? Like I'm gonna do EU West. EU West only. Okay. So yeah, let's take a look at Winter's game. So yeah, let's do, okay, let's first off like write the GM chal here. This is like the GM to challenger climb. We're gonna break down Winter, who's like historically like hitting challenger for like a couple of years now, every split, so yeah, although he plays some other stuff, like he's not a pure one trick, but he's the closest that we have to a pure one trick in challenger, so, or like GM challenger, so I guess we're just gonna look at some of his games. He's playing a lot of Conqueror, which I think is the correct Kassadin build. Like I genuinely think like what he's doing is correct. Like he's actually a good player. He knows what's up. He plays Grasp as well. He plays Grasp as well. Wait, he plays the... He plays my setups. I swear he was not playing them, by the way. Like, if you look at him previously, like, he was not playing this setup, by the way. He recently realized that this is the way, and he's just like going 15 kills every game. It's over. Or maybe he was just playing in Challenger, playing First Strike, and now he's playing Conqueror, and now he's Master. One of the two is true. Yeah, he was always the Electro First Strike. But now he knows the truth. He understands. He understands. He knows it. He's aware. He's aware of how broken Conqueror is. He knows how broken Frozen Heart Abyssal Mask Magi is. Look at him. He's literally going Magi. He's never bought it before almost. He has it this game. Yeah, okay, he's buying it sometimes actually. But look at this. Boom. Ah, that's so beautiful to see. That's so beautiful to see. He understands, he knows. And then like in one day he's gonna say like, I hate fucking Conqueror, it's the shittiest rune. He might come out and say that. But nah, he's the GOAT for that actually. He's the GOAT for playing this setup, by the way. Boom! Yeah, I love that. That's so insane. It's so crazy. Okay. Let's take a look at some of his games. Let's take a look at this one because he lost this. But I mean, this is a high elo game, no? Like these guys are all like decently high elo. Like these are names I actually recognize from like playing. Yeah, I mean it's pretty good, pretty good. Yeah. Okay, we can look at yeah. Some of these players are like pretty decently high elo. Yeah, I mean you just see names. Pretty good, pretty good. So let's take a look at this one. I guess. I mean, this is not a very good Kassadin game. You have like a hard time playing into Kindred. You have a hard time playing into most of these jumps. Like, yeah, it's not an easy game. So we can look at this, but it's also not very easy for Kassadin. And he also doesn't have a lot of damage in his comp. So we can technically look at this, but this is a hard game. Kinda wanna look at this game. Oh yeah, it's into Echo. Holy. Yeah, I mean, this could be a good game to look at. Although it might just be that his top lane was inting. The enemy has Katarina ADC. Wait, who is this guy? I don't know. Okay, let's take a look at we can look at this one as well. But it's into fucking like Aurora, like it's not very interactive. And you have 0-9 jungler. It's like whatever, that one. 3-7. Okay, let's take a look at this. Okay, let's take a look at this. This could be good. This could be good. But I also want to look at a win. Like I want to look at a good fundamental League of Legends. This is also a hard game as well. So winning this is good. Like we can look at this one. I think looking at this one could be actually valuable for the stream. Because there's some hard decisions as well. So like in this game, yeah, I think this is a good one. This is a very good game to look at. Because this game, like, yeah, this is gonna be a banger. It's gonna be a certified banger, guys. Certified banger alert. I mean, it's full master lobby though. So yeah, so first off, we're starting Dark Seal refillable into melee matchup. Very normal, very standard. And yeah, we want to We're playing Conqueror. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. He's playing Conqueror. He's playing Con, guys. He's playing Conditioning as well. He knows that you don't take second wind into ranged, and he also knows that you don't get value from like going sudden impact that much into value. So this is a very good example of like, yeah, you just want to like Q reactively, play slowly, play Conqueror, play Dark Seal refillable. Yeah, very, very nice. You just want to play it slowly. And this comp is kind of hard to play against because Wukong is like a lot of damage, a lot of armor pen, doesn't really... Like, armor itself is not a super efficient defensive layer this game. And Fiora also will just like block a lot of your stuff. Or like do a lot of true damage, sorry, so your armor is not super efficient this game. Okay, I can explain conditioning, yes. So conditioning, the way you win a game like this, right, is second wind would allow you to go through your laning phase, and whenever you get like these very small pokes, like let's say when you get Orianna queued, or you get Victor Eid, or you get one of these like very small amount of damage that would like keep chipping away at you, second wind would allow you to then sustain through that. So through a lot of repeated small pokes would give you a lot of value in lane so that you can get more CS in the early game, right? Conditioning is at 12 minutes, like 12 minutes, basically you get like 700 to 800 gold worth of defensive stats against both armor and magic resist. In this case, you benefit from both armor into these guys, and you benefit from magic resist as well from these guys, which allows you to like actually like use all of the gold value you get from this, as well as like it makes you better scaling in a matchup where you also don't really benefit from second wind, nor bomb plating all that much. So in this specific game, these are very valuable stuff you can get, right? So you would not get a lot of value from second wind itself, so conditioning is actually the correct choice here, because that just makes you much more strong, right? In like after 12 minutes. And since it's not a very high interaction and high volatility matchup in general, you're not looking to trade him super hard level 6, or you're not looking to like do a lot of stuff anyways. But just through like scaling you can actually win this game very easily, right? Or like very easily is an overstatement, like this is not an easy game to win, but it's definitely a game that you can win through playing very, very accurate, right? You can see we already are using, like, we're getting every minion, basically, we're like just trying to get as many CS as possible. And yeah, we're just letting the wave push to us. We set up minions to like last hit. We block some... That's a very, very nice blocking of movement from the Galio E that allowed him to actually like force the Galio into like 2 tower shots, which is like kinda nice. Wouldn't you say Ult Hunter is good into this comp because they are beefy? That's not how you want to be thinking about it. Ultimate Hunter is more so like a rune that you need if you're, like, let's say side laning is volatile and you getting more ults is giving you much more value. Like, let's say when you play into Victor, right? Or Victor, or you play into Vex. Like, these champs, your ability to like ult onto them twice will make or break your ability to like chase them down, to like stay on top of them, to like play into them, right? But into a champ like Galio, like you can ult on top of them whenever you want. So you can just extend the trade and it doesn't really make a big difference. So Ultimate Hunter is like, it's nice, but it's not necessary. It's not very... I would not take Domination 3 for Ultimate Hunter in a game like this, you know? Because you can just get so much more value through like being beefy, and because you know they are beefy and the fights are gonna last long, you need the tankiness to actually do more and more rotations. So in a game like this, and also Sudden Impact is one of those runes that, like, if you would go Domination, you would also go Sudden Impact, which would not really give you all that much value in this matchup. Because even though you kind of get value from like getting his HP lower, it doesn't really, like, you can't really play for that with his magic shield and with his entire kit, like, working around that. And he can also push waves incredibly easily. So even though, like sudden impact would give you some value, like, historically into champs like Galio, I don't think that value would outweigh the value you get from, like, conditioning overgrowth, like, and the tankiness you get from that. And we want to use our Q to, like, stop the thing. The Jenna is fucking crazy. I like it. And yeah, I mean, we just have a very good lane state. The lane is freezing for us. I mean, there's some chaos happening, which is, like, kind of whatever. And now, this is important, right? We can actually take a very nice reset here. And look at this. Boom. We're full HP. And we don't have to stay in lane in a bad position. Like, at all. We're never a play here. We're never in a position where, like, Galio can just, like, do whatever. It's, like, pretty fine. We could alternate, like, we could have like extended this lane phase as well, and I think that would have also been, like, completely fine. But yeah, I mean, this is also very good because this way, like, we can just keep playing lane without, like, having to be afraid of, like, any sorts of dives or whatever it is. And Galio actually has, like, a surprisingly high, like, lethal threshold as well. But this way, if Galio goes for a roam on this move, like, we can actually, like, end up pushing this wave. Which you will probably see, like, him ending up pushing this wave. And just, like, getting a very good, like, either a very good reset off of it, or we can even hit plates if we spot the jungler. So yeah, but we end up going for the reset. You want to take your free resets, guys. It's so important to take your free resets. Unless you can just, like, stay more because you spot somebody else on the map. Which is also completely fine. You can also, like, the reason he stays here is because he doesn't really have an item, and he's 1 XP from level 6, which allows him to actually push this wave as well. Which is also completely fine. Like, now you can just, like, ult the wave. Even if you give some HP for it, it doesn't matter. You're trying to reset anyways. So they're just gonna base here. Just gonna ult over this wall, probably go for a base. He can also play the next wave as well. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Like, you're not on a timer here. You're not trying to, like, be in lane with full pressure. Like, you just need to be available for this. Yeah, I mean, this is completely fine. Again, we don't need to do anything crazy here. Yeah, we can just play it slow, play it precise. And yeah, get back to lane. We're chilling. It's completely fine. And yeah. Now here, we kind of want to... Like, we want to get this wave out, and we want to take a reset, because we're sitting on a lot of gold now. And you also see, okay, this is also very important, that you see, like, his wave clear is very quick. Before the minions are all aligned, we already want to be using our first ult on the melees, so we soften up the wave. Then we want to spread out our auto attacks. You will see he will not burst at one minion, but he will actually just auto attack it enough for the E to finish it. And now he's gonna use the second ult to actually kill the melees, or like the caster, sorry. Use the auto W, use the resets, and now he spread out the damage so fast that basically within like 5 seconds the wave is gone. Like, by the time his like 2 ults go off, the wave is gone, and now we just don't give any interaction to the Galio for once. And for twice we also get like a very good tempo, we base on a very nice wave, we get our blasting bond, we get a very good reset. And we get back to lane in a very strong position, right? We don't miss any minions here, like we miss 1 minion basically. And yeah, we just play for scaling, right? Still, we don't want to lose HP. We're not really giving an ult to the Galio, or like an engage to the Galio. And yeah, now that Galio used his Q, we can go for a short trade, right? Even though like we could use our Q a bit more, bit better. Like here, like we use the Q. We're on a cooldown on the Q, so we should actually probably not would E in without our Q available, because that's why this trade ends up being a bit scuffed. If we can insta-Q the silence, then this is completely fine. Again, we're not trying to kill the Galio, we're just trying to mitigate his presence as much as possible. Here the Wukong is going for the blue. We can hover this bot fight because it seems to get like a bit crazy. And again, like, look at this. So we don't really need to be like, we can be playing our side lane, but this is where it's very important that, okay, Draven is getting fed, but we don't want Draven to be made a play. Like, we don't really want to like let Draven make a play, right? Sorry, we don't really want Draven to be made a play on as Kassadin here, right? And when we notice that, okay, Amumu is in position for a counter gank, that's when he starts moving down as well, and he wants to like be present for this fight if this fight becomes like an important fight of the game. And in this position, like, sure, it actually does become an important fight. We go for the Wukong, we can actually like flash ult onto him, and then the fight itself becomes like this. I don't think this is a good fight, by the way. Like, I think it still would have been better to just like take mid waves and just like take and call it a day, you know? Like, I think this fight, we still have the same problem here, you see? Like, it doesn't really necessarily align with Kassadin's identity of like, we just want to eat waves, we just want to scale up to like one item, we just want to like play with our strengths. And with how low Draven was in that fight, I just think, yeah, it's just not worth to go for it. And how did we die even? Oh yeah, we got caught here, right? So yeah, I mean, here, I mean, not much we can do about that one. And yeah, I mean, now we got back to lane. Again, we have multiple options, but we have to shove this. Make sure your ult hits as many minions as possible. Don't miss your last hits on the wave. And yeah, I mean, game is looking completely fine. We can place some vision around the top side area. We can also sweep if we want to go for a pick, or if we want to like sweep for vision. But yeah, I mean, we're in a completely fine position. We don't need to like really interact with the Galio with double buffs and like magic resist items. We would not benefit from it as much as just being high HP for the fight. Where Galio might be strong, but we can be strong against his team, and we don't have to be strong against him specifically, right? And yeah, I mean, Amumu is a very strong champion for this sort of skirmishes. We can just play with the Trint, just go for a front to back, like kill the more squishy targets. Like now we probably kill the Wukong, right? And if we can't kill him, like, yeah, that's unfortunate, but yeah, we end up killing him as well. And yeah, now we're in a very, very nice position. Even though, like, I mean, it was a 4-4-3 essentially, right? But it's still completely fine. Like, it's kind of whatever. Like, we got to a scaling point, and the thing about Galio, right, is Galio will be strong, but not very, very strong into, like, Amumu gives a lot of true damage, and Galio is just one person, and he will not be like a hyper carry in the later stages. So it's completely fine if Galio is the solo Wincon. We will be in a very good position to carry the game, or like, not carry the game, but the enemy will not have enough Wincons to win this, right? So yeah, it's completely fine. Okay, Galio goes for a TP, so we can push this, we can actually like go for plates, we can... I mean, if the fight gets extended, we can even start like roaming down. I think it's better to just hit plates here, which he ends up doing as well. Even if Galio and the team gets a lot of kills here, right? It doesn't really matter, because you just get 2 plates, you get like so much out of this, right? Like, this is insane. Like, we get 3 plates almost. And now we just want to push the next wave. And probably, like, even eat this wave, like, eat this plate and then reset, right? Like, even eat maybe one more, like, I think we can even eat one more. It's fucking crazy. And yeah, I mean, now we just, like, play the next wave. Now we can start playing for a reset, because we have a lot of gold. So we can just, like, play slowly. We still don't want to, like make it volatile, like, we don't want to become a target, but we want to, like, play for a reset. And this wave, we pushed it a bit too slow, because, I mean, there was no way to push it faster. So we have to like actually push this wave as well. Like Galio goes for a play, so we can just hit tower. Yeah, very stock standard. We int a bit. I mean, it's kind of whatever. We should not go for this play, by the way. We should just take this and leave. Like, this is completely in to go for. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Like, I mean, it's just a bad play. It's whatever. We should have just taken the play to go away. Take like a reset, and then we're completely chilling. But we're mega fat here. And this is the thing, right? What you see is like, he's he's 1 and 3. And Galio is 9 and 1. Like, how is he mega fat here? Well, he got 5 plates. He got every wave. He didn't really like give up anything. He's like almost 10 CS per minute. And like, Galio is kind of whatever. Like, you don't really care as much, right? All you need to do is just like find a way to win these fights. And with Amumu and Tryndamere like split, it's just not gonna be that difficult, right? Trynd is very ahead. Draven is gonna be strong. Draven is gonna be able to kill the Galio because Galio only has magic resist. So this game is gonna be completely fine, right? We want to get to the side lane the moment Draven wants to go mid. We want to go to the side lane. And yeah, I mean, we just want to push it as deep as possible, right? And again, notice, we push the side lane deep, and we go for a man advantage fight. And this is the cycle. You don't really want to be playing against the Galio on the side lane too much. You want to push out the side lane deep enough to create a man advantage fight. And what do we see here? The perfect example of that. We push out the side lane, we go for the man advantage fight, right? And that man advantage fight, we are then translating to the Drake, which is being played, right? And now we can base and TP back to top to catch the wave. That's probably what you will see, right? And this is how you win the game. And now we can... What do you guys will happen now? Well, okay, I mean, if Galio is here, we're just not gonna take too much HP. Sure, we can't really like play this. We should stay high HP, we catch the wave. I mean, even might kill them. If we want to fight them, we can even like kinda kill them here almost. And yeah, I mean, we just like kill them. And now, because nobody threatening is on the map, like Fiora is bot side, we see Zyra, Braum is never gonna kill us. We're not gonna reset here. We're gonna push out this wave, push out the next wave, very important, push out these waves, and then you can take the most insane tempo reset of the planet, right? So after this wave, okay, Fiora shows up, that's whatever. We can just walk away, it's like, we don't really care. And now we reset when Fiora is here. This gives time for Trynd to push out, because Fiora shows on the other side. Now we reset. Now we go back to top, we catch the wave, right? Here we just want to be very fast to the top lane. We actually win against the Fiora on the side lane, and this is super important moment. How do we itemize at this point of the game? Well, who do we want to match on the side lane? And this is the first question you have to ask. Like, who do we side against? We want to side against the Fiora, right? Because we cannot kill the Galio, we are being completely neutralized. And Tryndamere can kill the Galio because Galio has 0 armor. Or like, I mean, now he has a Tabis, but like, it's kind of whatever for Trynd, right? So we want to match the Fiora. So we're buying the Varden's Mail. We're buying the Frozen Heart, right? That's gonna allow us to win the side lane the most effectively. It's also gonna help us most against the most threatening enemy, who's at this point the Wukong, right? Because Galio, sure, Galio is scary, but like, you don't really care. You just do it away, right? Wukong is a bit harder to verse. And yeah, we just want to be able to play the side lane. We also want to get towards the Magi. So now we play the side lane. We don't want to overextend on the side lane when no one's showing on the map. So we can hover around a bit. We can help Amumu get this one by just like being in the area. And then we go to the next wave, right? We just want to push the waves. We get the wave. We ER the melees. This is really important wave clear, by the way. Look at this, look at this. This is how you clear a wave in high-elo. If you're a high-elo player, this is how you clear these waves. You auto-attack, you start auto-attacking. You always have your auto-attack on CD. You ER the melees, important, and then you start putting the damage onto the cannon, okay? Very important. And then, what you do is you start grouping up the wave so that your next ult, which is already like now stacked up to 2 stacks, will one-shot the casters, which you already like auto-attack once each. And now your next next auto-attack, boom, wave is gone. Fastest wave clear you can do. Please do this. Please clear waves like this. Don't do like weird don't do weird stuff. Just do this. ER the melees, please. In the late game, when you go to the side lane. Early game, please just hit every spell on every minion, please, please. Just hit your ult and like stuff on every minion, please. Using terrain scaling, again, like we only want to fight in the jungle, don't really want to fight in lanes. Fight in the jungle, fight on max range and don't take too much damage, right? Very important, we don't want to take too much damage. We don't want to put ourselves into very vulnerable positions, right? Again, we're not in danger here. We have Janna. Janna has like spaceship, everything. Doesn't really matter, we're not really in big danger until Zyra shows up. Which, I mean, at this point this is fine. And I think even here, like onto the Wukong, this is like completely fine. We can just play to like kill the Wukong. I mean, that's pretty fine. Even killing this guy is fine, I think. But then we should just like start walking up instead of walking down. And then this fight is much easier to play. And we don't get damaged by the other guy. But yeah, I mean, game is still completely fine. Right? We can play through the side lanes. Galio is not gonna get like much stronger compared to us. And now we have finished the Frozen Heart, right? And now we want to go for either like, I mean, we can go for Mercs. I think Mercs is pretty high value here. But we can also just go for like even a Tabis. And just like go like Magi's and just like Tabis into like Abyssal Mask, right? Because Abyssal Mask itself will just like give you all the value you need. And at this point, like yeah, I mean, the game is just very free, right? Your items are so OP this game that you just can't lose anymore, right? If you get Magi here, like, the game is over. It's literally over. And I think what's gonna happen here, so he's gonna push these waves, get to his Magi gold, like, push another wave. You don't have to go to the chaos when the waves are not pushed out. You push out the waves very deep. You can even go for the tower as long as nobody threatening is like trying to kill you. And there's no one threatening because you have Frozen Heart, right? Can I ask you a question? Yeah, of course, always. Yeah. And now we pushed out the side lane again. Somebody shows up to match us on the side lane. Really important pattern, look at this. We push out the side lane, somebody shows up to catch the wave. While they show up to catch the wave, we will look for a man advantage fight in the mid lane, right? We use this threat that we created, like, Fiora is now stuck catching the wave. And we are looking for a man advantage fight. Are we gonna find a man advantage fight? Maybe, maybe not, right? And boom, there it is. Okay, we got Galio ult, amazing, right? And then we have the man advantage fight, like 4v3, again. Actually, like, I think it's a 4v5 man disadvantage fight, but we're just, like, we just started it as a man advantage fight, which made us get picks. And made us get a lot of damage, right? And now it's a good fight, because we got the damage off earlier, we got into a good fight. And now the game is kind of over, right? And now we can just, like take the Baron, go back to base. We want to get Magi's, we want to get to the plated steel caps. And we want to also, like, start building towards the Abyssal Mask. So the next item you will see is probably Abyssal Mask. You see, like, the no magic already. We built towards Abyssal, but the game is just gonna end after this, so it's like, kind of whatever. So, this is a very good example of, like, good Kassadin gameplay through good fundamental League of Legends, through doing your damage when you need to do your damage, and yeah, I mean, it's just good fundamental League of Legends, right? You go through the side lanes, create those man advantage fights, that will always get you like an advantage. You are very strong on the side lane, your itemization is very aligned with what you want to achieve. And also, very important, you're not compensating too much, right? You understand what's your role in the game, you understand what you need to do, you understand who are the threats on the enemy team, who you have to itemize against. You understand, like, what's your role in the game, who do you have to kill, your target selection in fights, terrain scaling, not losing HP in fights. And doing all of this stuff aligned with each other. Like, let's say you're not losing too much HP, you're pushing out the side lane, you're using every tempo to push, you're using all of your advantages to get a lead, to get yourself ahead, and then using all of those moves to like create those man advantage fights, going into the bushes, you know, like finding the sweepers, whatever it is. Those will allow you to snowball these games. So I'm so focused on CS per minute and that count that I realize I have no influence on the game at all. How should I decide whether to farm or join a fight? Well, this is how you do it. You push out a side lane and then you go for a fight. And by the time they push the side lane back, you're back to catch the wave. So you can keep a maximum CS, always look for man advantage fights. And yeah, that way you can like get both. Like you can get a lot of CS and just join fights when you have no CS to take. That's generally what you want to do as Kassadin, right? But we also like reviewed like this stream has been going on for 6 hours and 20 minutes, and we did a stream yesterday for like 4.5 hours as well, where we broke down in a lot of games in very high detail of like how to fight. So that's like 10 hours of Kassadin content. So that should definitely help you with like a lot of this inherently. Hey man, my setups is always Kong Grasp, always Rush Road and Malignance, and I feel that each game is a must and you choose between Abyssal and Frozen. Yes! If you go like Roa, I mean, Roa into Malignance is fine. I prefer personally like Roa into Seraph, because then you have that extra like shield as a defensive layer. But generally speaking, what you wanna do, right? Like if you go like Conk or Grasp, is you want to get Roa, you want to get like Seraph, or you can also go like Malignance, but like I would just go Seraph. And then you want to get like some defensive item, which is like Frozen Heart Abyssal Mask, right? Like that's like Frozen Heart or Abyssal. And you want to get Magi's with it as well. Like you want to go for a Magi's, because once you get Frozen Heart or Abyssal Mask, that will make you unkillable for Magi as well. So those items combined will make you a monster, right? And that's what you're aiming to be. Like even this guy, like in like GM Elo, like he will go for the Royal Seraph, he will go for the Frozen Heart, Magi's, Frozen Heart into the targets he's sidelaning against. In this case, it was the Fiora and the Wukong potentially. And then through that, we can just win the game. And yeah, I mean that's how you play, right? And yeah, Frozen Heart Abyssal Mask are amazing items, so usually it's gonna be one of those two, yeah. My throat is insanely dry, by the way. I've never talked this much in my life. Do we review another game from him? Do we review a lose? Let's review this one. Let's review a lose as well. Mostly I do Malignance for the CDR. But that's something you can do, right? But again, like you don't really need... Like the difference between Seraph and Malignance in CDR is not that big. Especially now that like what? Malignance has what? Like 40 on your ult and 15 on everything else, right? Something like that. Let me check Malignance. So Malignance has 15 ability haste plus 20 on your ult. So 35, right? Seraph has 25 on everything. So it's like you get 10 less ability haste on your ult if you go Seraph, but you get like 10 more ability haste on every other ability. So it's like it's double-edged, you know? Like double-edged sword. Yeah. Okay, one more game from Winter and then And then we can get into some recap of like, okay, how to climb from Iron to Challenger now, because now we broke down like most elos, right? Like, yeah, this is a pretty high elo game. Yeah, enemy mid is Challenger. We're like in a decently high elo game. So first off, what do we want to do as Kassadin into Victor? Preserve HP. We have D-Shield second wind. Like, most likely we go with second wind instead of conditioning here, because we get much more value from like running the D-Shield second wind into Victor. Very short trades gonna happen in this game. So it's generally very good to like generally a very good idea to just like be like somewhat healthy. Just like extend the laning phase. We really want to extend this laning phase for as long as possible, right? We don't want to take an early reset if we don't have to. Also, like nowadays, like people actually like defend this ward spot. So like that's also gonna happen quite often. If you go for this ward, you're gonna get punished for it. Like quite often nowadays, actually. But yeah. As we can see, we're gonna enable blue side vision as well, because we want to see what we see as Kassadin. And yeah, we just want to take CS, use Q reactively. We want to scale up to the late game. Like here, block the damage with the Q, get the auto attack. Yeah, pretty good stuff. And now we can use the thing is, if we block damage with the Q, we also get the benefit of like basically just like recovering HP through the D-Shield second wind. So if we block AP damage with Q, we actually literally get healed by the abilities that hit us. Like here we don't want to get hit for no reason. But here we can actually like start posturing up a bit more aggressively. Yeah. We can give a bit of HP here. I mean, it doesn't matter too much. And use all of this time. Like, look at this. Look at this. Very important. Like, here. Okay, sure, like, we get damaged a bit. Like, here. Here we get the Q used. And after this Q use, Victor has nothing. Like, he has cooldowns for a while. In this time, you shouldn't be scared. In this time, you should be hitting these minions, right? This is the time when you can burst a lot of the minions without losing HP for them, right? Yeah, but at this point, like our HP regen is so incredible, like, so incredibly high that it's crazy. I mean, we can't really die from Victor. Like, we recover like 10 HP per second, like, it's disturbingly insane, like, how fast our regen is. And again, we don't want to stay in lane for too long. Like, we want to, like, when Victor comes back with full HP, we don't want to be here on low HP and be denied minis and be denied XP and denied stuff, right? So this is a very good time to take a reset. Get back to lane. We have our tier, we have a refillable, completely fine. This will help us sustain the next like few levels of lane. And yeah, I mean, we're just in a very, very nice position. I'm gonna 2x the speed of the laning phase because there's not much to be talked about after this point. Like, you just want to like use your Q reactively, take CS, have the wave on your side, you know, like pretty much like the same thing. Use the cooldowns to get an extra minion, extra 2 minions. Use the Q reactive if you can. Yeah, I mean, it's just gonna be about that, right? Here, like, okay, you can also give a few caster minions, it doesn't matter. You can give a few minions, don't lose HP for minions that you can't get. And yeah, I mean, it's pretty stock standard, right? We're aiming to hit level 6 here. Like, we're gonna hit 6 on the next wave. So yeah, I mean, we're just gonna do that, right? If we get a good setup here, that's also completely fine. Even if we don't, it's completely fine. We get the Victor flash, very good, very good. And yeah, we're just like trying to get level 6 here, right? Like, we're getting it in a few minions. And yeah, I mean, Victor is low mana already. D-Shield second wind, like, you're not gonna get poked out of lane. Like, your mana will actually like last longer than Victor's, or like your HP will last longer than Victor's mana for the most part. As long as you use your Qs reactively, as long as you don't take damage for minions that should not be taken damage for. Victor has no flash, so we can punish it under tower on the slow build. And yeah, I mean, overall it's a very clean gameplay, right? Like nothing crazy, we just took our good resets. We just used our Q reactively. We didn't take damage for minions that we don't have to take damage for. We punished Victor's cooldowns by taking minions with auto attacks and W for free. And yeah, we had the Malignance on our... or Malignance? We had the wave on our side for the most part, and we were in a very good position, right? Now Victor used his ult in a very shitty way. Like overall that was a very bad ult usage by the Victor. And yeah, I mean we're in a good position now. Yeah. Yeah, and now, again, big picture, what we want to do here. Our bot lane is winning, we're winning, and our top side is also like completely fine, right? We want to keep doing this good like slow gameplay. Although, we also want to like extend this lane phase now to like at least, like ideally we want to get Catalyst here, right? And it's completely fine, we just don't want to become a play. Like we want to make sure that we are not being made a play on. And here, like, yeah, Kindred is not really a high threat at this stage. So we can just play it slow. And yeah, we don't want to overforce, we don't want to like do anything crazy. And we want to be available to like leave lane if we need to leave lane, right? But our TP is coming back, so it's like completely fine. We can just take this wave. At this point, like we can even hold the wave and just like take a reset from there. This fight is not very good to take, like this is actually quite an int fight to take. And this is gonna quite possibly lose the game. And you can tell it from this perspective. Like this game is not at all desperate, and this fight is very bad for us because we're sitting on like 1.3k gold. And yeah, I mean even though we had the wave, like ideally we're not taking a fight here. Like this is a very bad timing for both. Like I mean it's just such a bad timing for Kassadin with the items and everything, and Warwick is also quite far away. That we should actually just say no to this play and just like go back to base. And this is why like Winter is not probably challenger right now, because he's going for this place. So yeah, I mean this is very easily one of the worst plays you can take with Kassadin. But in general, like, yeah, I mean I don't know like what's the idea behind this. Honestly, like I just don't know. It's just not a good play. We had absolute information on everyone. It's just a bad play. That's what it is. We had to base, we had to like come back. I mean we had already items, like it's not even like we didn't have items, you know? Like we could literally just base and this would be the easiest game of all time. Again. Like the game was completely fine. It still is completely fine. But through like making that play, like now the game is like 10 times harder. Because if we don't make that play, the game is in a very good spot. We automatically win through skirmishes. We win through like top lane, bot lane, whatever. But now the enemy got 2 kills, right? Kindred got a bit of a kill. Victor got a kill. And Victor also got an assist. So now Victor upgrades are so much faster. Now his E explodes already. And now the game is just in a way worse position, right? Where we, yeah, I mean, we can still play for grubs. We have like 5 grubs now. It's like pretty good. And we can still play like a very slow and precise gameplay. Just like take our waves, don't do anything crazy, don't become a play for the enemy team. And yeah, I mean, be available for skirmishes if we need to be available for skirmishes, right? Like there's probably not gonna be much of a skirmish here. Probably it's better to actually just go for the tower here, or like go for the next wave. And just like, yeah, I mean, he realizes it halfway through. And yeah, we just want to take this wave. Of course, we have time to think here, right? He has to do these decisions while collecting everything, while clearing the waves, while making all of the micro decisions as well. Which makes it much more easy for me to like know what's the correct decision than him. Because he has to make all of these choices like real time, right? But yeah, I mean, we end up in a very like interesting position. We want to make this transition ASAP. Like we want to transition to the side lane and we want to get these waves and do some stuff like that. But overall this game can be very difficult through Ashe being like behind compared to the Caitlyn. And the enemy also has like a very strong like hitting mid tower type of comp. With like Kindred can hover, hit mid tower, like even Victor can walk up to mid and like hit mid tower and stuff. So like now, even though like Victor is here, like Victor has to reset soon. But like, yeah, I mean, at this point we just have to like really not hesitate, get to the side lane, push these waves out, like stay high on tempo, so that we can go to mid, hover waves, so that we can like take these plates, I mean, take these waves as well, and just stay constantly strong, right? And yeah, we don't even really need to like trade the Victor. It's very good that we're not losing HP here, right? But yeah, we still... The thing is, we still are the only players they can realistically make a play on. So at this point, like, even though it's a bit... It's a bit like... it's a bit annoying to like not walk up here and just like let this wave happen. Like, it's what we have to do. Like, we're getting topside, and they are trading this topside for the bot side play, right? So we have to be careful here. And we have to actually respect them until they push out this wave. And yeah, I mean, if we do that, we get the top side, we get top plates, we get top towers. And all we need to do is wait for the enemy support. And, like, I mean, enemy support at least to show up on the mid lane. Because they will probably want to show up here. If they ever want to, like, siege this tower, which was the enemy's main win condition, right? And as long as they don't do that, their other win condition is making a pick on the Kassadin and, like, destroying the game from the bot side, right? Because now we're gonna be epic behind. Like, now they can, like just play for the bot side, like, take full control. And now we're just bleeding. And now we have, like, a bad rotation, like, Warwick has to, like, come bot lane. Now the entire game is, like, way harder for no reason. And again, what do? We push out the side lane. Yeah, we trade a bit, like, whatever. I mean, we don't really want to, like, trade to death. And the thing is with Maokai, like, Maokai is a bit of a neutralizer, right? Like, Maokai can sustain on the side lane, stay on the side lane, and stay on the map for a long time. And we can't really, like, move him, right? And that's why it's not a very good, like, 1v1 matchup necessarily. But as long as we are not strong on the other side either, and at this point, I don't think we realistically, like, win against the Victor. This is completely fine to stay in this side lane, while you're just, like, kind of handshaking the neutralization, right? Well, Warwick would be actually very good at killing the Maokai as well, right? And that way, like, he would not be, like, neutralized. That way Maokai would have, like, a harder time playing the game. But yeah, I mean, at this point, what we need to do is very simple, right? We need to play for side lane. We need to play a slow game. We need to not take a random skirmish. We need to stay alive. We need to stay healthy. We need to not make plays. Because this is the strongest point for the enemy team. But if we can play through side lanes and we can get to that point of like, okay, we have setups, we have like Roa, that's when we can play the game. But because we are forcing a play on enemy, like arguably the strongest point of the enemy team, like now the game is just fucking impossible. Or like way more harder to win. Like now this game is, like this game feels so difficult to win. I mean, if we get kills here, that actually helps a lot, but I don't even think like it's super easy to kill these. I mean, at least one, okay. We can get one. But yeah, we got that kill. We should now move towards the bot side. I mean, we can go top side as well. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but Warwick is already walking top, so we should probably reset, go to the bot side, get to the bot lane. And yeah, I mean, we just want to get some CS, right? We want to get to that Seraph. We want to get towards the next item, which I think in this game you can go... You can actually... I think the best item is still Tabbies. And just like go for the Tabbies and just like be safe. But yeah, I mean, you can go Tabbies, you can go Frozen Heart, you can go like... Magi's is a bit scuffed this game. I would say like Magi's is actually a bit hard to justify. But yeah, you can go towards the Tabbies, the Warden's Mail, you can go... But yeah, Magi is a bit hard to like consistently keep, but I mean, Magi is still the best item in the game for Kassadin, so it's like... You can also just play Magi and just like play a bit safe. And then the game is completely free. But yeah, I mean, we can play front to back team. I mean, not front to back team fights, but fights when we get a pick onto the enemy, like one of the enemy carries. Like here as well. Like Victor is a very free pick. We don't want to get out-attacked by Caitlyn way too much, so... Yeah. I'm not a big fan of him not valuing his life in these fights. Actually, I think that's one of his bigger mistakes here. Is that this game is not desperate as much to like try to die, especially with this many Darkseer stacks. Like, right now, when I look at this... Gotta go sleep, bro. Like, have fun streaming. Thank you. Have a good one. Bye-bye. But yeah. In a situation like this, yeah, I mean... You can go for these type of picks, but like, this costs so much for you. Like, I would like argue that this is actually like... I mean, with this this death, it's like really mega bad for the game, right? Like, even if Warwick gets kills here, like, it doesn't matter. Right? Like, this is bad for the game. And what we need to do is, again, be on the side waves, don't die, so we don't lose these side waves, we stay ahead of the curve. We can play for those like smart fights basically, and then the game is completely fine, completely free. Like, it's a very easy game, and yeah, I mean, now the game is just messy, and it got way too chaotic for no reason. But we could have just like played it slow, played it precise, and then we would have been in a completely beautiful position. But through that like 1 or 2 blunders that we did with like, I mean, I would even say like this, the skirmish on the top side, that was absolutely disaster, useless. And like dying here was also bad, I think. And yeah, I mean, these sorts of fights are what make these games losable, right? Yo, what's up? But yeah. And from this point, like, just because the enemy comp is kind of hard to play against, from this moment onwards, this game is not gonna be as simple anymore, because we gave way too much to the enemy team. Like, those 3 deaths that we have, those are actually very expensive deaths on the game. Because they just, like, put us out of, like, the... Like, they all lost us at least, like, a wave or something, right? And that's usually a very bad sign of, like very punishing deaths. And in a game like this, when the enemy has Kindred, like, Victor, Caitlyn, like, their comp, generally speaking, is pretty good into Kassadin. So, I would say, like, in a game like this especially, like, it's very punishing to die like that. Yeah, we don't want to die here. I mean, Rakan will probably die regardless. And then we don't want to continue this fight, right? We want to get out of here. We want to get towards the bot side. We want to have the TP advantage available to us. So we want to play the bot side here. And then just like play a slow fight and play it smart. But like, we don't even really want to fight right now. But because Rakan got caught and because we are trying to fight instead of like trying to just side lane and just chill, like, now the enemy will just get Baron. And because of those slip-ups, like, the game is now like borderline unwinnable. And I would assume that like from now on, like, most of the things that will happen is we will play side lane. We will be strong ourselves, right? Like, we will get to that, like, Mercs and Frozen Heart, whatever it is, right? Like, Mercs, Frozen Heart is fine. You can also go Tabbies and, like, just, like, go through that route. Like, both are completely fine. But yeah, I mean... And you get to the Magi's, I mean, it's pretty good. You can play a very good game with, like, these items. You have to be, like, still very careful of your deaths. Like, you cannot die. If you die, like, the game is over. If you die with Magi here, like, the game is literally lost on the spot. So you have to be very mindful of that. But yeah, you can play the side lane, you can play like a very slow game, play it precise, play it careful, and you can still have opportunities, right? But the game got 10 times harder. Like this game, you have to be a challenger player to win this game, right? Because the game is just that hard. Like, you have to play it very accurately, you have to play nearly perfect on your limits. You need to know like what you're playing for, you need to know what type of fights you can play. And it's also a high enough elo game where like enemy has challenger players as well. It's not a low elo game anymore. Players will play accurately, and with the enemy team's composition, it actually will not be easy to win this game, right? And they also have like a Drake, they have very good Baron threat. I mean, at this point the game looks kind of won, or like kind of winning, but it's like, it's not easy to play this still. But again, being there in the objective area first, very important. Being there to like make a pick on people transitioning between side lanes. Being there to make these man advantage fights when we can make the man advantage fights is very, very important. And yeah, I mean, this is a beautiful pick. We can probably just get the Baron off of this and yeah, just win the game. Does he win this game even? I guess he does, right? Like this game has to be won here. We need to get Baron. Oh. They are not gonna play Baron, are they? Oh no. This game is so easy if they just get Baron, by the way. You get Baron here, like, oh my god, it's so free. They don't have the DPS. Please go Baron. I mean, it's not even a good Baron call, I think. I mean, no, it's fine. No, it's a very good Baron call, actually. I mean, they can always just turn as well. I mean, it's fine. Yeah, it's completely fine. Again, this is very good, by the way. You can look for picks, because you're, like, unbelievably strong at this stage. But yeah, you have to value your life. You cannot die. You have to make sure that you're always safe. And yeah, I mean, it's completely fine. Team gets Baron. Whatever it is. Out away, get the reset. And now we want to build towards the Abyssal Mask, right? We want to sell this Torrent's Shield, we want to go towards the Abyssal Mask. And also very important, if you have the gold, you want to make sure that you get AP Elixir before your next fight, right? Very important. At this point, Kassadin has like 360 AP. Which is very nice, but it's not insane, right? Like, it's not a lot of AP. So just getting Abyssal Mask will give you a massive amount of... I mean, not Abyssal Mask, sorry. Like, getting AP Elixir will give you a massive amount of damage boost. As well as it's, like, very good mana regen as well. So what do we want to do now? Make sure that we are not a target. Make sure that we are able to play the game in a very consistent position. We can also play through two sides. Like, we could go top here. We could go just like through two side lanes. We just want to scale up until the Abyssal Mask, right? Like, that's actually a very strong power spike, both from like a damage and the survivability perspective. So ideally, we get 2 inhibs here. We don't die. We play to like stay healthy. We play to like stay strong. I mean, we can go for an AQ here. Yeah, completely fine. Yeah, not much more though. I think here we have to base, like we have to stay high HP. Skarner is kind of an inta. That's like whatever, like if they int, they int. We have to not die here. We have to not die here. But this is already bad because we lost Flash. Like, this is really bad, by the way. Because Drake is coming up as well. Like, this is unbelievably int, you know? Please don't try to TP to enemy base. Please do not try it. Please don't do it. Please do not try to TP. Oh my god. By the way, here. We should have just gotten AP Elixir. Okay, okay, okay. That's fine, that's fine. It's not fine. Yeah. And now the Ocean Drake is spawning, and now that's a soul for enemy team. And with soul, it's gonna be mega hard to fight against them. And I mean, now the game got mega hard for no reason, from like a sloppy play. And I mean, this is like such a classic. This is such a classic way of losing a game. Just like losing the poise, like not getting 40 guaranteed wins of like just going 2 side lanes. Playing as Kassadin as a strong side lane champion. We could have literally just went top, by the way, earlier. Just have everyone else go bot. Like, they don't even have to siege this. They just have to like play 2 sides, so like one person can always pressure and one person can always threaten to like hit towers or like hit people, and with Baron minions it's like very hard to stop, right? And now the game is fucking rough. But you see, like, these are not games lost through individual mistakes. Like, this is not a game that's lost like through like him inting a fight, you know? It's lost through like choosing a fight that's an int fight. Very small amount of plays are just like, yeah, okay, I misclicked, you know? Very, like, the quality of mistakes, like, sure, the fight that we took early game, like, there were fights that made the game, like, no, like, unreasonably difficult, right? Like, when we went for like, this fight, like, on the top side, right? That fight was completely useless. Like, I don't even know where it was. Like somewhere around here, right? Okay, here, I mean, we're not really committing hard, we're just taking stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's... You guys already see, I think... I believe if he bought in this game, Malignance would be much easier. He delays a lot of bursts down Karma, Kate Victor. Yeah, but like, that's not your job in specifically this game, right? Like, you have to get Abyssal Mask. Like, that's 100% the best item. Because Abyssal Mask gives you a void stuff worth of magic pen. Like, that will give you so much damage. It will give damage to, like... I mean, it literally just gives you so much damage. And then it also gives you so many rounds of abilities, because it gives you the defensive layer into both the Victor, the Karma, and also the Maokai, right? Like, you get so much damage from just not dying from any of those, right? And just being able to play the fights for insanely long. And then that's like, not considering that, yeah, I mean, you needed Frozen Heart because Caitlyn will just one-shot you otherwise, and also they have a Kindred as well. And then you need the Magi to like have the offensive layer, which you had Magi because stacked out Magi is very cheap and it gives you an insane offensive layer, right? Like, by this time, like, he has Magi. Let's say here, when they took the fight, like, he has the strong Magi's, right? Like here, at this point, like this point. He has a strong Magi's, he has the Frozen Heart, he has Raw Seraph, which you always need. Malignance doesn't give you as much damage as Abyssal Mask. Malignance, you cannot do more than 1 or maximum 2 rotations of abilities because you will just die without Frozen Heart. And then you just need everything else as well. Like, it will not give you much damage here. Unfortunately, that's the reality of things. Like, Malignance, sure, it's nice, but like you will do 1 rotation, and you will not one-shot any of these guys with Karma Shields. Like, it's just not gonna happen. It's just not gonna happen. So you need to be beefy, and you need the Magi's for the offensive layer. And Magi's is 10 times more damage than Malignance as well, because you get like 160 AP from it or something. So at this point, like, this is the most damage you can get out of the build. And also the most survivability. So this way, you do the maximum amount of damage over time, because you actually stay alive as well. But yeah, I mean, the game is lost not on the actual DPS, and not on the actual itemization, because his itemization is literally perfect. The game is lost on not finishing the itemization before trying to take the game winning or the game ending play. Because what we should play for is, we should actually play for finishing the Abyssal Mask, getting that AP Elixir, and that's when we peak in strength. And that's when we can win the most amount of fights, right? Because Abyssal Mask is so fucking massive damage layer that, like, we kinda needed that to actually win this game. Because with Abyssal Mask, you actually one-shot the Caitlyn in 2 rotations. You don't need 3 rotations for that. You can one-shot in 2 rotations. With Abyssal Mask, you one-shot everyone. And that's not far away as well. Like, you're like 800 gold from it. So you could just play for it and you would be completely fine. And yeah, I mean, that would be the difference between winning this game or not. But again, to go from Grandmaster to Challenger, you have to clean up this, like, small stuff. Like, those, like, lost skirmishes, those, like... The thing is, you will always have these, right? Like, this is a defeat in a Grandmaster lobby, a Grandmaster Challenger lobby. And, I mean, this is a good example of a game where it's like, you had the game in your hands, you could have won this game by just playing consistently for your spikes, playing for fights that were high percentage, And this is also a very good game to like look at, like, and be like, okay, yeah, we have like, we can actually just play around Abyssal Mask. We can play it slow. We don't have to play for tier 2 here. We can play through like multiple sides, and then the game is much easier to win. And with good macro, this game is winnable. Like just through Kassadin slams. But this is also a very good example of him playing an insanely good game as well. Like outside of like that bad skirmish at the enemy red buff, as well as the, I think there was like another int play in the bot side when he got caught, right? Like if those don't happen, I reckon this game could have been won, possibly, right? Like potentially it could have been an easier game. But this is also true for the enemy team. Like if Victor doesn't get caught by the Rakan and he anticipates the Rakan roam, then he might have survived as well. So, you know, like we could sit here forever and just like analyze like what's the most optimal play for like challenger gameplay, but like this is what separates like even between him being in challenger, because this is like a challenger player, right? Like he's been challenger like 10 days ago. It's not like he's not capable of challenger. But even when you're a challenger player, like these are the challenges that you might face, right? You might not say no to a bad fight. You might have like one moment of like, yeah, you're not maximum intensity. And that's gonna be the difference between you carrying the game and you losing the game. So yeah, I think this is a good example of like, okay, I mean, we have a lot of, like, if we play all of those things perfectly, then that's what makes, like, if we play all of those skirmishes well, if we play according to Kassadin's identity, we take our fights well, we don't go for fights that don't align with us, we don't go for fights when we're low HP and stuff. We play through at the side lane, we understand when we have to play back, when we have to play forward, we know like which waves we have to push, we know where we have to be on the map. If we do those stuff correctly, we understand our role in skirmishes, in fights and stuff. And we stop the fights when we need to stop them. The game is, like, that's when you're a challenger player. And that's what it takes. And yeah, I mean, this was a very nice review to watch as well. And we've been fucking reviewing for 7 hours, guys. Like, I will not have a voice tomorrow, by the way. I will literally not have a voice. That's crazy. This was very nice. So, to recap between like Emerald to Challenger. Up until Emerald, which we covered yesterday, it was a lot about specific like trading stuff, like how you play the game, what's your level of play, like as in, like how do you take a trade as Kassadin, how do you use your abilities, how do you know your limits, how do you know the rules of the game in general, like what's the value of waves, how do you play towards Kassadin's strengths, as in like how do you play for waves, how do you play around your power spikes, how do you take good resets, what's the strength that you play for, like how do you stay strong on the map, how do you stay weak on the map, you know? You played for a lot of that stuff, and that was a lot of the questions of like, yeah, you're actually kind of weak here, you don't have the amount of impact you could have, and that makes the game like kind of unclean, right? By the time you got to Platinum and Emerald, that's when the game starts being a bit more about like, okay, how does my champion actually like interact with the game, right? That's when you start thinking about, okay, how does my matchup work? How do I actually start adapting my own gameplay, as in like still within the lens of like how does Kassadin play, and like adapting that to the situation, like also thinking about like what the other champions in the game do. Like, do I trade my enemy to kill them? Do I trade my enemy to make them not be able to roam? Do I trade my enemy just because I'm wave clearing and it's convenient to use my E through the minions, you know? Like that kind of stuff is what you would think about when you're in like Platinum Emerald, and you start like being a bit more mindful about like, okay, what do I actually want to do in my next like 30 seconds, right? What am I playing for? Like, how do I get to the side lane? Who's threatening to me? Like, what's my role? What's my win cons? Like, just starting to understand like, okay, how do you actually win a game of League of Legends? And when it comes to these like Master Plus games, like Master Plus is like to like all the way to Challenger, right? That's when the game starts becoming more about like how do I win a game, like what do I do next, but also like from the perspective of like what do my teammates want to do as well. So in this situation, right, like we looked at the previous game when we know like Tryndamere wants to side lane on the opposite side because he can match the enemy, like it was a Galio, right, without being neutralized. And because Galio wants to be a neutralizer for Kassadin in that game, and we can actually buy Warden's Mail and like neutralize both the enemy Fiora and the Wukong and actually win the side lane and create the man advantage fights through that. That was actually a very good example of a game won through just good side lane rotations and just like playing the side lane correctly, right? And that's when you go like Master Plus, when you start thinking about more of those stuff, as well as like knowing like where the game is going, understanding like the tendencies of the lane, like okay, if we extend this lane phase like we saw in the LeBlanc wood, like if we extend this lane phase, what's gonna happen? How are we gonna get an advantage? Like we don't necessarily need an advantage in our lane sometimes when the game is going very well on the other sides. Like we saw this game as well. We have like a winning bot lane, we have a winning top lane. Then we don't have to do anything crazy, but we have to prevent our opponent from changing those states, right? And we saw a lot of these type of like intricacies in the Master Plus lobbies where a lot of the questions of the game were actually not about the details of like using Q reactively, like those stuff after a certain point becomes self-explanatory, like everyone does them. It's not like you don't do your trading patterns right, even though like there might be one or two like bad trades or whatever it is. But the game becomes a lot more about like understanding how your team wants to play, how the enemy team wants to play, playing to your team strengths, playing into the like enemy's weaknesses in a way, and finding openings and finding consistent ways to get a lead and snowball a lead and methodically, according to Kassadin's identity still, take the fights that are good for us, good for our team, and through that we can win the games. Coming from a God player, if you think a fight is bad to take, you just back off and do your own thing? Yes. Even knowing your team will go in and possibly die there. First off, you wanna communicate it very clearly that you don't wanna go for the play, and then you don't want to move there. Very important. If you move to the bad play, even if you don't take the bad fight and just back off, your body language is signaling to your team that you're looking for a play. If you just don't even flinch, you just stay in your lane, you just like don't even move the slightest amount, you ping it off very precisely, like you just like do like danger pings or whatever, possibly even ping an alternative for your team, but I think that at a god level you don't need to do that. Then you would get to, then you can do that and you will be much more consistent, because then like you don't want to give away your control for a shit play. You want to take the plays that you think will win you more games over like the next 100 games. Because let's say like 20 of those 100 games, when you don't take the play, your team will int and like lose the game there, right? But that's fine, because you will always be like more consistent through taking the plays that are more consistent, right? And even if your team sometimes loses, your team will stay platinum or gold or whatever, and you will climb because you will be able to take the better plays, and you will be able to ping off the bad plays. How would you rate EU Nordic East Challenger compared to EU West? I mean, I would say EU Nordic Challenger is like EU West, like Masters. Probably like 200 LP. Maybe 300. Like 300 LP EU West is around like EU Nordic Challenger, I think. Are you uploading this to YouTube? Yes. So this is gonna be, I mean, now it's a total of 11.5 hours, so we have to like make a bit of like a few cuts. But yeah, I mean, we will be uploading it. It will be up in a few days. It's like gonna be a Christmas present or something to the Kassadin community. I was joking about watching the 8-hour supercut of the Kassadin guide, and now I've got 11.5 hours of homework to go through. Yeah, bro, like maybe I should just like upload this to YouTube, by the way. Just like uncut 11.5 hours of me yapping about Kassadin. Do you guys think like people would like that? Just like how to climb out of every elo as Kassadin, and it's just a fucking 11-hour video. Holy fuck. I would be stunlocked if I even saw that. Like, I would like blink twice, you know? Like I would be like, huh? Am I seeing this correctly? Like, what the fuck? Who is this freak like yapping for 12 hours about fucking Kassadin? Like, what? Yeah, I mean, I guess we just did that in 2 fucking days. Yeah, I mean, that's cool. And my throat hurts, by the way. Like, my throat hurts so bad from speaking this much. I will need to hydrate it. I need to drink something. But I also haven't drank in like 4 hours, I think, as well. So I need to take a sip. This one fucking hurts to drink, by the way. Oh god. Yeah, I've been talking way too fucking long now. Alright. Yeah, I think we're gonna end it for now here today. Yeah, we're gonna do some stuff tomorrow as well, I guess. I'm not promising any streams in the near future, but if you guys have crazy ideas, let me know. Like, send me, like, you can add me on Discord, you can add me on Aledos. If you have any ideas for like content that you want to look at, if you want to look at like anything, you can find me there. If you want to find my coaching, that's like the coaching comments. You can find it there. And yeah, I wish you guys a good one. This will be going up to YouTube soon, probably. In some way, shape, or form, a cut version. But yeah, I wish you guys a good one. And yeah, I'll see you around. Bye bye.